in that field, and even the financial space, the financial institution space. There are so many innovations and things are evolving, and there are so many things that are coming that are new now. Ukiangalia hii gava, by the way, because they don't employ people based on merit. Hapo kwa tech, by the way, if we start anything yenye ni cyber war, tutawamaliza. Well, hata kama tutawamaliza, but we will be on an upper hand, because hawajui kitu. Me, I'm sure hawajui. Most of them, they don't know how to deal even with tech crimes. Unakumbuka hiyo? I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just saying that should we go that direction, watakuwa in shit. I don't know if you remember, there's a time that we had rumors that what was Sudan had hacked our e-citizen system, and we had to stay for I don't know how long for it to be reinstated. A ministry that has kuna minister wa ICT, kuna sijui a whole team, but they could. That's why unasikianga cases kama student wa JKUAT sijui amefanya nini, mtu amefanya nini, because these people, they don't know anything. Like, okay, they're not very tech savvy. So that's an area we can look into. Finally, I was talking about tribalism. Guys, tribalism is the greatest cancer in this war. Like, it is the weakest link kwa hii war, by the way. That is why when we were seeking for good governance, these people, they brought to us tribal kingpins, because they also understand that. And they understand that we are so deeply embedded into tribal alliances that even reasoning cannot get us from that hole. So how do we deal with it? First, I suggested propaganda. But secondly, civic education. Civic education is very important. Tuambie watu wetu that things are like, we just lay it bare. And for me, I think still propaganda ndio ita work, even in that to dismantle tribalism, we need to go dirty. We need to go dirty by making them understand. If common Kenyan, whatever he understands his tribal language, tell them, knock them down in that tribal alliance. Waambie unajua nini, these people ni wakalendo, bado wameshikilia history yenye ati tumepewa minister of I don't know what. These are just give them that kind of thing, because that is the only language that people like that one that I was saying that sisi Wajaluo tuko kwa serikali. And then, instead of some people just ignoring that fool, ninaona sasa somebody has picked it up and is now generalizing the whole community. Don't feed into trash. Think that, like, we cannot respond to everybody. You can't respond to everybody, because we know what we are doing. We have come out as a people who have gone to school. We understand ourselves. So there are things you just let pass. You don't generalize the whole community and start saying that, sasa Wajaluo wamesema. That was one person. Hata ajielewi. I can assure you, hata mbadi mwenye hata ajui. So don't respond to certain things. Usipeane voice kwa vitu zenye hazi make sense. And if we are going to win this war, I'm sorry to say, the kind of person that we have at the helm of our country, all normal and moderate and obedient ways, will not work. We will have to go dirty at some point. And because we cannot go dirty, because they have the guns and all that, we can only go dirty on propaganda. We cannot say that, now we are going to fight these people because they have guns and we don't have, But we can still go dirty. Yeah, we can still go dirty when we say, okay, now tutachapa ora for ora. It will work, because the biggest population of Kenyans, still, they have not done the work on themselves. They are very shallow. the people that I'm seeing mtu anasimama anasema sisi Wajaluo tuko ndani, people have not done work on themselves. People are still very shallow, and easy aura for aura will work. Me, I can assure you. Me naonanga mamangu saa zingine ananitumia something that I understand this one is edited, but ameichukua kabisa, ameichukua mpaka kwa roho, you know. Unaona Ruto leo alipigiwa kelele cost, and for me, because I understand like these are edited things, you know. But imagine if my mom has taken that, oh my God, ground kumbe sio hivyo, ground ni chafu, and she's spreading the propaganda around, you know. People in our country have refused to do the work, and because they have refused to do the work, politicians are capitalizing on that, and us who want to change the country should also capitalize on that. And that's where the dirt comes in. Because we will not fight Ruto with guns. We will fight him in the other way. Propaganda war, Ruto hafai kutushinda, by the way. Hafai kutushinda. And if he was a normal person, if he was a normal leader, we could have just said, oh, let's go and talk to this guy. After all, me personally, I don't want Kenya to fail. And I don't think there is anybody who wants Kenya to fail. But Ruto is not a normal person. That one is a psycho. Hauwezi mwongelesha. So hiyo story ya dialogue, story obedience, story ya rule of law and follow the constitution, yes, very good in theory, you know. Enda mchukue kura, very good. Tuchukue kura, tufanye nini tutachukua. But Ruto, rest assured, has captured the whole of IEBC. Rest assured, he has captured the whole of judiciary. He has captured, imagine Ruto has killed opposition. Right now, sasa imagine we are on our own. Ruto amekill opposition. Ruto is using Moi 101. This is Moi's tactic 101. Come by opposition people, you know, plant people so that now we cannot even speak freely because Ruto walls have ears, like during Moi's times, and you can be picked and get abducted anytime. That is the person that we are dealing with. So, like, as we keep on suggesting strategies, let us keep in mind that the struggle here is not lack of strategies. The struggle is the personality of the man we are dealing with. He's a psycho. He's a narcissist, you know? And when you're dealing with somebody like that, normal ways don't work. You have to be a little bit crazy. That is the only way. And also, just to remind you that we thought it was going to be a medium run, but as it seems, it's going to be a very long marathon, and we have to be prepared. Msichoke, watu wasichoke, tuweke tu gear tu. Huh? I don't know, I'm not very privy to Nane, but tuweke tu ile slow mode, but with tuende deeper. When we are analyzing the strategies, we first need to understand who are we dealing with, you know. So hizi stories are hizi normal ways that sijui chukueni kura, chukua kura na Ruto hata kwanza, by the way, saizi haja constitute IBC for a reason. He's still analyzing who is here that is going to help me still vote. How am I going to deal with 1, 2, 3? You know? That is the reason why this man has not constituted IBC. Hakuna nyingine. This is a thug we are dealing with. A person who should have never been even a chief. I really regret that day. I think that was the darkest day that Kenya has ever had. The day we had that man in the helm of our country. Na mpaka saizi, by the way, I've not forgiven fully the people who installed this man there. I feel so bad because there were all evidences. All evidences were there. Hakukukuwa na mtu mwenye hakuwa anajua that we are messing up. It is very sad, but we have to, because now we are here, we cannot continue blaming each other any longer, you know, because even this other old man, well, if they were still there together, I would say that he's some evil that can at least anaweza sikia mtu na anarudi nyuma kidogo, but it's still the same. It's still the same bogus shit, you know. But now that we are here, we cannot continue saying that, oh, it is now time for Luos to punish these other people, and then wait for another time that now it is now Kikuyus who are punishing these other people because you installed this one. Those are bullshit. You tell your people to open their minds. I don't know why Kenyans have refused to work on themselves. We are demanding people, leaders of principles, but even us, we don't have any principles. We stand for nothing, we fall for everything. Watu wako tu, hata uelewi story, but sasa wewe uko tu mtu wenyu hata Mbadi has been an MP for 15 years. Uko kwake hata barabara ya kwenda kwao is mad. You want to tell me that now he's going to do some miracle? Ati sasa amepewa, sasa we uko na bana, mkue watu serious. Hata nyinyi bana, Wakenya hata sisi tukue serious. We need to also work on ourselves. Sijui ni na watu wamesoma tu vizuri. I don't understand Kenyans, by the way. A lot of things are missing. Vichwa zetu kuna nuts. I'm so mad, by the way. Anyway, let me give another person a chance. Thank you, KOT.
Okay, Chege, can you take over?
I can. Hi guys.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alimaliza?
Yes, alimaliza kitambo.
Oh. Sawa, pole. Niko
Watch a lactose. Lactose can go ahead.
Asante. I'm restarting my phone and actually switching it off so that I've connected on the computer. Lactose, karibu.
Are you there, lactose? Go ahead.
Lactose the intolerant. Labda yuko. Culture, niaji? Nice
Yes,
seeing you.
Nico.
Welcome to this co-hosting.
Yes, thank you so much. Guys, mine is one, and my contribution itakuwa kwanza leo tumeona whatever that has happened. One thing I want to congratulate everyone that the Gen Zs have won in many ways. Number one, mnafaa kujua we made Ruto not to get out of the country. We rejected the finance bill. We made the MPs to eat humble pie. Wale watu walikuwa na kiburi. I think we should, number one, think of the achievements that we have done so far. And the next strategy is what? The next strategy for these people, we have seen where our Mandamano is going. We are hardening Ruto every day. We are showing him he's getting used to Mandamano. So now the most important thing until 2027 is something called civic education. You have seen what Kasmuel was doing. Bunge la wananchi, you go and try to. By the way, in Kenya, if you try to save people, you utaangamia peke yako. And I have this experience with unions. I'm a medical doctor, by the way. And when we had our strike, for example, we all strike, tuliagana, tuliinsaitiana, tulitoka. Guess what? Some of the medic went back. Walienda, wanafanya kazi. With the hard conditions, with what we went through. So this thing I've realized in Kenya, you will never have something called unity. If you look at and for example, the revolution that happened in Bangladesh, I don't know if you can hear me, guys.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you look at the revolution that happened in Bangladesh, it was more coordinated from neighborhoods. Everyone was involved. People walikuwa nasaidiana, from university students to the elders to everyone. And so, for example, if you look at ours in Kenya, I've realized all politics is local. For example, I'm not going to profile a certain community because of this, but I've realized Raila joining Ruto was the end of Mandamano. Let us swallow a bitter truth. that him joining the Mandamano was the end of Mandamano, by the way. And what I've realized is many people have decided to go that way. But what is next for us? I think my opinion, I don't think if anyone can have the same opinion as me. My opinion is one: civic education and voters card. Let me tell you, if we vote against Ruto, 4 to 5 million people, he cannot steal 5 million votes. If we come out and vote out by 9 a.m., we will vote him out. But venye naona maandamano zinaenda, if you look at many people who are inciting people, they have never been on the ground other than kina Hanifa na kina Nane. If you look at someone like Nyakundi, he has never been on the ground. Sometimes maybe you see him there and there, Natokea, Amerix. Those people probably look people who are staged, were inciting.
Kiasi. Kindly, let us not talk about people who are not on this
No,
space.
siko ubaya. I'm just
No. Personally, I've been with
okay.
Nyakundi
Okay,
on the ground.
I'll okay.
Honestly, nishaikuwa na
So
Nyakundi kwa ground. So let us stick on the topic. Let us not talk about
okay.
matters about other
So
people,
what I will
please.
do is this. I've realized this thing, there was a lot of disconnect from many places. There was disunity. People were fighting left, right, center. So there was a lot of distraction. So I think we lost our chance on the 25th. On the 25th was the day that we would have occupied parliament. No one would have come out, occupy State House and everywhere. But I think it has come to pass. The next thing is voters card. The next thing is voting out these people. Nothing else will work. Civic education, deplatforming them from churches, or if they go to mosques, wherever they will go to, fighting them there on the ground, fighting the counties. The biggest corruption, by the way, that is happening in Kenya is county level. I think for us to clean, this thing has to start from the counties, then coming up all the way. And that needs a lot of civic education. Mostly local politics in Kenya is all about tribal. Yani mtu wetu akiingia hapo hivyo, if you look at Raila ameingia hapo hivyo, many people are happy and many people were supporting this cause. Since Raila joined, they joined him. So you can just imagine what is happening. So I think we are all learning from this. We have won, and I want to congratulate everyone that who came out and fought for his right, and was fighting for good governance. And shame to those who are opposing it. And I think the most important thing is voters card, civic education. That is the way to go right now, because we have seen how things are being. People are being arrested, people are being killed, and it will only cause casualty, and they are winning on the ground. The only way is the way that you remember when reject finance bill was being popularized everywhere, the hashtags, like then the biggest mandamano ever Kenya had happened. So those kind of things are things that will unite people. And those politicians who are hiding behind these mandamanos, they will just disappear one way or another. And let us not feel that we have lost. We have gained a lot, by the way. We have made Ruto more humble than he was. He cannot get out of the country. He has not, for the last 2 months, I think he has been around. And if you remember, the last 2 years, he traveled more than 68 countries, more than Uhuru did in, is it 10 years or whatever. So I think we have done good job, and congratulations to everyone who participated in one way or another through hashtags and everything. And I think that is my contribution for now. Thank you.
Wazi lactose intolerant. Culture. Who was next? Sioni ni kama watu wameinua mikono. Iko mtu ameinua mkono. Mr. H.
JM is next.
Yeah. Okay, niko hapa. I hope niko audible. Okay, so nilikuwa kwa ground na kitu moja niliobserve ni Makara walikuwa very defensive, extremely defensive, that ilikuwa not easy. Najua tumejeka in a position ile kitu tunataka kufanya, it's not even within the law. Let's just be honest with ourselves that kutoa preso, it's not a walk in the park. Ati saa tumesema tuende tumtoe, saa alafu tumtoe. Yani kitu expect a fight back, na tulikuwa so audible na tumetoa plan zetu nini nini. Hizo plans zilikuwa zinasikika vile tulikuwa tunaingia. So vile walitutakol, walieka defensive na walieka indiscriminatory. Hakukuwa na mse alikuwa anaingia tao. Either ulikuwa unaenda hata job tu normally, either ulikuwa unaenda fungua busy yako, ilikuwa hard wasee kuingia tao. So haikuwa rahisi hivyo. Because hata nikiingia ilibidi nitoe passport yangu ndo niingie CBD. Yani it was a real defensive work that police did. Na si tulikuwa tumefocus na kwenda, tulikuwa tumesema tunaenda State House, so awangetupatia ni easy time kwenda State House. Haya, number 2 ni ukumbuke sahii tumejieka in a political discourse, na argument za hawa say wanasema kama tunataka kutoa Ruto tumtoe within legal means, na hiyo ndio argument yao, na wata-insist nayo, na watasema if you're not going to do anything that is legal, pia watajiprotect according to the law. So hizo vitu pia ni facts, lazima tudeal nazo, ndio tujue mali tunaweka expectations zetu na mali vitu tunaweza achieve na vitu tunakuta kama obstacles. Obstacles hapa ni makarao. Especially tukisema tunaenda place kama State House. Hiyo iwezi kuwa, it's not a walk in the park. That's a fact. Alafu ukiangalia hiyo story, wasi wengine walikuwa a bit waoga wakiona okay, ndio okay, sawa toke, tuko na moral ndio ya kutaka kutoka, lakini I think it's illegal. Unaona pia kuna conscience za wase, mtu anaona hapana, it's not within the law ya kufanya kitu kama hiyo, so inamuingiza njeve akiona manze niende kudedi, I'm not ready to die. Kuna hizo ni vitu ina instill fear kwa wasee, and it's a reality. Kuna mse ako ready, yani yes kutokezea, and yet kama kunaona kama kwa occupy parliament, it's legal kwa occupy parliament because it's something that unaweza peleka petition hapo, it's within the law and vitu kama hizo. So tukigo extreme, which tumefanya kazi poa, and ukiangalia sahii tunaweza stua gava without Raila, that is something big tumefanya in less than 2 months. Kitu Raila amefanya his whole career. You can imagine. So tumefanya kitu ingine tu ajab, niliona tumeparalyze business yote, hakuna kitu ilikuwa inafanyika kwa the whole county of Nairobi. Na ukiangalia county ya Nairobi ifanyi, inamaanisha country, hizo county zingine zinakuwa affected. So tuko tu within track, na kuna other strategies tunaweza weka, kama kwa vile kama hii ilikuwa imekuwa ngumu, tunaweza occupy bado maembassy. Tunaweza decide kama vile Wahindi walifanya wakitoa manitaje British, tunaweza amua kupeleka shit mazee, tupeleke shit Nairobi mzima inuke shit. Yani hii ni pressure mpaka Ruto ashindwe kuget do, ashindwe kumanage gava, ndia hadi resign. Because the only thing kama focus ni Ruto must go, ni lazima tujue it's not gonna be easy, but we can apply pressure. Akikosa pesa, kiparalyze government, then atarun gava gani? Hakuna gava atarun. So hizo tujeke tu moral, bado tuko within the course. Tusijibit tukifikiria ati just because leo tuko achieve ati ko down. Tuko tu sawa kabisa, tuko sawa kabisa. Hata hizo stories za tribalism, hizo vitu lazima tuta encounter, kwa sababu huwezi underestimate influence ya a person like Raila, for example, unaelewa? So hizo ni vitu zina happen juu ni political, so we are in a political discourse that hizi obstacles lazima tuzi encounter, but all in all tuko poa tu. Mimi naona tuko poa. So focus tu, Ruto must go, tuendelee kuambia wasee ni nini tunataka Ruto, why should Ruto go. Hiyo message lazima ikuwe clear, tuendelee tukiambiwa say yani chikini manze do zenyu zinaibiwa, cause in that position. Let's continue and do it and do it and do it until itakuwa organic tu, itakuwa organic juu nani angetel juu hiyo 25th ingekuwa that big, because ilikuwa organic. Just let's continue doing it na itakuwa, trust me itakuwa. Kama tumefika mahali si tunaweza simamisha gava, trust me itakuwa. Ni hayo tu kwa leo manze.
Osando, go
Asante
ahead.
sana. Who else do we have? Nobody with a hand up. Oh, he got the real Joe. The real Joe. Mambo.
Poa sana.
Osando, we can't hear you. Hatukusikii.
Did you say on Sando?
Culture. Is the real Joe talking?
No, ni Osando alikuwa
Okay,
Simsikii
anaongea.
okay, yeah,
Osando.
okay, okay.
Unataka
I hear you now. 2 minutes. I want to say that today it was a success. Why? Reasons we were able to shut down the CBD business. Nairobi ilikuwa stand still. No business was going on, and that's exactly why I say we won. Now, one of the recommendations that I have is that we need to Sundays needs to be our main day of protesting. Wachana na Tuesdays, Jumaine. Sundays when these guys go to church, they get sanitized, wananunua church elders and church priests and whatever they are, they call themselves. Uh, we need to start. Sunday needs to be our first day of protest of every day, and in fact, tomorrow people need to go out. Now, why do I say this? Because we one of the things why we were not effective today is because we needed like a rehearsal. Like yesterday, we needed to come out and tease these guys out. But it's a good thing. It's a learning curve. We know what they are and what we are, what we want. Now, since Ruto has managed to come to our game and kinda scored 50+1% of our game, now I think it's time for us to go out and defeat him in his own yard. So let's know when he's going out to. Chega, please mute your mic. Chege. Where Chege? Tafadhali, mute your mic. KOT, you can mute Chege's mic. There's an
Sorry,
echo.
sorry, 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 sorry.
Thank you, Chege. Now, listen, guys. Let us defeat Ruto on his own game. We gave him time. He gave us time. We were so reluctant. Now, I want to know where Ruto is going to be next. I think it's Eldoret. But I think we can get 50 people in Eldoret, right? He postponed Eldoret's rallies because he wanted to swear in cabinet secretaries on the same day we were having Mandabanos, so people from Kisumu and all over the country could celebrate, one of our own in quotes, guys, you are dealing with drug barons like Joho 001. He's a drug baron. Uliza tu mtu from Mombasa awambie who Joe is before he even became a member of parliament. This guy has been selling drugs, cocaine, what have you. to the residents of Mombasa. But somehow, anyway, uh, now going forward, wacha tuingie kwa mikutano yake, we infiltrate his meetings. Why? I'm saying this because we are educated. We know where we know what he can do. Listen, Ruto cannot defeat us. He handles people who are not educated. Ask me why I despise DCI and all those other people who work for him. Why? I I have high regard people uh for lawyers. These are two different things. Lawyers, you have to excel in your high school exams. You have to have like at least a B plus or A minus or A plus or A plain to become a lawyer. But to become a DCI, you just need a D plus. See, I despise the DCI because they rely on the information that we give them here on X. So they are here today listening to what our next plan is. They do not have a clue of what is coming next. But lawyers, constitution is what binds them to us. Now, Ruto does not like the Gen Z movement. Why? Because we are educated, we know what is next, we know what they are planning, we know everything. We are educated. We know we have minerals in Kenya. Why the fact we have minerals in Kenya? We have oil, we have gold, we have titanium, we have all the minerals that make it possible for anybody to run any mobile company business. We did not, most people did not know this until we started this movement less than a month ago. So Raila had to rush in and bargain the power. That's why he's been given the treasury and the minerals. But Ruto is going to be the top guy. Listen, Joho is not gonna know everything. Ruto knows everything what's going on. He's going to block he's going to tell those guys. If Joe asks for any whatever explanations, tell them you cannot disclose. But I am Kissy. Unsando is a Kissy name. And what
Okay, wind up.
yes I will.
Start winding
Yeah,
up.
yes I will, but you have to listen to this. Nyachai before his death, he used to say that the only way you can get me out of parliament is through the casket. But we disapproved him. He used to make Kisi people his business, and we were wrong. We defied his narrative, and we kicked him out before he even died. So what I'm saying is, we have the power. We can do whatever we want. We need to start going out on Sundays. Why? Because Sundays is the day where Ruto goes to church and he kneels and he gets blessings and he confuses our parents, gets blessings and he goes back to the streets again and he starts to spread his propaganda. I agree with, there is a girl, Cigarette, who said, "We need How is Ruto going to beat us in propaganda? We need to start spreading out propaganda about him to our parents and our peers in the rural areas. This guy is trying. There is no reason why he's building affordable housing locations where people do not."
Okay, boss, umemaliza?
Okay, just 1 minute. I
Wind up.
will. I am going up right
Okay.
now. We need
Okay.
to start beating him in his own game. Let us know where he's going to be next. Let us get 50 people and they can raise their banners and say Ruto out and reason so why were we doing that, so people can understand like this thing is alive. We won today because the CBD was closed down. There was no business going on. And I think tomorrow we still need to go out, but Sundays we need to switch from Tuesdays and Wednesdays to Sundays. And
Okay, thank you so
thanks
much.
KOT and Carl. Yeah, thanks for Culture Kenya Media. Thanks. I learned.
Wanjiro, give Yomi. Yes, Wanjiro, go ahead. Wanjiro, are you there? Okay, I can't hear her. Chege. Chege, you there? Chege, yuko JM uko hapo? JM? Hey, JM ayuko. Didi.
JM ni kani listener.
Oh, okay. And Didi, you're there? Okay. Didi ayuko hapo. All right. I guess I can say
Uliza watu
something.
wainue mkono.
And anaambia
Oh, wanakataa
I'm like, if I was
Wanjiro is here.
yeah, I've been
Wanjiro is
asking for
always awake.
Wanjiro. Yuko happy? Wanjiro uko?
Niko hapa.
Wanjiro won't come here and sleep. He's
Tuambie, but
too many years of
before I say that,
professionalism. Hi, Wanjiro.
Hi.
okay,
Welcome. Speak to us.
Unanisikia?
go ahead, Wanjiro. Wacha ni mute. Let me mute myself.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, we hear you.
Kusikia vizuri
As
sana.
you know, this is my favorite night space when I'm working at night.
Don't work too hard.
I have to pay bills. Niko diaspora.
Hey, where?
Hey guys, what a day! What a day! What a day! You know that a war is a series of battles, right? When you go to university, see, it's a degree of 4 years. So me, when I went to law school, first year Dean's Merit List, second year Dean's Merit List, third year Nikadunda. It's like I never went to school. Eh? Out of 5 subjects, I failed 3. It's like actually, it's like I was not there. Alafu, you just recover. You do it again, and then you do it from experience. When you finish that degree, when you get it, yani, it is awesome. That is called the war, right? That is how I look at every single battle. So, reject finance bill, that was Dean's Merit List. Number 1, summa cum laude, right? Then you did a series of others. And then you guys went to that, was it Uhuru Park? Another summa cum laude. So you guys have been on such a high. So it's been such a high. So when this happened and it looked like a bit of a deflation, it was not a loss. It was not a failure. It was just that it can't always be a high. And that is called life, right? And I think for me, it is always an opportunity to learn. There was something that needed to be learned here, because as you're going, also your enemy started learning a few things as well. You could no longer catch them by surprise. And that's what happened. So what were my observations today? Unfortunately, I was in court at some point, and then there was not much coverage. So nilikuwa na Wakenya, nilikuwa naangalia kidogo kidogo. One of the things I observed is that you could not assemble. You had no chance to even sit, and I'm looking at strategies of war and battles. Those guys did not give you a chance to even sit together for 5 minutes. They had been given instructions. Vuruga hawa watu kabisa. Now, when I
We can barely hear you. I think you're muffled,
can
kidogo.
you hear what am I audible at
Yeah,
all?
yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
you can.
He's interrupting you
I
rudely.
can hear clearly.
Okay, all right. So can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So what I saw in this art of war that was being played today was the art of kuvurugana. So you were not even able to assemble, so you could not form a group, right? And I could remember during when I was growing up, I remember more used to use those tactics. It was called, they could not even let our parents sit in groups of 5. And that's how we learned how to assemble even at home. And at some point, I remember there were times that even the police used to come home and they would say no parties even at home because you were just because the minute 5 people are assembled, walikuwa wana plan. So you can see Ruto is Moi's child, which means he has learned how to suspend the constitutional right to assembly. That I can see, and this is the new art of war number 1. The other thing I noticed today is that you're being delegitimized. Another strategy of war. I could see that the people in the streets, the street vendors were being harassed. Walikuwa wanachapwa viboko. I never saw that before. This was a new one. I'm very observant when it comes to seeing things that are happening around me. They were being beaten so that you can be delegitimized, so that this business community can turn against you as the anarchists, so that they can become your enemies. That was very clear about what they were doing. The third thing that I realized today is that there was excessive use of force, excessive use of force. And what I was curious about is yesterday, Secretary Z was in State House, and they had a big show about how they are supporting democracy, human rights, rights of assembly. And this time they came to State House. They actually came. They did call. Last time they made a phone call, but this time wakachukua ndege wakakuja State House. So I was curious, what was that move about? Yet today was the most ridiculous form of the use of force. I was very curious about what that move was all about. So with those couple of observations, I think it's important, and I'm not advising you, I'm just saying from a strategy perspective. I think it's about time that you regrouped and re-strategized, understanding that your strategy now being formless and having not having a sort of centers of command perhaps has outlived its usefulness for now. Because I'm also assuming that because of all the deaths and the intimidation, parents are not allowing their children to get out of the house. And people are afraid. He has basically managed to sell fear. And people do buy fear. Fact. It's a fact. So how do you do this? One strategy that you can do is to create centers of command. And you can't be doing this online. You can't be doing this on spaces. So it's about time that you started meeting as people, as human beings, right? And you need to start now creating trust amongst yourselves. And how was that done during Umkhonto we Sizwe is the liberation struggle movement for South Africa. And when I came here when it was just coming out of apartheid. So you don't need one leader, but you do need centers of command that are working in groups, maybe of 100 people or 50 people with centers of command, and then you need to have one message. How it looks like, I don't know, but you do need to start meeting as people, and then you start creating structures around yourselves. Then you start trying to attack in groups. So maybe one day a group of 100 people who you all know each other, and you can say, I know 50 people whom I trust. KOT knows 50 people. On Sando or Chege, you know 50 people who you trust in groups. And then you say, today we're going to go and fling shit at the British Council, for example. Or you're going to do something crazy. Or you're going to, on Sunday, I heard somebody saying that Sunday is a very good day because there's no security in churches. You basically form groups, and every Sunday you go and create chaos, deplatform those people because there's no security. You just go 50 of you, 100 of you, wakianza kupiga kelele, munasimama, you go to the altar, you take the microphone, you make noise, and that happens in all counties so that it happens, but you guys organize yourselves either in person or you go into Telegram, but you know that you're working with groups of people. So that for me is what I was observing, and I wasn't on the ground, so I don't know what you guys saw. I'm just, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So the other thing that I was thinking about is you guys are smart kids. You're smart. What about cyber terrorism? You're smart. You can get together as people with brains and bring down websites and hack stuff. I don't know. Do something to just frustrate the system and make it difficult for things to operate. I think you guys have the capacity to do that. The other thing, I've realized that obviously Ruto has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the constitution. We've seen that. The way he's operating, there are so many cases cases have been said about the use of force, about how to work with protesters, not to use tear gas, not to do this, not to do that. But he's still doing it. So even come 2027, in as much as we know that there is 15 million, the youth vote is very rich. There's about 15 million of you. Even if 80% of you show up, you can just install a government on your own. But this is a person that probably will not even get out of power. We've seen that. So the pressure has to be sustained. And I know that I don't know whether you guys are ready to hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway. There is no point of having pressure without organizing yourselves in some form of movement that is organized, that has some sort of form where you can also start, bringing yourselves up into a political movement of some form or the other. The other thing is, somebody talked about civic education. It is so important, and I had somebody say earlier on that civic education, politics is local. It's true, it is local. My mom is a baby boomer. She's 78, she's 76, 77. And the only way I could get them to understand what was happening is to go and talk in their language. If you think about selling Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola is a drink. You sell it in America in a certain way. When you come to Kenya, you sell it with a different message. It is still the same Coca-Cola. When you sell Coca-Cola in Nairobi, it's not the same message that you use it to sell in Kiambu. So when I went to my mom and I told her about land rights, I know she's a Mkikuyu, Mogoda. I told her, Mom, if this happens, Mogoda is going to become lease and you start paying rent. And then you will become homeless. Eventually we lose our ancestral home. She was like, Atete. And then I started talking about seeds and traditional seeds. I said, you will no longer be able to plant the seeds. You will not, it is going to be illegal. And she said, Atebeho, that's the language they understand. So she went to her church. And those are the people who are lied into. I never supported Ruto. I was very clear from the very beginning. I was clear that Aleppo just does not change its spot. I was anti-Ruto completely. And they're the ones who had supported Ruto. So she went back to her church and said, this man is a monster. He wants to take our land and they want us to stop planting seeds. That's the message they heard. So when we are doing civic education, take one message and just use the message that they hear. Don't try to tell them about decolonization. Don't try to tell them about, I don't know, World Bank and IMF and I don't know what all different messages packaged for different people. And then it just cascades. And before you know it, even the community that is not understanding what the Gen Z, I call you guys the millennials because it's the Gen Zs and the millennials. Even those who don't understand what they're doing, all of a sudden they'll start saying, let's go, let's go. All of a sudden you will not need to convince them and then you'll start having now a critical mass of movement. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It takes time. There's no revolution that is overnight. And I know it's a generation of instant gratification. You guys don't know how we used to write letters to our boyfriends. And you open it, you write it with a pen, you put perfume in it, alafu unaeka, you put, and then you take a stamp, you lick it, you liquid, you stamp liquid, alafu unaweka kwa post office, inaenda 1 month, inaenda month ingine, unangoja, inakuja, unafungua. You know, you guys don't know that. You make boyfriends and girlfriends on WhatsApp, alafu you break up on WhatsApp. You you don't know how to go na call box, alafu unangojea mtu akupigie simu kwa call box hapo 20th century. That generation, you don't know that. So it's a world of now. So I understand, and I have 2 Gen Zs in my house. I've got 21-year-old girls at University of Cape Town. I get it. In fact, these days they tell me am I cheating on them with young people? Because I sound like, they're like, where did you get that word from? I'm like, I heard it on Spaces. So just be kind to yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. I'm seeing such negativity online, guys. It's a marathon. You've done so much. You've achieved you've spooked a president. You've grounded a president. I've just seen that even the livestock bill has been withdrawn by Ishumwa just now on thingy. It's been withdrawn. So you're not seeing the things that you guys, the agitation that you are doing because of just irritation. You're annoying, and keep being annoying. But keep doing it in centers of groups, centers of command, and then don't put all your bullshit on TikTok and here. You gotta get ahead of yourselves. Get ahead of the game. Thank you guys for listening to me. I'm still your champion. I'm the silent majority. I'm always listening and I'm cheering for you. Well done, guys. Keep going. Thank you.
That was good. I like that, the idea of 50-50 people. You're laughing.
Go ahead. No, it wasn't me laughing.
No. I like the idea of the small groups. It's almost very guerrilla war-like.
Yes.
And then 50 people, you go to the Nyayo house, and then another 50 people, and then you all eventually will group together, and you all trust each other. So that works. I like that idea. You really have very, very good ideas. So I like
and
that.
then there are no cops. There's no danger.
Exactly. So your idea, 50 people, that is almost like nyumba kumi, like you get your 50 people, leo tunaenda tu na placards to na Nyayo house. Other people might join you. You might, then you text, and then other groups, and then you do like that slowly you can form an organic movement. Because I don't think Ruto will, if we leave Ruto here, Ruto will rig the next election.
Yes, he will.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He will. And he will stay. And then the next 5 years, he will have nothing to lose. So he'll not be going to beg and telling you guys, I'm doing this. He'll be like, it's my last 5 years. Now I'm literally finishing you people.
Yeah, and then even when you go, please create a nuisance. Create a nuisance that's not a crime, but just be totally annoying. So not just placards.
Yes.
Find out, what is it? Mtamwaga mchanga, or will you bring something? You just do something.
Yes. That's a very good idea.
Yeah,
So
be disruptive.
let me go to
Wajuru, now that we have you and you're a legal mind, in terms of these Subaru boys and the masked guys, what's your advice about dealing with them in a legally acceptable way, but proper activism from the populace? Because we've had discussions, and it's so annoying to see these videos that people are posting saying so and so has been picked, and you're looking around and saying, yani munaacha tu mtu anaenda. What are your thoughts, and how do people ensure that they protect themselves? Things like, of course, recording helps. The lawyers have have evidence, but making sure that, for example, there was people who were saying stone those guys, and I was like, dude, the guy has a gun. You start stoning the person without first raising an alarm and creating a crowd, he's going to shoot you. And you'll die. And even if you're even 5 or 6, if he has 6 bullets, 6 of you are dead. Even if you kill him, he still has killed 6. So what are some of your thoughts and advice on how to do things, to stop these guys in a legal way?
Shege, you're dealing with somebody who has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the Constitution. That's my answer to you. Because remember, what they're doing is illegal. So you can go and you can go and get a restraining order, but they won't respect it. There's already a court judgment against the use of tear gas and about respecting the right of assembly and peaceful protest. They don't respect it.
And we saw it today. Tear gas
and we saw it today. Hata America walikuja jana wakaenda State House wakamwambia boss, si ndio tufanye hivi. Even the media, he's muzzled the media. So Shege, there is no answer for you. There is absolutely no answer for you, because the courts can only, the court process. The courts cannot arrest. You see, when the police is the one that has got the powers to arrest. So when you ignore a court order, the execution powers are in the police, but the police are the ones who are arresting you. Are you seeing the catch-22?
Yeah, exactly. The perpetrator is the one who is supposed to arrest himself.
Exactly. It's an organ of state.
So therefore, hence,
you're living in a dictatorship. Mutaendelea, continue being annoying and being tactical
Wake up and
about
smell the
it.
coffee, eh? Wake up and smell the coffee, guys.
Yeah, Ruto is your president.
And a lot of people voted for him, and I was really, really against. When this guy was elected, I was like, it's over. Because me, I remember...
culture, kugaslight hapa.
Hakuna kugaslight. Mi nakumbuka grandmother yangu akipiga kelele. Because she lived through the Moi era. So she was like, what have we done? But me, I already knew that it was going to be hell. But Odinga would not have been much better, because if you really think about it, the people Odinga would have elected in those positions are now in power. Let's see what they'll do, but there's really nothing watafanya itakuwa ya maana. So when you are Kora, these people hijack. In your Kora too, they have they in civilian clothes, they have guns. There's no law that these guys they are following. So there's no way to handle, unless you're really a big group of people.
May I make one comment? There? I'm sorry I don't want to hog the space. I'll mute myself very quickly. Let me make a comment about this. You realize that the system that we have came from 1963. Okay, so it just got carried on. Even Uhuru was not any better. The only thing that happened is that Ruto alikuja akakanyaga mafuta and took us. So we've been like a frog in a pot that has been hitting pole. So we've not really been feeling the heat as such. Ruto akakuja akaweka kibiriti, we felt hot too quickly. And perhaps it's a blessing in disguise, because we needed to be woken up from the slumber we have been in for the last 50 plus, I don't know how many years. Perhaps we needed this person to come and wake us up from this sleep we have been in before it was too late. Because perhaps even if we got Raila, we would have probably been another boiling frog for just a little bit longer, and it would have basically taken us too long. By the time we would have taken another 20 years to keep boiling, it would have been too late. Maybe this is what we needed to get us up. So I'm the kind of person who lives in this world. Everything happens for a reason. And we will never go back where we are again. So let's not gaslight people. Let us say, Whatever we chose them because this is where God wanted us to be here. We needed to wake up. And we needed to wake up with your generation that were ready to do what you're ready to do. Because our generation could not do it. We couldn't. So it's you soldiers. It happened now. So guys, this is it. This is it. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Hey, culture. Pick the next speaker.
Sema. Ati?
Pick the next speaker.
The next speaker is Shay. But before Shay goes, nilikuwa nataka kusema nini nimesahau. I just wanted to say really quickly, Sub-Saharan Africa, forget about the Arab countries up there on top of the African map. Kuna kitu, there is something wrong with us Africans, black people, because we're the only ones who sell each other out a lot. That's why there's never been a revolution in Sub-Saharan Africa. Revolution hufanyika uko kwingine kwote. But us, it's like I see people happy that today failed. But this system is not favoring you. Mbadi Odinga kujagi kwa nyumba yako. So you are like, why are you happy? Because the next day you'll be protesting about something you're passionate about and you don't want to be beaten by the police. So there's something wrong. Ndio uonagi Sub-Saharan Africa, apart from Senegal, na ndio watu walikuwa were so surprised with Kenya because we seemed to went to parliament. It's like watu wafikiri that would ever happen. And that's why you are seeing so many people ready to sell us out, take money, $500 of to be honest with you, maybe if I was hungry, ningetake you $500 and say, eat ni because I'm starving. But deep down, I'm supporting the movement, bana. But you see, these people really, they are government bloggers, but they really believe in what they are doing. Unaweza fikiri government blogger anaweza pull aside akwambie, hey, you know what? Me, I wanted to eat this money, but manze, you guys do what you're doing. I'm behind you. But these people actually are mocking us. Nandio, sometimes I say, no wonder us Africans were enslaved. It was so easy because it was so easy to give up on each other. Now, me, history, I got so interested in slave trade that I went to Zanzibar. Nani wa Arabu. It's the Arab people who enslaved Africans. But when you go to Zanzibar, there's something I noticed. Nilingia hizo madanjan. You know, before you are taken to sea, you get into those hizo madanjan, alafu ship iko hapo, unaingia, unapelekwa. 2 minutes, I was sweating. How did these people get in here na waka survive? How? Because me, I'm sweating, nataka kutoa shati. And then when you go around Zanzibar, there is a lot of, I call it nikama whitewashing. They try to present the Mzungu as a savior, friend of the slaves. This is the Mzungu who rose up and said, this is wrong. I'm like, sasa unataka kuniambia the same person who enslaved these people is also the savior. But badala museme, these people were wrong. So kuna kitu, Sub-Saharan Africa, we are so quick to sell each other out. We are so quick to, sisi ni wasaliti sana, sisi wa Afrika. Because we had an opportunity, and that opportunity was taken by big influencers to intimidate people and do whatever that we gave up. That was a big opportunity that came. Na mi because I've started like trying to really understand the psyche, because ukiangalia watu wana support government, they're not that comfortable. Some of them will go and want to get an ID, they can't get an ID. Some of these people, their uncle will be killed by a police officer somewhere. He can't get justice. So why are you happy? You live in a it's not like you're rich. You live in a dictatorship. You're going through the same things we are going through, and you're happy. Anyway, let me stop ranting. I will let who's next? I think he's fallen off. Hakuna mtu mwingine.
Halo, unaweza ongea
I'm here.
kiasi?
Yeah, can I?
Go ahead. The mute. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go for like a minute and you guys can proceed? A quick one. I know it's been a lot of challenges in network here, but great submissions. I'll begin. Mine will be like just 3-4 points that can be made in 2 minutes. One, I think I want to borrow from what one person talked about earlier. I think that was Ivy before we were dropped in the first space. She did mention something that I wrote down that I think it has to come to a time where we have to say that, I think Kenya is closed for innovations. That statement really caught me in a very strong way, that we have to get to a point where we are like, guys, everybody, you need to know that we are closed. We are going through some renovations. We'll let you know when we are open. Because right now, everything that is going on in the country is really going in a direction that we definitely have to rethink of which way to go. That really brings me to today's, well, to some people it's yesterday, is, Mandamano and how the things went. I'll just make just 2 quick highlights that really caught my attention. When the CNN highlighted the way, the police were really just live on camera shooting at, and I'm sure most of you saw that, so that I don't have to repeat it. When Larry Madogo was like really on the phone with Wolf Blitzer, who is in Tel Aviv right now covering what's going on in the Middle East, and he was hosting a show, and Larry was like, they're shooting at me, they're aiming at me, they're doing this right direct at me. I could hear that noise, and I could see the guys on the other side of the television a little scared. And at some point, Wolf was like, "Larry, are you okay?" And then it's like he got afraid that this guy is gonna be shot right on camera, and then turned around and said, "Okay, we are glad Larry's okay." And then they did a quick reporting, and I'm sure you see that. I think he did post that. That kind of highlight is probably one of the areas of success that I want to bring about in terms of this movement. It's bringing this into the international community in a way that it's being highlighted, but also to the extent that even the you saw that one of the secretaries, they call them under secretary. I have no idea what that means. Did mention that and issue a statement when she went to the State House, and that was prior to the Nane, telling them that about human rights violations, do not use excessive force and stuff like that. That kind of a highlight, it is pressure by itself. Reason is, and I think I've spoken about this probably throughout the day, reason is Ruto has touted himself as one person that is internationally respected, number one. And number two, he has taken pride that he's the one who has put Kenya on the global map. He has actually used those exact phrases when he did the interview with the journalist, after the June 25th. And you could see what kind of pride he's taking, that he's an international figure, somebody who has brought Kenya into the international field. So he feels like he needs to is a person who is more interested in the global image. and that is one of the pressure points that I want to introduce in terms of strategy. And I was trying to read exactly how can we capitalize on that, utilize it to the advantage of the movement. And I did read a little bit about how can we present a petition to some of the embassies that we have in Kenya, or even we can do it overseas, but I think literally going to the embassies in Kenya, whether it's a US embassy in Kenya, and request formally to make a formal petition or presentation. And I think there's a procedure that they've outlined on how you need to do that. What that means is that it puts pressure on him, because I know many other things that I wanted to highlight. People have talked about them. I don't want to repeat that, but I want to dwell on that issue of putting pressure from the international perspective. That is going to bring to the realization that his nakedness has been exposed. Because the moment the king knows that he's naked, whether it's through the prophets or through the people, because there are only two ways that the king has to be told that he's naked. Either the prophet tells them or the people tell them, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. So if the people say that, wait a minute, now here is your exposure, you are not as covered as you think, and then the pressure starts coming from outside of us. They will see the true soldiers, our brothers and sisters who have died by being shot at. They will see real bodies. They will see real situations. We will have real stories about real people who are buried, real brothers and sisters, not imaginary. And that needs to be really be put very clear, because keep telling him to investigate and address the issue of the perpetrators of this whole movement, those people who have really been shooting at our brothers and sisters. He's not listening. We already know that. He has to hear a voice from outside. So the international community has to be brought into this movement and into this conversation. The second point to that, I think we have to get to a point where, at a point, we have to ask whether it's Meg Whitman or whatever. I mean, she's probably one of the biggest supporters of Ruto, and we have to get to a point of asking the Eurobond, the money you are giving us from IMF, where is that money going? Can't you, by any chance, hold somebody accountable? Because we are getting all these, loans and everything that we are being committed to, but friends, at some point, the IMF and the World Bank has to hold these people into the usage of what we are committing the country to. Otherwise, it will get to a point whereby we will say that we are not paying. We don't know where you took the money. And then we have to highlight the aspects of corruption where the money is being given and taken as loans on behalf of the Kenyan people, and that money is being squandered and being taken by individuals to be used. Those are some of our grievances, and we just want it to be highlighted. What he does with that information, we will see. But we are trying to look at where the pressure is. The third point, and probably the last one that I want to highlight, because I probably had a few others which have already been addressed, like the boycotting, their products, and that I don't labor that point. And then, of course, I'd also had the issue of trying to think of like how KOT and every other friends you can come to have like a mega rally. I'm talking about online, like what we are doing as in an X space. Mobilize some of your close friends who are having this and say, let's take one day to have 1 million people in this X space. Let's have 1 million people in the X space. Ruto is very afraid if something is trending about him and something is online, and they are not going to shoot at you when you are online. So we have to use multifaceted approaches to put pressure on this guy. Yes, we have good ideas of going to the street, and they have tried to master the art and trying to move in that direction. But we have to get to a point whereby we also highlight these things in a very organized way, in a very structured way, but also in a way of putting pressure and putting it on the map that we are not doing well as a nation. And here are 1 million people online talking about what is wrong with the country. It will get to his nerves really bad, because he's one of those people who actually thinks that he's the only one who is digital and all of us are analog. Let me tell you the third pressure point that I think we need to employ. Ruto knows who sanitizes him. It's the religious community, the churches. We need to really take this aspect of putting pressure on the religious groups and the pastors and everybody very serious, to the extent that we have to give an ultimatums to some of our pastors that we have to choose politicians or choose us. So it has to come to be like, it's either we worship through the same altar, in the same altar where we kneel, or you bring the politicians to do it. So we have to make a choice, because if they are not going to be part of this revolution, which I'm a firm believer that revolutions begin from the most of the revolutions have actually begun from the pulpit. If they're not going to be part of this revolution and this movement, then it has to get to a point of either taking that brown envelope, or I don't think you're going to go to hell by not going to that church or not going to give tithe and offering in that church. I'm sorry, I have to tell you that. Because it has to come to a time that we have to live for something. We have to do something. It cannot be business as usual. So we have to know, where does Ruto run to when the pressure is too much? He goes to call a few pastors, he calls them, they do a prayer, and then what does he do? Every Sunday or whatever it is, kneels down, raises his hand, sheds a few tears, and you know what happens? Oh, we forgive him, he's the man of God. Because the wife is a very prayerful person. And then we get to a point of saying, oh, they regard his wife is a pastor. Now, we get so entangled and confused about all these things, but we miss the mark about the corruption and the real atrocities that are being meted on our people. I'll land by saying this. We have to start thinking of other strategies that are going to be included in the protest and everything, and they can be in all rounded. They do not have to be, the other one doesn't have to be stopped for this one to continue. But the ones of the international community, I'm telling you, I have seen that in the last few weeks or so, even coming to the Nane, the international community was very concerned about what they have been doing to our people. And now that pressure needs to be completely applied even more, so that we can show how they were beating people who were actually watu wako kwa duka yao wanauza, and then these guys come with rungu and they're beating them up to tell them to close. What the, like, why? And then we are talking about having a country. So Keoti Chege culture, Kenya, let me say this. We have to have practical steps that we are going to take moving forward that are going to help us to really achieve what we are going, we really set up to achieve. So God bless you. Thank you so much. It's a very lovely conversation, and I know soon and very soon we are going to achieve what we set our eyes to achieve. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And who's next? Anybody else? Mtu yote anataka kuongea?
Culture,
I think
naizongea dakika mbili.
culture.
Sawa sawa, hataongea dakika tatu.
Aya, sawa.
Culture, can you hear me?
Viljo, acha nibonge
Hataongea
kiasi
dakika
alafu
nne.
utakam.
Before ongea acha
Hataongea dakika nne, nitakupatia basi.
maybe I think culture you need to do this. I don't know whether you're seeing, but there are hands that have been up
Endelea.
hapa. Nimeona David alikuwa up, niliona Grace, hata sahii nikawa amedrop, nimeona
Did she
Kimere.
disappear? What happened to her?
Yeah,
Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Talk. Tafadhali.
So is it okay if I go ahead?
Yes, please go
Joki,
ahead. I'm waiting
naongea
for you.
kwanza.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm letting you talk. So I'll mute the mic and then I'll give you the mic. Is that okay?
So would it be me, or I had someone saying that they were going to talk?
No, it was me telling you go
Okay.
ahead and the
All right.
Minda mute. Sawa
Yeah.
sawa?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
So I was going to echo the same message, or close to the same message yenye the person before me echo. Ruto does not care about how Kenyans think or feel about him because he has you all under control, as you can see by today. Yes, we are very vocal tukikuwa online. Mbaka mumuhit where it hurts. And I think I've suggested it before. Hii story ya kwenda kwa embassies, we're not going to go there to ask them for help, but we want the world to put pressure on him too. Because guess what? Uki become their problem, all of a sudden, they need to solve the problem. Mkienda hizo embassies, let them come, venye wana behave wakitia gas, let them come and tear gas. Especially the best one, me, I would suggest, ni the Russian embassy. Let them come and tear gas you there. Because they're already in bed with the American embassy and other Western countries. But bring the problem to their door. Let the world see you as you are. Let him be seen as the monster he is. Let him be seen by other nations that he does not respect democracy. That is where you will truly find change. Hit him where it hurts. It needs to be non-stop, because anytime you take a break, he regroups, he comes even harder. And then kwenye anakea about, anataka kuonesha the world he has everything under control. Show the world ana anything under control. Ata today, let me tell you, that thing about CNN with Larry, trust, I have had friends, people who don't even care, call me to see, did you see what's happening in your country? Let me tell you, that is where the pressure is going to come, when the rest of the world is truly sitting there and watching. When you're getting handled, when muki, let's say, even like, let journalists, there was also another image, I don't know which journalist it was, where she was on her knees, that has spoken so much volume, you guys don't even understand. And this is what is not being shown by Kenyan media. And then uko kwa hizo embassies, trust and believe, let them behave like animals the way wanna behave. Secondly, if kama mtenda CBD, there's no point of going if you're not going to fight back, because you've seen the way they're handling you when you show up at CBD. At this point, it's no longer democracy, it's no longer business as usual. Let us hit them where it hurts. Those police, they want to come and fight for him. You know what? We have no respect. When somebody is putting you on your knees and killing your brothers, your sisters, and we're supposed to still respect you because we respect the rule of law, what law is there? Law yenye wanaweza hata piga, like, even lawyers. I don't know if you guys saw the I think it's Wanjiru Stevens, wamemchapa, wamemwarrest. So I can only truly imagine what's happening on the ground with you guys. And I know the way, let's say, some people wanaweza kufeel that, to feel the pain. Most of us feel that same pain. Whether is our family members, tunawalipia, wanaenda, wana show up this protest, and you sit awake all day wondering if they're okay. Even us, even though we are not on the ground, we are feeling the pain and hopelessness, and almost like, I don't know if it's a survivor guilt, because then, you know what, I can say, I can sit here on my computer behind a screen and be cheering you on and telling you, you guys go do this. But this strategy that is like showing up downtown every time and going to CBD, it's not working right now. Unless you're going to fight back, either we regroup, but no, every time you regroup, either you're coming back 10 times or 30 times stronger because he's coming back stronger. No, note, the CS wamekuwa sworn in. I don't know if you guys are aware, Kindiki really wanted to change even the rules of how people are supposed to gather to protest. I lived during Moi era. This is why I'm not in the country. Trust me, you could not meet more than 5 people because the walls had ears and they were coming to find you. And that is where we are going back. And that's where he learned play by play of how to deal with Kenyans. Kenyans can be sold fear. Because even people who wanted to come out, by the time they saw the roadblocks and they would have had to walk into town, what did they do? They turned around. And Kenya has been ruled by so much fear. There's so much fear with everybody else. Go to those embassies. Let them see you being beat up. Ask for asylum. You become their problem. The moment you, because even them, even Sisi Tukoku, they don't want us here unless we're doing something to help their country. So go there as their problem. Because if you get an asylum anywhere, they have to make sure they educate you. They have to make sure they put you in the workforce so you can start paying taxes like everybody else. So they don't want you as a problem. Make them know what is happening. Wacha wawaone. And I will pass on to the next person.
Joy, I will yield the mic to you. Karibu Joy.
Hey, culture anaweza bonga before akuje, the one who's supposed to come.
Karibu.
So
Ongea.
chenye ningetaka kusema manzi, chenye Wanjiru alisema, it really makes sense about like we have to like strategize tuanze kujipanga in small community. Unaona kama ile guerrilla warfare hii tuko war na hiyo ndio kila kitu wasi wanafaa as in I don't know how long it will take for people to like wake up and realize and be woke. Hapa ni vita. Ruto hata achia vitu ziende tu hivyo hivyo, hakuna vile tutatua president hivyo hivyo ati sijui ati tunakuja tuko peace na firimbi. Tumefanya ile impact tulikuwa na need kufanya kama as in sisi wote pamoja, but so it's right now we have to realize we are on another level. Now they are doing everything to fight back. Mpaka you've all seen how they are fighting like journalists and everything. What makes us think that we will come again alafu tu watatuachia tu hivyo ati we take over? It's now war, and that's something that needs to click on everybody's mind. And it's like somehow right now I feel like we are still talking the same way we were talking before this day. This was the big day. Was the day that we were supposed to change everything. Haijawaka haiku go through, na mbona tunaongea ni kama bado ni hii siku ijafika. Unajua, so like let's come back to reality. Let's wake up. We have to come back and natukuje na plan mpya. Plan has to change. Na nimependa venye Wanjiru amesema like let's start working in small groups. Kila mtu anajua hapa hivi, kwa hata hapa watu wengine wamejoin hizi space. Kama mimi nimejoin hii space kwa sababu ya hii story. Siku kuanga kwa Twitter, nimejoin hii story. So kuna venye ninaweza jua huyu msee na huyu msee huko umekuanga uko na community una follow. Kuna venye unajua wase wenye wako for it na watu wako real. Tuanze ku make small communities, tuanze ku communicate, tujipange hapa. At the end of the day hawa wase, the police and these people are still here. They're listening to us. They're listening to every plan. If you guys have not noticed, pia leo kulikuwa na so many female police walikuwa kwa ground, na ni kwa sababu last time pia tukiongea kwa hizi vitu watu wanasema madem pia wajitokeze, madem wanaweza kwa frontline. These guys are taking the same shit we are talking about and using them on their side. Kila kitu tunaongea wanasikiza, ndio wanatumia against us. So it will be so stupid that we are still making plans here na wanatusikiza na wako hapa katikati yetu. We have to strategize. Lazima we start making groups, kidogo kidogo, juu tukumbuke hii ni war, hii ni kama time ya maumau, na tukue back to reality, tuache kujifanya fanya hapa, not going to the main point. Main point tuko war, main point tutauliwa, main point tutahantiwa, every individual separate. Let's get back to reality. Leo mume wanafanya wanapiga wase mpaka watu wa media ma huko, yani they don't have chills cause wako na mask zinawaficha uso, alafu wana treat watu wenye wana fight nchi yetu ni kama like bullshit, like ni kama masafaras, and then we are sitting here and talking big. We have to think deep. Let's tuache kudo the talk only, tuache hiyo manzi. Let's like strategize. We are the modern freedom fighters, tuko lucky tuko na hii social media. Acha tuache kukua shallow. We have to get deep. We have to know, mtu anajua kama unakwanga tu hapa kwa hizi group, unajua mtu mgani unaweza follow, tujue ni gani na nani na nini na nini na nini. Na kuna pia ma channels zenye tunaweza si space, kuna nini channels zingine tunaweza kwa tunaongea na hakuna mtu atatrakiwa na tutakuwa tunajuana na venye tunajuana, lakini we cannot continue also being so deep na giving all information hapa, na mafala wote wanatusikiza au polisi wanachukua everything tunasema against us. Na we have to be, unaona, acha niwaambie kwanza yenye tumepewa blueprint. Unaona movie ya Wakanda, it's a blueprint. Kuna wase wako kwa tech, kuna wase wako kwa lab, kuna wase wako kwa ground mafighter, kuna ma warriors. Wakanda ni East Africa. So, lazima tuanze kujieka hivyo kila pahali. Sisi wote ni mafighter. Ikifika ni kufight una fight. Ikifika ni penye huko penye unaweza, kama uyuko Kenya penye unaweza kwa internet ama anywhere, we ni fighter hapo. Kama uko Kenya kwa ground penye unaweza ama wherever you are, we ni fighter hapo. Tuna fight for Kenya. Na sisi tuliweka huyu fala kwa ground, na sisi ndio tunamtoa, na Kenya ni home. So let's not just talk hapa. Hata kama uko kwa ground na unajua unaweza fanya kitu, let's do it manzi. So let's strategize. Na hao mafala tuko mbele yao, wanachukua system zetu kutu nini. Thank you.
Culture, can I speak?
And I'm done, Poleni. Thank you.
I was just clapping for you.
No, Culture wanted to tell us that he has an iPhone. That's it. We know you.
No, I swear,
I'm just kidding,
I
by the way.
swear,
I'm
me
just
is vitu na
joking.
learn. I'm like, I'm just trying these things out. I'm like, Connie, I can clap. Okay. So no, I'm not trying to
Mnanisikia?
show off or anything. Tunakusikia vizuri sana mami.
Hello,
I think you said the
mnanisikia?
real joke to go, and then I can see so many hands up. And Culture, at some point, if you like have some actionable
Hello.
points, for example, when Jiro is here, a lawyer of with knowledge of Kenya and internationally, she can draft for us a petition that we are going to present. We organize a few people and sponsor them to go, and of course we follow the formal channels of going which embassy we're going to present. And we have like even if it's 200 people, we make a presentation of that formal petition following the right channels, and we make a strong point without being tear gassed. I'm just saying. I mean, like really action points. That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak? Hello?
Yes, you can
Can I
speak. Go
speak?
ahead.
I'm happy to do that.
Who is
I can
requesting?
draft one here. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm happy to draft a petition. Okay, I'm happy, and I like who was the one who actually introduced the idea of the embassies. It was it? He's in good
Some little
governance.
boy,
I
some little
followed
boy
him.
from Kayole by the name JM from Kayole.
JM. I followed you. I followed you. Stand for good governance. I followed you. Please inbox me your number. I like your idea. I'm going to draft a petition, and please just inbox me your telephone number, and I will get in touch with you tomorrow. I love that idea very much. Number one, What the other thing I wanted to also say is that we need to have action points before I go to sleep, because it's approaching 3 and I need to be in an arbitration tomorrow morning. I would like to challenge KOT, Shege, the guys in this platform. You made also another point of having mega impact. I need you guys to get together all the influencers, all of you on space, kwa sababu mnajuana. We need to have one big mega group, and we need to have planned a strategy, a 5-point strategy. Number one, we discussed deplatforming them in church. That is where he sanitized. And I like JM for echoing that, because I also say church is his number one place where he goes. He desecrated our churches. And that is where he also ascended to power. Tumshukishe kutoka kanisa. Every Sunday, across the churches, we deplatform politicians. And it must be gorilla. 50 youth every single Sunday wanaenda kanisa wanavuruga. The same way after we did the first nini ile inaitwaje finance bill must fall. That man was going to church undercover. Alikuwa anaenda kwa church za mabati. He was hiding for a long time. And nobody was going to church. We must sustain that pressure. So that is the first point. The second pressure point, I love that international community. We will draft those, and then we are going to even have a design for placards with the dead people, gruesome names, everything. The third structure is the group of 50. So the group of 50, and we make sure that it's organic across the country. So we make sure that we create this big space with all the influencers, and we share this strategy with everybody so that everybody can activate it. And then for that big space, JM, you were talking about, I was thinking, if we can reach out to Larry. Larry already has a lot of influence, a big space. We reach out to all the people with a big number of influencers. We bring in all the journalists they know. And then after that, we create a massive space and they invite everybody. And in that space, we actually discuss the state of Kenya. Because if it's championed like somebody like Larry and many other journalists, they're able to basically bring in, it's like networking. They bring in all the other journalists to invite all the other journalists. And we have this space that can even hold as many as 5 million people. So what am I saying in short? Step one, KOT, Shege, Kituri, all you guys who are here, Akina Ayo, get hold of all the influencers on space. Let us create one space. We share the 5-point strategy. 1, the platform. 2, pressure points. 3, working in groups of terrorism. When I say terrorism, those annoying groups across the country. Then we also share with them the plan of creating one big super space that JEM suggested for everybody in the media. Then we are putting pressure everywhere. That was what I was suggesting, so that we can at least leave this space as what her name was saying. We live with a plan, a to-do plan. Sio tutoke hapa ati tumecomplain, tumepigwa sijui nini. There is a plan, there is a strategy when we're leaving this space. Thank you very much. I yield, and I will draft the petition.
Okay. Yes, I like the group of 50 plan. That's something that we can do. And yeah, and KOT and all these big influencers. Yeah, we need that big group we all get together. Something I've noticed na sitaki cause drama, like in any time Amerix does a group, Miguna is also like there's that the Miguna's group is also on when Amerix is doing, and I'm always like, what's going on? Like every time. So we need to have an objective and all meet together, and then the group of 50 is something that worked very effectively with I remember when the American war with Afghanistan, and Afghanistan doesn't have a big army, and they were just doing a guerrilla war, and they really wore down the US Army. And we need to do your 50 people, them, and you go demonstrate somewhere, and 50 people. I think that's a genius move. sometimes it looks very basic, but it's a very I think a smart move. And KD, I'll let KD speak.
JM, just sorry, can I speak? And then
KD, you
can I
there?
speak? Because my phone is almost going off.
Hello,
Culture, can I speak? My phone is almost dying.
KD. KD is maybe asleep or something.
Culture, can you hear me?
Chimere, you there? Hello.
I think there's the real Joe is trying to get your attention. I don't think you can hear him. The real
Oh,
Joe.
really?
Yeah, he's been trying to ask if he can speak before his phone dies. I think his hand has been
Oh,
off forever. Yeah.
okay. And the lay.
Okay.
Hello, you there?
Yes, I'm here. If you can hear me, maybe you can just give me 100 so I know if you can. You guys can hear me.
I can't hear them. Can you hear them?
Yeah, I think you're the one who can't hear him. Maybe, I mean, unless you drop him and bring him back because you are the co-host, but we can hear him. You're the one who can't hear him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's okay.
Okay, so
It's probably like a.
so basically, maybe I can just maybe what I wanted to say is, unfortunately, my phone is almost going off. But things that I think that we've discussed so much in this space, and this is something I had talked about before. I'm glad some of you have also echoed. I had actually the reason I took the mic is because Cigarette talked about this. Cigarette, not cigarette. Cigarette talked about this. Number one, and this is something that I have blamed it so much on not really to blame, to put a blame, but I've in previous spaces I've demanded that.
Okay. Is he speaking? Because I've muted the mic. Anaongea?
Yeah, he is. Oh gosh, sorry.
Yes, I don't
Culture, I
get.
think you can't. You can't hear him. Anaongea, everybody's.
Anaongea. Okay. So it's me. It's me. Okay. Sawa. Wacha ni mute.
Okay, thanks. Nitakwambia akimaliza.
So basically, in previous spaces, I actually demanded some responsibility from the guys who have been hosting the spaces. Why am I saying I demanded responsibility? Because people have been raising various fundamental issues. If you trace back, if you could play back maybe recordings from previous spaces, there are fundamental issues that have been raised by people from the spaces that I felt were not taken seriously. Number one, in a space last week, I talked about logistics, and I asked, what if we are cut off from accessing maybe CBD or accessing State House or wherever we want to go and picket? What is our plan B? We talked about that and discussed how we can try and find a plan B, but that was not actioned. Why? Because we come and discuss things in these spaces, and I take these spaces as our citizen assembly. Therefore, the host should act like our speaker and note down critical issues and critical points. And therefore, after the space, I asked and requested that maybe follow-ups can be done privately. Doesn't have to be done maybe publicly again in the spaces. That way, you can find a very serious and critical point that someone raised, and you can find out how to implement this. And that's one of the things that maybe is eating us up in these spaces, because I feel like some points are being raised. Wanjiru has raised some points, Secret raised some critical points, but I don't know whether these things we are going to action them. Having said that, let me continue. We have been doing some groundwork. Some people, we have been talking here on space, but maybe some I came to realize last week that people are not taking responsibility, and therefore, me personally, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in any politics. Actually, me, I'm in tech. I run a startup, and I am based in Westlands. I come from Westlands. Like, I think yesterday we were not yesterday, because already from our Kenyan time we are on Friday. On Wednesday, this Wednesday now, our final baraza, because we always have the barazas in Kamkunji. Our final baraza on Wednesday evening. We had a very good baraza on Wednesday, by the way. And I'm happy that from that baraza, some of the people that we must persuaded, I'm happy they were on the ground today. They were on the ground yesterday picketing. This is very important. And this is something that we've run away from the community that is always in the spaces. The community that is always in the spaces have never taken it upon themselves. It is only Casmuel, even the other Wednesday imepita, niliona Casmuel and the other guy from law school who was abducted. But I feel like, and Wanjira has even talked about this, when we have that personal touch and start taking this citizen baraza seriously, that is one thing that we really need to employ. Because from this citizen baraza, people interact on personal levels. And by the way, this baraza kama hiyo ya Jivanji, if you follow up vizuri, utapata kuna petitions zingine tuliraisingi and they have been taken seriously mpaka zimeenda East African Court of Justice. Do you know that there's a case against Kenya on East African Court of Justice raised by this from Jivanji, ikachukuliwa, ikakuwa picked, ikapelekwa mpaka East African Court of Justice because of the maandamano yenye tulikuwa nao last year. Unajua sisi tuliandamana last year because sisi tulikuwa tulikuwa tunafuata baba. Tuliandamana last year, people were killed. Those people were killed. There is a petition because this petition was tried to jaribu kusukuma hapa Kenya, it was not pushed well. From Jivanji ilipelekwa mpaka the East African Court of Justice. And you know, now there's an active case against Kenya. That is very serious. That I would prefer. I'll get a copy of that and I'll try and share with a few people who maybe you might be interested. But what am I trying to arrive at? I'm trying to arrive at more than one strategy. We need to deploy more than one strategy. If we are on X spaces, we are on X spaces. We also have other strategies. Are we also notable in other places? Are we always having a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C? Because today, what happened to us, we were cut off, not today, but yesterday, we were cut off on logistics. And only those people, at some point, only people who had private vehicles could maybe maneuver and somehow maybe try to ferry. But how many people can you ferry on a private vehicle? You cannot ferry so many people. So you were cut off on logistics, even though there were so many people who wanted to participate. And therefore, we need to be strategizing more on this. And the war that we need to also deploy right now is propaganda, as Sigrid had mentioned. But we need to do it much better. You guys remember the election of 2017. If you guys can recall, there was a company called Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica really played a huge role in ensuring that, and you can remember, they themselves said that they made the name of Raila dirty and pointed him in a certain way. That's the information war we need to fight right now. We need to there's new technology.
Oh, I think check it. Do we lose the real Joe? No.
I think he Joe umejimute.
Nilikuwa nimejimute.
Come on.
Okay.
So nilikuwa nasema Cambridge Analytica really played a huge role in 2017. We can deploy the same mechanisms ourselves. We can come up with propaganda videos and these things. Once imefikia ule mtu wa chini, unaona kama Sigrid was giving an example, Kisumu. Me actually, I don't know why I'm muting. The host is muting everybody.
No, it's just muting you, my brother.
No,
Just
it
muting
it
you.
also happened to me. I have to say, like, also
I did.
I was
I
lost.
did.
I also went off. I don't know how that worked. Na ikarudi tena baadaye. So I think
So
something.
sorry about that. Maybe it's the network issues. But Chege, allow me to say something. I was thinking that the 3 points as maybe David comes in. I was looking at like we have like maybe a solid action point call about the petition to the the embassies and international community, and which Wanjiro can take the lead on that. We have the issue of the the 5 million Mega X rally, which KOT, Chege, and Culture can take the lead on that. And then we have the issue of the organizing in groups of 50s, which I think Culture Kenya Media took very keen interest in that, can take the lead. At least we start the pressure on the churches. I can take the lead on that. I've been a pastor for at least 30 years, so I can tell you I know where that hurts most. I was thinking that we, like, at the end of the day today, Shege, before you leave, at least assign some roles to somebody. The next time we are meeting on the same, a platform, we are talking about practical things. Where are we with this? We are moving forward. The thing that I will throw back to you, especially Chege and Culture Kenya Media, is what the real Joe and Secret had talked about, the issue of using propaganda. My spirit is troubling me at this point about employing propaganda. We have enough facts. We have enough information, enough facts that can drive the movement without working on propaganda. We can work on propaganda at some point if we are trying to gain something, we are trying to win a seat, we are trying to do this. Right now, I think we are looking for like some factual, good governance, things that are clear. Why can't we shelve the idea? And I know propaganda can be a tool for campaigns. We're not campaigning. So I'm really afraid that propaganda will backfire on us, and I think I would rather we probably don't use it at this point. That's my opinion. This is purely an opinion, nothing to do with like a guideline. But I'm thinking that propaganda can be shelved at this point. Let's just go with what are the facts. Who is been accused of being corrupt? What is this? Like things that you can verify and you have gathered information. I think we are going to have more integrity and without fear moving forward. That's my thought.
As if
Let me just
Wanjiro's hand
interject.
shot up.
I don't even think it's
So, Pastor,
And then David also, his hand has been up for a while.
yeah, well, I'm thinking we need to
no,
release
let me
Wanjiro. She can say
about the
her piece, and
propaganda,
then
like
we go to David,
just 1 minute.
and then because I think Wanjiro is just final comments and going.
Yes, just for me,
Okay, 1 minute about the propaganda thing.
just one final comment for me. JM, you have you have given a very good summary of what I was saying. The only thing you missed out, was the one person who is going to put together the super space of all the influencers so that we can share with them our strategy of those things that we want to do so that we can have everybody on the table. That's the only thing that you missed out on.
I will accuse you that you missed it. I said the 5 million mega X rally, the KOT, Chege, and Culture Kenya Media. Isn't
No,
that the same thing?
no, it's not the same. There is the one before the
Oh,
5 million
okay.
one. There is the one where we
Okay.
need to get all the Kenyans on space, the influencers on
Right.
space, where we bring them together and then we share with them this strategy that we want to do. Meaning, we share
Okay.
with them the platform of deplatforming people in churches, all the pressure points of the embassies,
Okay.
working in groups of 50, cyber terrorism, and all those things that we have agreed. All the points that we need to share with them, with all the people, all the groups on Twitter. We have that meeting, and then we share with them the strategy so that we can go now and work as we go nuclear. That's what I meant.
Should I say yes, Your Honor? I just took it down. Nimeandika sasa.
Wanjiro,
Okay, I am not your
I promise you.
can you drop the word terrorism
And
and
nimeandika
call
for
it
sure.
cyber activism or hyper cyber activism?
Okay, so on ground terrorism and cyber terrorism as well. Okay.
And let me just say about the
So sorry, Chege, may I say something before Wanjiro goes, please?
Sorry, I was saying, Wanjiro, we drop the word terrorism. We say hyper cyber activism.
I know there David and Mr. H and Kimero wants to talk before Wanjiro go. Can you request if she can give like a few minutes, because I'm sure there's some burning issues going on here. These hands have been up for a while.
Chege, we can't hear you, kindly.
Is anyone talking?
We can't hear you. We can see your microphone was open, but we couldn't hear you. That's why, yeah. I wanted to say something before Wanjiro goes, if you allow me. Thank you.
Chimera, you can just go ahead. I think Chege is having problems with his mic.
Thank you.
Uh,
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead. Wanjiro, I have one question actually for you before even I can submit whatever I wanted to. The question is, we continue saying, because we have said that we have noticed that we have been compromised because everything that we discuss on the spaces, we know that we have some kind of infiltration. So now that I get your point,
Culture.
and I
Nani's here.
totally agree with you that we should have
Yeah, I can hear you, but mute. I'm listening to
this mega space
I think I
where
have an
we
issue with
have
my
everyone,
mic. Let
all
me
the
just
influencers
refresh my site. Just continue.
and all the Kenyans. So my question would be, Wanjiro, don't you think that this would still compromise that? Okay, if we meet here, the 5 million to strategize, don't you think that this would still compromise all the strategies that we would come up with? Seeing that we have all these guys here, all the NIAs and whoever, because that's where they have beat us today on people couldn't assemble. Because I understand today it was really difficult to have more than five. I don't even out. So, what do you think about that? Just if you can answer that before I then continue with my submission. Thank you, Angela, and
Oh,
thank you very much for your availability.
okay, Kamara, thanks for your question. So, so the 5 million group, and I want JM to actually come in and complete my answer, is not for strategizing. It is for exposing Ruto. It is a pain point. We know that he likes to look good. We know that he has been exposing himself as the kingpin, the one who put Kenya on the map, and he likes to look good. It is to uncover the king's nakedness. That's the purpose of the 5 million group WhatsApp, space group. So what we agreed is that we need to actually separate in groups of command centers and work privately to do certain things out of space. And that is a strategy that we need to work on. So we did understand that we have been compromised and we do need to discuss some things of the space. JM, would you like to complete my answer as well?
No, you got it perfect. I think that was perfect. I don't think I wanna add anything. That's really that's really the correct position.
Okay,
So that it's not doesn't look like.
Can I say
Yep.
something shortly?
I will stay until the top of the hour. I'll stay on.
Can I say something shortly?
No, if okay, on the same topic, or you wanna let Ekimere finish his submission? If it's on the same topic, yes. You wanna go? Was the lendo?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are you contributing on the same question of the being infiltrated or something
Yeah,
else?
I'm on the same conversation about like this thing, like who work together as a team and like having like 50 people, that thing, yeah, it makes sense and I agree with that. But one thing is for me, it's not making sense. It's like we're still doing the same shit on the same space. Sorry that I'm cussing a cussing word. It's not we are here, but you guys, like, we are all talking about the same thing we've been talking before. For me, like, it doesn't make sense because we are still using the same language, we are still using the same space. We have to strategize and use something different. Okay, we are not here alone at the end of the day. Even if we talk smart, we talk big, we still have people who have used the same things we are talking here against us. So how comes we are talking about still doing the same things here on space where we are exposed? We don't know who's listening. Like we know already everything, all the details we've given are being used by the government. So they are here with us. So even whatever we are saying about strategizing 50 people or whatever, they're hearing all our steps.
Okay, so I think before Kimera continues, I would say this. There is nothing we are saying here that is illegal. We are not planning anything
And
that is outside. In fact,
excuse me.
no, hang on a second.
I feel like I was cut out. Did you guys hear my
Oh,
talk? Or
sorry.
like I feel like we
Yeah,
were
we
in two
did. We did.
different
We hear.
places.
We heard you.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
I think we
I thought
just
you were done.
no, I'm not done. I just feel like we need to strategize. Like the way Wanjiro said, it makes sense, but we have to figure out another place where we should be making these communications. Because it's not making sense that we are all talking everything here on space, and this police and everybody, they are listening to us and they're using our ideas against us. So it's somehow stupid. Sorry to say.
Can I repeat what I made myself secretary to capture some things? What we said is that we will have a petition to the international community, which begins with the embassies and other places, and then Wanjiri is going to take the lead on that, of course, in consultation with the entire team. So that is an action point that she will take a lead on that. That's different from what we have done in other spaces. We have never signed somebody do this for us. We talk and we never move forward. The second point was the issue of coming up with this hyper cyber activism group. And we agree that KOT, Chege, and Culture Kenya Media will take the lead on that so that it can bring in the other, social media influencers. And then organizing in groups of 50s, which we are talking about, the Culture Kenya Media will take the lead on that. Organizers, whichever way, and it can be private, doesn't have to be like on the spaces. And then
JM,
the pressure.
I'm
Wait,
sorry,
Wazalendo.
Kiasi.
Shh. Wait, Wazalendo. That is happening outside the space. That is going to happen completely privately.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes.
It's not. In fact, we should happen in person. In fact, you need to find your group. We call them centers of command. We have to do it in guerrilla method. That's what you missed. So we have to find our own groups of trusted people and we work with them and we do our own thing in centers of command. That's what you missed.
100. I agree that with you, Anjiro, on that. Because at the end of the day, like we are trying to be really like peaceful. Wase as in wase wanaenda na flag. Vijana wadogo wanaenda na bendera na flag. Hata wamenyimwa IDs wamemaliza high school juzi. Wanauliwa bure. So we can't sit here and just keep talking. Ati
Okay,
na
Wazalendo,
rules
that's
na
what
nini.
we're trying to do.
These
That's
guys are
what we're
not
trying
even
to.
following the fucking constitution. So why should we even follow it?
Okay.
It's really
May I continue
frustrating.
now,
Yeah.
JM?
So
Sorry.
Zalando, we can hear this is really it's frustrating, but I think we are trying to change the strategy so that we don't do things here on this space. We take it off, and that's what I think Wanjiri is clarifying, that we are not doing this here. We are agreeing with you 1,001% that what you're saying is what we are the direction we are trying to take. So let's have Kimere finish his submission, because I know David has been waiting forever. I think hata mkono yake imechoka kukua juu. Kimere, please.
Okay, thank you very much. No, on my submission, I think most of the things I wanted to say have been said, because one was to acknowledge that all is not lost. So we have gained something, because whatever we are doing, and that's why we are speaking now, we have achieved a lot. And because for Nabi hasn't been able to fly out and all that, and also today that they have managed really to lock down Nairobi, even if it was today, it seemed to me like the state was protesting against itself. There was no really maandamano, as the state was doing the maandamano against itself. So that's a win also in some way. The other thing I wanted to say was about the strategy, that I think we have expounded enough on that one, because we need to change, and what we need to change is the platform. I agree with that. Whether we're going to go to WhatsApp or Telegram, whatever platform we will use, but we have to change. But something very important to mention on this: as we change the platform, we must make sure that we really, how can I say, we have to vet people who joined the groups that will be formed. as much as we can't be sure who is, but we have to try our best to vet the people who join them, because we don't want to be infiltrated anymore. Okay. Another thing, maybe I will go a little bit radical on this one. I don't know whether many people will agree with me. And as was Orlando has just said, we can't continue doing things the same way. Well, I know we continue saying we are peaceful, we have the flag and the bottle of water and the phone, but then these people come with bullets. I think we need to reiterate somehow we need to it's self-defense at the end of the day. So we have to start dealing with these rogue police, especially the masked ones. That something has to be done. And I understand, and this is something that I have suggested in the past, but today I understand that could have been a little bit difficult because there were like one or two people, they couldn't do much. But in the past, we have seen that even when they come to abduct people, you've got like 20, 30 people surrounding them, and they just let this person pick the person up and go away. No, if that happens going forward, if there are more than 5, 6 people and 2 or 3 masked policemen come to pick up someone, we must fight back, even if it means puncturing the cars or doing something. We shouldn't let these people take away our comrades. So that's very, very something to note. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the diaspora. As much as we try to despise the diaspora, now we see we are telling Wanjiro to help us to formulate this petition or whatever. And I think a lot of people in diaspora are helping a lot. And it's the support. Not everyone needs really to be on the ground. It's they are doing a lot of good work. Whether and diaspora are available to support in any way. Today, for example, I was in Mandamano the whole day. I just came back like 3 hours ago. I was in Kenyan High Commission for the whole day today in London, and we do what we can. We support, and even if it has an impact, because we are seen, we are supporting the people at home, even the people who are on the streets in Nairobi. When they go home and they will see that we also have been supporting them and protesting for the same thing. They say, okay, we are not alone. We have these guys supporting us. And then in any way the diaspora can support, if it's like Wanjiro helping us with her expertise, if it's the people who support with funding or resources. We are all in this together, because we all do this because we care, and we love our country dearly. So I think I'll stop it there. It's important that going forward, we really think, who are we dealing with? Who are the people? Are we adding in our groups? That should be very, very important. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but I think we know, because right now most of us, we have been here for quite some time, so we know ourselves. So we start from there, and that will help us.
Yeah.
Big
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just made myself a host for 2 This is my last minute. So I'll give David, and then I'll document whatever we've talked about. And then after that, of course, Shege and Culture Kenya Media will continue. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm really documenting, like, what are the action items, so that we're able to be a little bit more, not that we were not organized before, but at least we have something to tangible to work on, maybe outside of the space, and then communicate. So David, please, if you could share something, and then I would probably give back to the real host and co-hosts before I drop off to bed. It's probably getting late, I know, for everybody. David.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Very well, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I've raised my hand for so long, but
I'm
finally,
sorry,
thank you so much.
I've been looking at that, and I was like, my gosh, huyu jamaa si mkono imechoka. sorry about that,
Niko
David.
sawa, niko sawa. Navumilia, unajua lazima tupigane. So thank you so much for everyone for having contributed and made their remarks. And I'm in full support of what Wanjiro has said. I think I joined her earlier space, tulikuwa kwa space ingine na yeye na tumefuatana pia huku. So I'm in full support of what she has said. And in regard to that, kama kuna mtu wana join community ya IT, we are ready to kuingia huko to provide all the expertise na kila kitu tunajua kani mambo ya system. So if you are creating those communities, we are ready to join. Badala ya niongee sana, yule ana head IT, just tell us where you can just inbox me untuambie ni wapi tutaenda, kaa ni Telegram. So I don't want to repeat so much of what everybody has said. I think we should employ now new strategies. Can kuwa weekend we look for ways where we can poke holes and fight this government, because I think tumeongea sana badala ya kushinda tukipiga kelele huku. We just now make the moves that are right for us. So thank you very much, and guys, have a blessed night.
Watu wa IT wanakuwaga hivyo, short brief. I would give it back to where's Chege and where's the culture Kenya guy? Where's Chege? Where are you? Okay, Chege is right there. So I will hand this over to the co-host. I know Mr. H and Katana have to talk. I just want to appreciate all of you for sharing this. And David, thank you. I think I would draft something about what groups that we need, including the IT, and so that we really start now getting organized and grouping together and bring our expertise together. For those that haven't met me before, my name is J.M. Esmond, and I have unfortunately been in the diaspora for close to 20 years now, 19 plus. That's sad. And so, but I appreciate the work. I'm very involved with the Kenyan politics and everything. So I would leave Chege to carry on to the end. Thank you, Chege, for allowing me to get some notes so that I can share something more structured to you. And I promise I will.
JM. So follow me. I've followed you. But let me just confirm that I have. Yes, I'm following you. Thank you so much for taking it up.
Wanchiro, did you follow me? I think I'm following you, but I don't think Wanchiro, you followed me. Did you?
I did follow you. I did follow you, and you need.
Okay. Now
we need
now
to
I
share.
have the direct message.
Yeah, we need to
I'm
share
sending you my
email
direct
addresses
message
as well and telephone numbers so
Okay,
that we can
thanks.
work on that strategy
Perfect.
document. I want us to also
Perfect.
work on a strategy document on all those to-dos.
So
yep. I'm interested in that. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
JM, really, let me tell you. Let me say something even to Real Joe. There's, I think, when you come from a corporate and whatever background, professional background, there is always this assumption that the host and the co-host are professionals and therefore, can be the Hansard takers or the scribes of the meeting, the owners of the meeting minutes, so to speak. Unfortunately, in these spaces, things are so organic, unajipataga tu umerushwa huku kwa host and co-host. And I think it's also probably even a bit unfair. Someone like KOT just recently graduated from uni, has been doing a number of things, but barely has any kind of experience that probably Wanjiro, Real Joe, myself have had in the corporate world. So I think what has just happened here, I really like, is what needs to be happening. We need to take up the responsibility that we see lacking in these spaces that have come up out of a push by Gen Z. Let us remember that Gen Z are probably the oldest are what? Are they 30? 10, right? I think 1995, right, is where we start with the Gen Zs. So they are 30, the oldest of them. and they will not even. I mean, even when you speak to them, they get angry.
Chege.
Yes,
I think like ni wazalendo.
yes.
I
Well,
think at this point, at this point where we are right now, I think we should be at a point where we should not be like saying like Gen Z and whatever, because right now tuko kwa situation, yeah, it's a country.
Sikatai wazalendo.
Let's not
The point that
as in,
I'm bringing up is so far. Unajua, the pain that Real Joe was identifying, and I love the way this conversation went. And in fact, unfortunately, I was having technical issues, so I was dropping off. But I actually liked the fact that I was quiet because I wanted it to develop the way I like the way it was developing. The point that I'm trying to raise here: many of us were identifying very early on that a strategy is required, breakout rooms are required, we are probably being too open with the ideas that are being shared, and people are listening in, and they'll be able to come in and hijack the system. Many of us have seen this, but the rage was too much, and just like any parent, the older ones of us were saying, okay, wacheni kwanza watoto walie, let them rage, let them, and by the way, it's working. So at least they are being heard. We will come in later and start bringing reason. So now that time of later has come. So what needs to happen is that we continue to do what we are doing. And I love, I don't know who is the IT person. Just unmute yourself so that I remember you. The guy who has just come and said what were IT, he raised up his hand.
That was David.
David.
That was David.
Exactly. Thanks so much.
Hata
Yeah, yeah.
nimemwandika under 18 na nikamfollow nikamwambia wewe nitakutafuta.
Yeah, fantastic. Because we are going to need
Yeah.
many people in IT. We are going to need probably even blockchain voting systems, which have already started being discussed. All these things have to be put together by different leadership, quote unquote, because we are leaderless, groups that at least take a lead in developing that area and take ownership. So for me, Real Joe, the answer to the question is you and I. We have to take up whatever pain point we are hearing. We take up the notes, guys. If you are in a professional circle, you know how these things work. Take it upon yourself as a civil duty to make sure, just like Wanjiru has said, I will draft the petition. Thank you very much, Wanjiru. That is the kind of thing that we need. That is the kind of what is it called, tone we need to be hearing, and the kind of patriotism that we need to be having. That is what I just wanted to say, and thank you everybody. So mkingojea hata sijui watafanya aje, because I think we need to be reaching out.
No, I think I think Mr. H hadn't talked. I think we have like about two speakers who haven't talked at all.
Yeah, I know. I want to move
actually.
away now from this. I was just thinking, JM,
Okay.
this issue of the big space. You see, the influencers are so jealous because they have earned, these big ones, they have been earning from the viewership, and they know how this thing works. So I think maybe somebody like Eric Omondi is radical enough. Kina Americs and Kina who, if you look at how they do it, they have the politicians, they have these topics. What has been there, I don't know if you'll be able to convince them. So just yes, all I'm saying is giving
acha
KOT.
tusiseme majina, because at the end of the day tukianza kusema majina to divide more. Acha tucheze chini, unajua, let's not call names, let's not say nani na nani. Kama mtu ni hivyo, mtu anajua nani ni nani na nani mplainer, lakini tucheze chini, kwa sababu at the end of the day
Wazalendo, by the way,
divide
like, I was
more.
just saying that unajua ile kusema ati KOT aende approach hao watu, mimi sioni ikifanyika. Just my idea, but
KOT I need kufuata mtu yoyote. So hii kitu yoyote, hata kujua tu kukuja na KOT, ni mtu amekuja amejitolea. Umekuja hapa kwa hii space juu wewe unataka kukua, una fight for your country, for your flag. So at the end of the day, nobody owes nobody nothing. What you owe is your country. Nobody, hata ukienda huko maandamano, hiyo ndio shida ya Wakenya. Kila mtu anaangalia, sijui huyu celebrity ameenda, nitaenda. Huyu celebrity ameenda, uko hapo juu ya celebrity ama juu ya nchi yako? Na hiyo ndio shida yenye tuko nao kaa wa Kenya. Unaona kama hiyo venye ilikuwa ati hiyo yenye ilikuwa reject finance bill. Maseleb walitokea cause walikuwa na reject kwa sababu wa content creation. Au kwa nataka kulipa hizo bills za content creation, hizo venye zilikuwa zinawaambia. Sasa hivi unawaona wapi? Hawayuko. They don't give a fuck kwa sababu at the end of the day wanna live good life. Wana live good life kwa sababu pesa wanalipo ni poa, but wako wanataka kulipa taxes kwa gava. Ndio walikuwa wametokea time ya finance bill. People need to be woke. Naona wako kwa street na waongei. Hiyo siku ilikuwa inawasumbua juu ilikuwa Hello,
Yeah,
sorry,
I know that's
nimerudi.
I
Nilikuwa
know that's
nimekatiwa off.
oh,
Sijui kwa nini mic yangu
okay.
inashinda kikatwa.
Yeah. Yeah, a quick one. Go ahead, and because I know I didn't wanna lose because I know Wanjira has
Yeah,
her hand up.
Wanjiro
So
needs
as
to
you
go.
finish
Thank you.
Rosalindo,
Thank you, Wazalendo. Thanks
I
for that,
know
by the
she
way.
has to go.
Yeah, Wanjiro,
Yeah, very
finally,
good,
you have
very
the hand
good
up.
point, very good point. Zalendo, very good point. And then we definitely have to get David. No, David talked. Okay, we need to have Mr. H and Katana. Those ones haven't spoken at all. I wish they could. And AK something. You guys have complicated names on your whatever, but if you can do that, and then we can follow that that flow. We hear submissions. I know people at different countries, they are getting tired, but it's good to hear from Wanjiro's maybe response to some of the issues that have been raised.
No, I'll wait.
And
I'll wait.
Wanjiro,
I'll wait for
oh,
them to
you can
speak.
wait. Okay.
Yeah, I'll wait for them.
Okay. So you can give them a chance to speak. That would be good. And for the record, Shege, can I tell you something? Shege,
Yes,
are
yes,
you
yes, yes, yes,
willing to
yes,
hear this?
yes,
But
yes.
we were in the campaign of 2002, some of us, okay? So as much as we look like Gen Z in terms of our conversation, we were in the 2002. We voted in 2002 for Kibaki, just for the record. So we've been, okay, I wouldn't call myself
That's below the
old,
belt,
but
but
we were,
I'll accept. I
no,
wanted to know
I
it
just,
from you.
nah, I'm just kidding. because some of you are like, oh, some of us are too old because we voted in 2000 and
JM, I wasn't
in
referring
20
to you.
in
I was referring to the
2013.
Gen Z.
I'm like
Anyway, okay.
2013,
I hear.
2013. Are you yell? Okay, so let's have. I think with all fairness, I think Mr. H was going next. And again, if I'm skipping somebody, please let me know. But I think Mr. H was going next, and I think it would be fair to hear him contribute, and then we hear maybe two others in Katana,
Umeruka
and then
David.
we can.
I think David was.
No, David. I think David is one who contributed. David is the IT guy,
Oh,
right?
okay.
David is
Fine.
IT guy. So
By
he
the way,
already
if you've
contributed.
spoken, guys, drop because I've got so many requests, so that I can.
And then, strange enough, today I'm really scaring you. I will send you the notes. I'm writing which kind of skills we have in the house for the sake of the organizing the way we are trying to restructure this. So I got David's name. That's why I know that he spoke and he told us he's an IT and he wants us to put together the IT people to help us in the movement. So yeah, so David has spoken for sure. So Mr. Is it Mr. H or Dr. H? Mr. H. And forgive my accent because sometimes I don't know whether it's to say H or H. So my accent sometimes betrays me. Mr. H, can you go? That's Horace Seiko. Oh, Mr. H is not there. Okay. So we really have to move quickly to someone else. Mr. H, are you there? No. AK.
There you go. Okay, guys.
AK for Saba Wakanda.
Wajiro, please make your submission so that you're free to go to bed.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
amekubali tangoja kidogo. Just let's give like only two guys quickly because I think they're probably gonna say something related to what you may have to respond to. That's why I'm rushing actually. These guys, if you're not available, you're not available. So if you can do like AK4 Saba and then Katana and then quickly then Wanjiro can make a submission and go to bed. Sorry. Do you go with Wanjiro or you go with Shiro? Whatever. You guys, you confuse me.
Oh, okay, Shege, you can drop me so you can add someone else, please.
What do you go with? Do you go with Jiro? You go with Shiro? What do you go with?
For me,
Just give me the name. Yeah.
Wajiro.
Okay, perfect. That's what I need to know. Okay,
Okay.
AK-47.
Was it Kimere who requested that I drop in?
Wakanda. AK-47
Yeah,
Wakanda.
it's me. So you have space to add more people because
Okay.
I think
Kimere,
there
next
are a
to
lot of
leave
requests.
at the top there, there's 3 dots. Then you click switch to listen. Wacha nifanye kidogo
Okay, thank
housekeeping
you.
na nini. Upskilling.
Wakanda, you available? Wakanda is not there. So okay, go ahead. Wakanda.
I think it's supposed to be Kimere.
2-3 hours tumeshinda.
No, Kimere already spoken. Kimere already made a submission.
So
we are going
Kimere,
to
AK Saba.
Bana.
Yeah, it's AK-7. It's AK-7 Wakanda.
Anyway, kitu cha kwanza nataka kubig up udem anaitwa Wazalendo. Wazalendo wazee, watu kaa nyinyi ndio mnafanyaga watu kaa mimi mazee tunafeel poa because tumekuwa kwa hii struggle, na si watu wa arts, najua tumekuwa kwa muziki uko fulani Maumau Kala Mashaka, hizo ndio zilikuwa movement zetu, yani from way back, na hili kitu tumekuwa tukiongea yani sasa hivyo 20 years plus. So anyway, na feel poa kujua watu kaa nyinyi mko kwa space kama hii, cause saa zingine ukisikia what we get from some of our people, actually the intellectual, when actually in quotes intellectual, think intellectual, they're just actually just quoting our colonizers books that they are intellectual, but hakuna anything intellectual na wanaongea tu kizungu mingi quote hapa nini, because remember Kenya has never been free. Hizo ni vitu za uongo. Kenya has never been free. If Kenya has been free, then Mau Mau right now wangekuwa at least they are rich or living in wealth or kitu kama hiyo. So hakuna vitu kama hizo. Kenya is just a hoax. And before udhani wewe ni Mkenya na eti unatetea kitu yoyote called patriotism, if you think that's the fight, wacha nitoe hiyo nini, because hapa inaonekana inahitaji mazetu hapa panahitaji tough love, na tuache kudanganyana hapa. Our weakest link ni hawa watu wanajiita intellectuals. Hawa are our weakest link, because hawa ndio the people wenye wametoka from nini, our colonizers institutions, na wanadhania they've got some knowledge. You don't have, hauna knowledge, una quote your colonizers. That's why mkianza kusema hapa story eti sijui tuanze kufuata constitution, sijui tuanze, that's bullshit. Tunafaa kama ni kuandika constitution, tuandike constitution according to our African nini morals. Do you need a paper to be morally right? Do you need a religion to be morally right? Nasikia wengine nini kitambo, nimetoka kwa space nyingine, unasikia mtu na ama Christian sijui nini. Wewe bana, do you need a religion to be a good person? You do not need religions, you do not need law to understand that something is wrong or right. You need just to be moral with morals. Na kitu imefail Kenya ili collapse in morals kitambo. So ni kitu tunafaa kujiangalia sisi wenyewe. How do you treat other people? Umebreak from other relationships, 16 people umebreak maroho huko, unataka kuja kupatiana nini speech ya Martin Luther? Look at yourselves. It's time we look at ourselves. If you want something national, tunafaa kuangalia, we need first to love each other and forgive each other, because as Kenyans we treat each other the worst. Tuache kudanganyana. Mumekuwa kwa relationships ngapi? Kwanza sisi nini wenye watu wanajiita ma Christian, mimi not a Christian. Niliondokea hiyo ujinga kitambo. Umekuwa kwa relationship ngapi? Umedump watu wangapi? Umetreat hao watu waje? How do we treat each other kwa offices when you're trying to fight for your positions, so ndio upandishwe cheo? How many of you
That's
wanapata kama
very,
sexual
very,
transmitted jobs hapa?
no, very powerful submission there.
Ndio
My
nakwambia Kenya
my
failed
question to you,
long time ago.
Wakanda,
So before we blame
Wakanda.
politicians, first look at yourself. We need to look at ourselves. How do we treat each other?
So Wakanda,
Be
you
the
can hear
change.
me? Can you hear me?
Mimi ni graphic
Can you
designer.
hear?
Nimekuwa nikipatiana ma
Okay.
placards for free.
Okay.
Nimekuwa
JM,
nikipost
si
kwa hizi
uache amalize kuongea alafu uongee.
nani okay, ndio nasema nimekuwa nikipatiana ma placards for free. Ni mimi unaongelesha nini kwa wale ndio?
Hapana, ni JM nasikia kiongea, ndio namwambia ache umalizie, alafu
Angoje.
pia wewe he makes short,
Haya sawa, na
usiongee
try
sana.
unajua lazima nimekawia.
Sorry, I was given Pierre co-host. I thought I needed to make sure that everybody sticks to the 4 minutes. I apologize.
Wanjiru alikuwa, I think she was in another space. Mnaongea story ya arts. Watu wa arts tuko hapa. Nimekuwa nikiandika na inbox watu naambia, hey listen, mimi niliprint my pesa yangu ilifika placards zote tano. Naambia say niache changeni hapa, kuna placards mimi napatia na bure. Hakuna, only another dude from Minnesota jua ni Jero ndo alituma 1200. Anyway, hiyo time itafika, wenye watasupport. Sihitaji, si ni watu spiritual, tunajua vitu zitasonga mbele. But anyway, we need to look at ourselves first. We need to forgive each other before tuitishe sijui ma national sijui cohesion sijui nini. We need to be honest with ourselves, with each other. Watu wanadhania we are fighting Ruto, we are fighting the international community. Tunapigana na states, tunapigana na Britain, tunapigana ndio wanatupiga vita. The laws za farming na laws za mambegu na laws za nini are the Monsanto wamekuwa Mombasa Road for how long? Now for over a decade. Wako na 100 of cases in the US. They are here. Watu kama Russia, they don't allow any GMO. Nimetoka kwa space ingine unasikia sijui jamaa anaongea sijui stories za eti farmers wananid kualawiwa kuchange sijui biotech ya nini DNA. The people wanataka kuchange DNA ni mtu wanakupiga wewe mwenyewe Mwafrika if you don't know, because you are the organic organism and DNA of this earth, na kuna wenye they are not organic here. That's why they are changing the foods nini, na wanakupiga through medicine, through chakula. The biggest poisons are in our supermarkets. The media, our biggest betrayer, where they inaita hizo vitu nini what they call it, lifestyle diseases. They cannot go in deep because pia ni betrayers. So this is a war. This is a war, and the weakest link ni the middle class, wenye wanadhania wanatoka kwa class, maybe they are educated na nini because wametoka kwa institutions zote za colonizers. Hakuna siku swara itapeleka watoto
so even as you learn, even as you learn, Wakanda listen to me. Wakanda listen to me. Wakanda listen to me. You can hear me. Wakanda, can you hear me?
Is their problem.
Wakanda, can you hear me?
AK Saba.
Okay, sawa. Namaliza.
Nini
Okay.
mute kiasi alafu tuongea baadaye.
No.
All right.
Utapata chance nyingine.
I think I don't think he was hearing me because I need to get some clarification from him, but I don't think he can hear me. So we'll probably get him back later because I literally got confused about no, hang on a second, was Orlando. Please give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just needed to get the clarity from him, his connection with the 5 allegations he has made, and I was writing them down, in the connection with our Nane aftermath. And I think it's critical for us to be on the same page. And for the record, I'm also a farmer in Kenya, by the way. And I'm also like somebody who has
Just
been
go to the
involved. No,
point. Just go.
hang on a second. No. Was Orlando, because I think you keep challenging me when I'm trying to really clarify what people are saying, and I don't think we are going in the right direction. And I apologize that I'm not going to allow that unless the the host tell me not to co-host. So I apologize for that because I don't think it's going in the right direction. So let's have Katana make a submission in the context of the Nane aftermath and what you feel we need to do, because I know Wanjiro has to go, and what you really suggest that we need to improve, and what practical steps we need to take now as we move forward. Katana, please. Katana. Okay, so Katana is not there. Let's have a Secret, and then Wanjiro would share final thoughts, and then we let her rest, because I know it's probably very late. I don't know which country she's in, so I don't even. That's why I think. Yeah. So Secret, can you go?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for staying this early or late. I was just talking to one of my kins, and I was telling him that people are not sleeping yet at 3 o'clock in the morning, and well, at different times. And this, even if we are just 10 of us who are remaining here, this means that there is, like, anybody in government should be very worried that at this time of the morning or of the night, Kenyans are still discussing on how to get good governance or how to oust the government. And this means a lot of things, by the way. This means, if I was like in Ruto's place and Kenyans are not sleeping doing this, I would be so worried. This is a good thing, by the way. I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that people have said because I already made my submissions a little bit earlier. I think, in the spirit of going forward, AK4 Saba, I don't know if that's the name, he has talked about very important things. I think we need to work on ourselves as Kenyans. And the first thing that we need to do is to do reconciliation that is not initiated by politicians. We need to forgive ourselves as people. We need to start our own reconciliation, our own healing that is not done by Raila Odinga or Ruto, or those superficial prayers that politicians make in state house that is politically aligned. We need to talk as Kenyans. We need to meet each other from a local level. We need to even, that's the only way that we are going to even deal with this thing of tribalism, because it is deeply embedded. Guys, this story of tribalism, I can tell you that it is not as shallow as some of us think. This thing is so deep. It is so deep that as Kenyans, we need to talk to each other. No, we should not allow. The only reason why it has even gotten into a worse place is because we have allowed people like Raila and Ruto and Uhuru and those big wigs to start conversations of tribalism. These are things that we need to talk about them ourselves as Kenyans. We need to even form like groups of Luos and Kikuyus and Kalenjins and Luyas, and just talk to each other on local levels. Leave alone those the ones that I see. I don't know. Kikuyu elders have gone to Bondo, and no, that is not the kind of reconciliation that I'm talking about. I'm talking about us as local people talking to each other at local levels. Youths, and learning things and telling and teaching each other things, because I've realized that Kenyans, most of them have not done the internal work. We still have a lot of things that we need to work on as a people. Why am I saying this? And by the way, history is very important. When you look at the history even of Mau Mau, you realize that the person who killed Dedan Kimathi was not a white man. It was one man called Ian Dirangu. You know, we have this tendency of us as Black people not talking to each other and so betraying each other in so many ways. And you know, it is a chain that keeps on repeating itself. And you will see it even here amongst ourselves. When we started this war, it was all, you know, we are all determined to fight this monster of bad governance. All of a sudden it changed. Now we are infighting amongst ourselves. We have gone back into our tribal cocoons. Why? Because we are a people who don't have strong principles. We do not have strong principles. And so it is so easy. It is so easy to pick 50 bob over going for something that is sustainable or values that will keep our generations for years. And that is what we should. This thing is so deep, by the way. It is so deep. When I'm from the lake, and when you go back home to my village, and you start talking to my people, some of the people who have not, most of them, by the way. Do you know that in my village, if you even go and say that Raila is wrong, there are people who can even beat you up? I'm serious. That is how deep this issue is. The issue of tribalism is so deeply embedded that we cannot continue allowing politicians to be the ones to run even this issue of tribal things. We should pick it up as local people, as local mwananchi. We are the ones who are now supposed to even start this. These are Luo people who are now Luo youths who are eating with Kikuyu youths who are who are who are killing this whole nonsense of tribalism. It should start from us. It should not be a thing of, I don't know, Raila Odinga is bringing some, I don't know what, to Bondo and these other people, because we know that it is all drama that they do. You know, we are the ones who should even tell.
Let me ask a quick question in the same context. So you probably proposing that Wanjiro should start eating my fish and I should start eating the hamokimo. But let me ask you this is my question. I'm just saying that for the sake of it. So you think in the current dispensation of the movement that is going on, do you feel like the challenge we are facing in this movement, then, which has brought us to Nane, the June 25th and everything, is this because of the tribal inclinations that we have lived with based on our parents? I mean, my next birthday probably in the 50s. Please, for the sake, I have to tell Shege that so that I can make him feel bad. So my thinking is this. My question is this: the current movement, which is of course birthed by the Gen Z, but of course is morphing into, you know, the national movement. Do you feel like this is more of a tribal movement to cure a tribal inclination, or is a movement to cure something else outside of tribalism? Meaning, regardless of who you are, we are asking for good governance. We are asking for you to be not to be corrupt. We're doing this because when I have people who have not Gen Zs, who start getting into my age group, which I don't know where I've already told you what my age is, then we start talking about tribal. Do you think this movement is about curing a tribal problem, or are we curing something else? That's where I
Let me
get confused.
Thank you.
Help me.
Let me answer that. We started. The call was on good governance. Call was on rejecting finance bill, but again, it was, if you look at it, it was about good governance. But now you ask yourself, why are we even demanding good governance? What is that problem that we are diagnosing? The problem that we are diagnosing is tribalism, which is the greatest cancer in our country, that has even led to this idea of bad governance. The greatest cancer, by the way, that we have in our country, that is feeding all these bad things that we have, is tribalism. Because if that is why we even have like when we raise an issue of good governance, the next thing that Ruto did was to bring us tribal kingpins. Why do you think that Ruto brought to us tribal kingpins? We were not asking people who to come and we were demanding simple things that countries that have mature democracies and those that have evolved, it's not even, you don't even have to dialogue for the things that these children were talking about, you know? But Ruto, in his own wisdom, because he understands the politics of the country, he went ahead and brought to us tribal kingpins. Why? Because they understand what is ailing the country. They know what has captured our country. They know where if they touch, nobody is, the demonstrations are going to fade. And did they succeed? Yes, they did succeed, because now after they brought to us tribal kingpins, what did we see? We saw a few people standing and telling us that, you know what, we were with you on 25th, but now we are very happy because tukondani kabisa ya serikali. Ruto he knows. That's a political genius. The poorest leader that we have, but a serious political genius. And so he knows.
But we are playing into their game. Secret, listen to me. We are playing into their game. We really falling into their hands. The
Okay.
conversation we are having. Give me.
We can be here forever.
Yeah.
You know what? Please
Yeah.
allow me to say something.
Yes.
You know what? Tribalism is a symptom of bad governance, just like many other things. Tribalism was also introduced by the colony as part of divide and rule, which was part of bad governance, just like corruption, just like all the other things. Disrespect for the constitution, it's just a symptom. We are fighting bad governance, including tribalism. He just brought a thing that we hold on to, which is tribalism. It is a symptom of bad governance. Let's not debate that here. I think the purpose of this conversation was Nane aftermath. What's the way forward? May I take us back to the subject of this conversation? And I would like to make a submission so that I can go. It's 3:30 in Cape Town, and I need to be in court tomorrow morning. Actually, this morning.
You can wait.
Yes, please. Yeah. The floor is yours.
Please.
Oh, okay. I thank you very much for allowing me to just make my final submission. I want to echo what Shege and JM was saying. You know, I've been listening to this space. I said this is my favorite space because it goes on at night, and I'm also a night owl. I work very late in the night, and I've been listening to a lot of the young spaces, and sometimes I do speak, and I get kicked off sometimes when I try to say, let's bring in structure, policies, order, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because just like a company, apart from being an attorney, I do run organizations and companies. I'm an entrepreneur. A company has to be run by different people with different gifts in different generations and genders, because any organization needs to bring, it's a melting pot of different talents. So whether it's men, women, different racial groups, different ages, because everybody brings something to the table. Just like in as much as the Gen Zs went to the streets, just like the Mau Mau, at the end of the day, it needed to bring in another energy to kind of breathe in some sort of structure and some sort of long-term thinking that was going to take us to the next stage. Just like if you think about the dot-com companies, the dot-com companies were started by very young people who were like, bravado, let's do this. But what was their longevity? They went bust very quickly until they were rescued by the companies that had what is called long-term strategy, 5-year plans, 10-year plans, etc. So that is why any organization needs to bring in different talents, different genders, different energies, so that everybody can put their thinking together. And I think that's what this Gen Z movement has become, a Gen Zote. And I think that's where we are at. We're at that point of maturity. And I'm glad that we're at that point where we can now bring all our thoughts together. And we're happy that We are now part of this family. So now I want to address something what Zalendo said. I don't want us to make assumptions about anybody. Like you, JM, I actually voted in the 90s. So yes, I am there. Yes. I don't want to make assumptions about anybody out there. I do believe in reaching out to everybody as long as we can make this circle bigger. So I will reach out to Amerix. I don't want to make assumptions about anybody. I will reach out to Amerix. I will reach out to anybody that I can bring in to make this circle bigger, because we did agree that we're going to try and see how big we can make this circle, because the bigger the better. I'm not afraid of hearing no. I don't care. I know rejection. I have not come this far in my life being afraid of no, and I've not come this far in my life as making assumptions about people, right? This is about Kenya. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than my pride. It's bigger than my fears. So I will reach out to anybody. If anybody here can reach out to other groups, I've reached out to Jelani already, and she's responded to me. We're going to talk tomorrow. She'll bring in her network, right? I'm going to reach out to Amerix. I've gotten his number just as we were speaking. I'm going to call him tomorrow. Anybody else who can reach out to everybody else, let's have a big space, because I think we all will want to build a Kenya that works for everybody. Those who don't want to, don't want to. Okay? So that's, I think, how I want to close. So I think that for me is my final submission. If anybody else can reach out to people who have got bigger networks so that we can do that space where we share our bigger strategy, please let me know.
Yeah, Wanjiro.
Okay.
Reach out to Marge as well. Eh?
I'll reach out to
Marge. Shege, Marge was my co-host for 2 years. By the way, we co-hosted.
Okay, so Wanjiro, I want to
so we'll get Marge on board, and then of course,
okay,
and then
because I want to release.
Right.
I want to release Wanjiro. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Can
even
please
no,
one
even
person speak when you guys are speaking to people at the same time?
Okay. Who will reach out to Marge? Shage.
I'll talk to
JM,
right now.
She's his co-host now.
She has no problem like that. And Jelan and I we have co-hosted. So when Jiro reach out to Jelan, she'll be complete. She's completely sold out into the movement. She's all attracted. And then before Shege kicks me out, because I know he's about to do that. You have 2 daughters, I have 2 sons. So let's have a conversation on the side in another space. So please get my number, please.
Okay, I will also reach out to Mizani 254.
Mizani is my co-host. What the heck? You go. Anyways,
okay, good. Okay, great.
No. Reach out to Mizani. Mizani, we built the Mizani together.
Then reach out to him. Reach out to him.
By the way, but no. By the way, I needed to disclose that I was the Ustawi 54 that I closed. We co-hosted the first meeting of the housing issue, where we had Ruto and my friend Hinga, and we had over 40,000 for the first time that we hosted. So Mizani and myself, we were actually called Mizani ya Ustawi. We even did like an actual physical conference in Kenya a few months ago. So yeah, Wanchiro, let's reach out to Mizani. I think now we have a good working relationship. Now we are good. This is exciting. This is what I've been looking for.
Let's
what
do
the
it.
Heck? Shege, mbona unaficha watu wazuri alafu Shege is like
JM,
that.
You should be following me. This good things happen in this space. Wajiro, we've been enough.
No, I already followed you.
JM, we've been in enough spaces with you. I've always loved your presentations. What is going to continue happening here is what I normally call root cause analysis. It's what we are doing, and tribalism is being identified as one of the root causes. But you and I know that it's more than tribalism. It's more than one face. It's multifaceted. So we will continue with other things.
It's tribalism, but it's more than Ruto. I want you to define it that way.
Exactly.
There's tribalism, but it's more than one person.
And also corruption. The tribalism is one, tribalism manifests itself in corruption, but corruption also has many facets. So we will continue with this root cause analysis. I think all of us are important, but I love AK44 Saba's presentation because of this admission, and Wajiro, you're a lawyer, I'm an engineer. JM probably thinks I'm younger, but we're probably age mates because I also voted in the 90s. So
No, you know,
it's okay, it's okay,
you're
JM, it's okay.
you're a
Just
kid.
chill. I want to release Wajiro. So the point I want to make is that we know that professions have been used to create this class culture in our society. And if we are going to demand that the church confesses and does penance, professionals need also to do the same. So I applaud AK for Saba for that. And for me, I'll start with apologizing for engineers because engineers have let us down. And likewise, we should be that honest and we should be that open to criticism. And let us all remember to bring in Gen Z into whatever conversation we're going to have. Young as they might be, they are probably the most innocent and clean in everything. Thank you so much, Wajiro, for being here. I want to release you.
Also, Hilary Goddy, can I reach out to him, or does anybody have him?
Who?
Hilary Goddy.
Oh, reach out to Hillary. God.
Yeah,
That's another
just
big
write
deal.
down his name and then we'll find somebody who knows him.
No, Hillary. Oh, reach
I've got him. I've got him.
reach out to Hillary.
I've got Hillary.
Yep.
I've got Hillary.
If you have, if
Hi,
you have
guys.
much, you have Hillary, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Wanchiro, did you get my number? Just let's chat on the side in the morning when you
JM,
wake up.
I've sent you a WhatsApp. I've sent you a WhatsApp already.
Oh, you already did?
What's that? What, guys, tuko kuna venye like at this how we are doing it, we are like specific three, four people who are just speaking. There are people who are down here and they are waiting for the whole time and just listening. Kuna venye ikai and fear. So let's like just like kuna venye watu wapatane DM.
Let's just let Wajiro go so that we can move on. Thank you. Thanks, Wajiro. Aya, JM.
Yeah, mi niko sawa sasa nimebaki. So the point I was making is that I think the progress today, action items, assigning people what they need to do, for me, it's the place where I come from, where like I want to make sure that who's gonna do what, how do we move forward, and all that. So thank you so much for allowing that to happen. And as you bring people on, please, as they share their experience, their thought, what they're gonna contribute, it doesn't have to be anything. Whether they are mobilizers, they are whatever it is, let's just build a certain coalition that boosts. Sorry, sasa unaona accent yangu anyway.
So Chege,
Yes, sema wazalendo.
si uangalie mtu mwingine anaweza hapa hivi ongea manzi. Tumeongea hapa tu tunazunguka na watu sijui
Nilikuwa
wangapi,
nataka secret.
kizungu mingi.
Alafu
I was guys, you guys catch me when I was speaking.
Yeah, we did. Sorry, Sigret.
Yeah,
We needed. I just wanted us to finish off with Wanjiro so that she could go. Please come. And then who else?
Yeah.
Who's next? Wazalendo, was it you or who next?
Hapana, mi hata as in there is AK4 na kuna The Real Joe, kuna David Walk, kuna Kimere, kuna Katana, kuna wase bado wanangoja kubonga.
But Sigret, tuanze na wewe, wengine watainua mikono. Naona Afande yuko hapa.
So naweza ongea Chege.
Yeah, ni wewe Secret unaweza bonga.
Okay. So, okay, where was I? So I was just saying, I was saying, and that's a hill I'm ready to die on. We need to work on how we can teach our people to unlearn certain things, and for me, I've taken responsibility to do civic education back home to my people, to tell them why it cannot be a chain of who is rejoicing now, who is punishing who the next. We cannot continue like that as a people, and why tribalism is going to choke us and our children, and why we need to come out of it. So that's upon us, by the way. That's upon us to do civic education back home for the people who have seen the light. And that's very important to also say, because so many Kenyans have not worked on themselves. I keep on saying that. I keep on saying that because I keep on talking to so many people. And when I have conversations with people, I realize that there are so many people who have refused to do the hard work of unlearning the things that we were taught, or those that we inherited from our parents, So ni wewe kama umeona light, wasaidie waone ya kwamba ukabila is the greatest cancer that is ailing our country. I don't think I think like the root cause still is tribalism, not bad governance for us. For us as Africans largely, and Kenyans, the biggest cancer that we've had in our country is still tribalism. Yeah. And it is very deep, and it is going to be like a very long way, but we need to do the work. Having said that, I'm happy that now we have action points and we have like things that people are going to work on. I will join people in the IT sector because that's my area. We will see what we can do. But apart from that, like I've also people who are writing. I have a blog that I've been doing. I've written so many stories. I'm also in academia. I've written about our stories, so I keep on sharing. So like whichever place you are in, si lazima hata ukue in like any two place, hata kama tu uko wapi, uko level gani, unafanya kazi gani, it's upon you to take it to heart, that this is a decision that we made as Kenyan youths, that we are going to redeem our country from bad governance. So hata kama wewe, if you're a writer, blog about it. If you're in the media industry, do something. Hata kama wewe tu ni storyteller. I'm so impressed, and I keep on saying that I'm so impressed by what the Kenyan artists are doing, the spoken word artists. Wanaingia kwa magari. It takes a lot of courage, by the way. It takes a lot of courage kuingia kwa magari. You don't even know who is there, and you start talking to Kenyans. I'm so impressed by what the Kenyan artists are doing, and I hope we get into the population keeps on increasing of people who are going into the grassroots levels, kuongea na wazazi wetu, kuongea na watu huko chini mashinani, huko kwa bunge la wananchi. I want Kenyans to history ati sijui I'm not a politician. These people are feeding on the fact that we left politics for them. This idea that politics is a bad thing, and so we have left it for other people. If it is dirty, let us all get dirty with it. That's the only way. Because otherwise, if we leave politics for people who are dirty, that's how they say, okay, let us give it still that bad name, that we keep most of them out of it, and then tuzidi kuwakanyagilia tukiwa huko ndani. But if all of us, we will declare that, you know what, we are all politicians, those people will tutawachok. So it is also upon us Kenyans. Let's not leave politics to these people, to the political class. Let's be active in our country's issues. And sorry.
Just a little bit of correction, my dear. Thanks for your points. Nakumbuka umesema that nini, unaona the problem in Kenya ni tribalism. That's not okay.
Bro,
It's part of the problem,
Kombal,
but it's
get
part of the problem.
okay. No, get closer to your speaker. We're not here. You are a little bit farther from your speaker, please,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Okay, pole. Sasa
Get closer.
unanisikia
Hear you
poa?
clear.
Hello.
Mhm.
Okay.
Almost there.
Okay.
We can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
kitu nilikuwa nasema is that nini tribalism of course was manufactured. Kwanza kuanzia time ya when Kenyatta went to Kisumu and then akarushiwa mayai and all that. Hiyo iko kwa history tu ya Kenya. Anyway, it was manufactured na ikakuwa manufactured mostly na the Kikuyu elite, because the Kikuyu elite ndio wameibia au ndio actually part of the cancer of what Kenya is going through. because wamekon watu wao throughout na wameshinda kudanganya watu wao. Anyway, apart kutoka from hapo, but apart from tribalism, the cancer is that Kenya started on a wrong foot. Kenya ilianza start on a wrong foot that my intellectuals, even the first stanza ya national anthem, the translation inakuwa ni wrong. Unasikia Mungu nguvu yetu, and then kwa kizungu ni oh God of all creation. Wrong translation. Nakwambia simple things. Kenya started just on a wrong foot. Na ilianza na the wrong president, of which maybe ninge prefer maybe Odinga Odinga or maybe another person. Now there was a Kamzungu, he even said it, predicted that hiyo time Kenyatta akichaguliwa akasema Kenya will have a dark future. Kenya started on a wrong foot. Kitu unaona kama bendera ya Kenya ndio the logo. It's a logo of the British company. Jua, the battle we are fighting is an African war. It's not a Kenyan war. Story ya patriotism is all false. Afrika mzima ilidividiwa so that the Wazungus could not go back to fight another war, a World War III, because after World War II walikuwa washaji deplete of all resources and everything. Hawangeweza to go back and fight. So they have to divide Africa and share it among others. Otherwise wangeenda kufight. I say these tribes wakifight amongst themselves wanaitaga world war. Sisi tukifight wanaita tribal wars and militia. And they are the biggest terrorists. So tunafaa kuangalia where pali tunaangalia. There's another nice lady amesema about developed democracy. There is not a developed democracy. Democracy just exists in your dictionary. This world is being ruled by dicks, by nuclear. Unajua weapons ammunition inakaga kambora mwanaume, a dick. The one with the biggest dick ndio ana dictate. This world inakuaga ruled by the strongest. It's not being ruled by democracy. Hiyo ni fallacy na ni fantasy we Mwafrika unafaa kuamka. There is nothing like that. It does not exist. It exists in the media. Nakwambia it exists. Ngoja kidogo brother.
Sikiza. AK47, sikiza where you're going is deeply philosophical, and when Cigarette was presenting, I think it is only fair that you let Cigarette finish, then you can have your time, you give us your presentation, and then we move on, because we are facing so many things and so many speakers that I'd like at least to get the conversation moving, if you don't mind.
Okay, so this is just the second time. Nataka iwe the second na the last. Okay, nasema tu iwe tu ya mwisho na the last. So nasema we need to understand our enemy. We need to understand our enemy. Na tuache kujidanganya na hizi story SG, we need to draft another SG what and what. You're not fighting. We are not fighting Ruto. Ruto is a slave. Ruto is a slave. Ameingizwa na slave master mwingine anaitwa Uhuru. When walikuwa wamekuwa enslaved. We've never really had freedom. So anyway, this time you're gonna have a chance, and I think most of the people are woke to the situation. So we needed to need kuiface na courage. Tunanid kuiface na courage. Na nothing today to me is a success. Na ni success because kuna wenye walikuwa wanataka ku profit from maybe on the revolution ama kujimake famous, unajua tu watu wengine. So anyway, sasa tunafaa to go hard na tuingie into venye tu mzalendo alikuwa anasema maze to go deep. Hizi vitu za top layer hizi hakuna kitu cha solve. Tutaendelea tu ku revolve hapa again and again and again and again. tuna need to kuwa truthful about ourselves. It's morals. Morals zetu are not correct. The way we treat each other. Wasa wangapi unaonaga wanaingia matri wanaanza tu kuzushia konda because wanafikiria wanaweza mzushia na hawawezi zushiwa kwa ofisi zao. Be the change. You be the change. Change tabia yako venye una treat partner yako, venye una treat mfanyikazi wako, huo mtu umemweka kama bot kwa nyumba. Mtreat differently. Mtreat venye wewe unaweza penda kutritiwa. Hivyo ndio venye tutapendana. Si upenda kumwokwa Tanzania. Oh, wa Tanzania like this. They are so good. We actually still boast of our own rottenness. And that's capitalism. Tumechukua from states. That's not advancement. States is the devil himself. Kama tunataka kupotea in obscurity and kabisa, need to follow the West in anything. We have nothing to copy from them. Because morals is the highest standard and the foundation of anything. You don't have morals, hauna family, na family ndio foundation ya any society. Kila kitu itavunjika. Kama hakuna morals, everything will break down. So ni morals. So tuache kuangalia stories sijui eti kutengeneza sijui documents gani, hapana. Tuangalie tu morals zetu na tuache
like
tuko. Thank you.
sounds like a tough
Nimemaliza.
landing.
Guys,
Nimemaliza.
What 30 seconds, Maliza, we go back to cigarette and then we bring it back to the whatever, the other conversation.
Hello. I think okay for Saba, is it the name? I think I'm a Maliza. I don't know.
Maliza, okay, cigarette, please. Okay, sorry, be the cigarette before you, because you know he's spoken and he's gone very philosophical. AK for Saba, mi nitasema tu hivi. Kabla tuende Pluto, tulienda moon, si ndio? Americans and whoever walikuwa na race to the moon, kabla mtu huyu aanze kula githeri lazima kwanza atafuniwe and everything. Let's be cognizant that we are looking at different things, and in fact sisi watu wazima tufikirie Gen Z, how can we break things down for them? I love the last points that you made about being honest, about how vile mtu anatreat mfanyikazi wake, and these are the kind of conversations that I actually like. These are the hyper philosophical things. It takes a bit of time. Just my
Shege,
yes.
I have to agree somehow more or less na AK for Saba, kwa sababu at the end of the day hii situation yote tunajua tuko hapa juu ya nini, ni hawa wazungu hawa wa Amerika ndio uliona venye Ruto hata before story ianze ya revolution amekaa kwa kiti ya huyo Biden anacheka kaa katoto kadogo kamepewa toy for the first time. So at the end of the day it's about this.
It was just a comment. I can give you
I know it was just
what
a comment.
Songe, please.
Najua Shege, it's just a comment, but let's also be real. Like, tuache
yeah, it's okay. We can discuss Ruto sitting on Biden's seat and everything, but I really am not liking the fact that
so let's not put another person comment chini na mwingine juu. Let's respect everybody's opinion. That's just what's my opinion.
Shege and Wazalendo. Ruto never sat on Biden's seat, so let's please don't propagate that propaganda.
He never sat.
So can we? No, okay.
Like,
I was at the White House. Please listen to me. I was at the
he
White
never
House.
sat on the seat.
He never. Please stop that. That's the nonsense I've seen online.
Everything that was online was a lie.
Oh my gosh! I was at the White House when Ruto was there. Okay, so this I get very frustrated when we're having a serious conversation and propaganda comes in. It completely messes our conversation. Can we have Jerry, KD, who have not contributed, talk about Nane and aftermath? Because now we are bringing in some nonsensical conversation. Ruto is nothing to do with the White House. He never sat on. How?
Wow.
We were there. Do you want me to really send personal pictures? I don't know. I don't want to go into that direction. But please, I do not want this thing to degenerate into a thing that I never wanted it to go. But I'm hearing a lot of
Exactly.
things,
Exactly.
and I'm gonna
And
respond. I'm gonna respond to.
everybody should just get their time
So this
and
is
we should respect.
getting frustrating, Shege, for sure. It's getting
Yeah.
frustrating because I'm not having people who are sharing information that is completely not complemented by anybody. I was there, Dr. Otiso was there, Cherono was there. We were all there at the White House. We were invited. We stood outside. He never sat on anybody's seat. So I've seen it online, and I'm like, what the heck? How did this even come about? So was Zalendo?
Then
I
what a
cannot even.
coincidence that he's now against us as his people and he's rolling with the American government. What a
Nobody's
coincidence.
against you. What we are against ourselves right now.
It's
Let's
not
talk
against
about
me.
after.
It's against Kenya. Hello, we're here for Kenya.
Nobody's against
JM,
Kenya.
this is not going to go
Nane
anywhere.
Nane did
JM,
not go. Nane Nane
I know you
Nane
can.
Nane was Zalendo.
JM,
Was Zalendo.
See, you guys,
JM,
you
I
are
think
there.
we can rise above this. Wazalendo, let us just allow Sigrid to finish, and then you'll get your chance, and
Sawa, sawa.
when the time
Tucheke,
comes, please.
venye tucheke amesema. Ngoja kidogo cheke. Venye tu wazalendo amesema. You guys, you are there. As venye you are there, unasema wazalendo, maybe unaona opinions za wazalendo inaweza kuwa ni propaganda. Audience, the audience wenye mnanisikiza saa hii, nilisema hii kitu kwa the first talk nimepata hapa. Our weakest link ni hawa educated middle class, ama hawa watu wanasema wako educated.
Okay, AK47 and Wazalendo. You guys have forced me to do something I
Mbona
hate
mnamute
doing.
manzi?
I hardly mute people. Okay, I'm not in the
Sawa,
habit of doing
mute.
that. No, skiza AK47, please. I don't do it. I normally like calling people to order, and they just follow the order. AK47, you've spoken. Let us allow Sigret to talk, and if you want, you will get another chance. Sigret, tafadhali maliza.
Thank you, Chege. I clearly don't understand why, because I somehow felt it was disrespectful because I am talking and there's a co host who should call people to order and people are just talking here and there. These are the kind of things that we
I
are
apologize.
against. Yeah, it was so disrespectful, by the way. Them who are interfering with my
If someone is
space, and I
interjecting,
don't. Yeah.
if someone is
Anyway,
interjecting, I allow kidogo, but they should respect. And this has gone way too far. I'm sorry.
exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your direction. Please, guys, let's be orderly. Anyway, I was saying before I was interjected by AK for Saba, of which it's not like I disagree with him. I think whatever he was saying was not even, it's not like that deep because we all know, like, we all know we are in a capitalism. We all know from all angles, whether it is academia, whether it is what, we have the world order and we understand that. And it's not even deep. That is, well, for me, I understand. And that's why I was just bringing it locally and saying, without going so much into what the other people are doing, what can we do as Kenyans? And that's where I brought the issue of let's go and do civic education kama itawezekana, so that our people can understand where we converge as a people, I also say that I really do appreciate what the spoken artists are doing and other Kenyan artists are doing to reach out to the people, to the common man. I've seen a lot of Bunge la Mwananchi people talking to each other, and that's a good thing to do. And so now, because we had, in fact, divided ourselves, I wasn't really so on when people were talking about the strategies, but I know that people are already talking. Where can you contribute as an individual? I hope that is now going forward, we might have to employ our strengths. Najua, everybody has a strength. Kila mtu ako na strength. If you cannot speak, you can write. If you cannot write, you can mobilize, you can do something, you know. So it is something that we are called upon now to take this issue to heart. To find, but then even in books, myself, I told you about blogging about the issues that have been going on in our country, and even sharing it with people that I have here at the currently I'm at the University of Edinburgh. I've shared a lot of things. By the way, I went to London for demonstrations, and even going there through those airports, I carried my flag and I was telling people, you know, this is what Ruto. I was making sure that I expose this man Ruto to everybody who cares to hear me out. And this is what like we should do. We should take this thing to heart, you know. We should do everything that we can to just improve things, back in our country. That is what I was saying. And also something that I wanted to reiterate, because I had already mentioned it. It is going to be a long run, because the person that we are dealing with, and now these two people that we are dealing with, Raila and Ruto, these are psychos. These are lethal politicians, you know. And so normal ways, legal ways and normal ways and moderate ways might not work. That one is something that we should also know, that we are dealing with people who are very rogue for the first time in our country. Well, not for the first time, but we are living in one of the scariest times of our country. The last time I saw somebody dressed like the Kenyan police that I saw today was when Dusit attack happened in Westlands. That's when I saw Al Shabaab dressed with, you know, they're covering their faces. And now it is now that during these demonstrations, that I've again seen our Kenyan police dressed like having Al Shabaab images, things that we only see with terrorists, you know. So we are living in very scariest times. We're also living in times when it is back now, the Moi age, where we were being told wall serve years. Right now, you cannot just be free. You cannot speak your mind because you don't know where Ruto's people are, where Raila's people are, you know, and when they can abduct you. So when giving out and rolling out the strategies that we have, we should also know that we are dealing with very rogue people, and normal strategies might not work. We can, for example, say that we want our people to go and take votes, you know, ID cards and register as voters. But remember that this is a man who has captured opposition, he has captured parliament, he has captured judiciary, he has captured literally everywhere. And so there's likelihood that this man is going to capture IBC. So what happens in that case? You know, those are the things that when we are rolling our strategies, we must think about, okay, we have this first option where we are going to follow the normal rules. We are going to go legal ways, you know. We are going, for example, to have a conversation. But this is a rogue government and a rogue opposition, and they've come up they've come together to gang against us. Now, in such situations, what are our options B and C? And that's why in the previous space, I talked about us employing things like propaganda as a tool, because not because
Secret.
we are lawless.
One minute, wrap up.
Yes. Well, let me wrap up and say thank you for the space, and let me allow somebody else to continue. Thank you.
I finished that last point in the other spaces where you get just take a minute to finish that point. I like the point.
Oh, okay. It's just that I don't like disorder, and if you tell me to stop, I'll stop. But let me finish. I talked
You have
about
a minute. You have
propaganda
a
as a
minute.
tool.
Don't panic. 1 minute.
All right. Okay. Um, I talked about propaganda as a tool, and I say that because the person that we are dealing with is rogue. You know, it's not somebody. It is not the normal times that you are telling people, "Hey, do this." Imagine that man. He has not constituted IBC, not because something is lacking. No, it is deliberate. He's still looking at who can I put here, so that who can fix for me these elections. You know, who can we use with this man Raila Odinga? Who I don't know. I don't even want to call his name. He bores me to death. Huh? But those are the things that they're now crafting. It is very deliberate. And so these are the kind of people that we are dealing with. And how do we deal with psychos and narcissists who are like that? Those are when we are rolling our strategies, those are the things that we are supposed to think about. Yes, we have the constitutional route, the legal ways that we want to follow. But what if they fail? Can we also go down to their level to play politics, not necessarily getting into being politicians and all that, but can we employ things like, for example, propaganda? Can it work for us? Those are the things that I mentioned when I was given chance. Yeah, so that is what I was thinking about. Thank you again, Chege.
Thank you very much, Secret. Once more, I apologize. I decided to drop Wazalendo and AK-47 just so that we can have a little bit of structure. You guys, if you want to come back, please request the mic. I'll bring you back up. Secret, asante sana. KD, Jerry, you've been waiting. Mic check. Are you guys there?
Yes, I'm
Yep.
here.
Fantastic. KD, are you there? Mic check.
Yes, sir. I'm right
Fantastic.
here.
Okay, let's have KD. Let's have Jerry first, ladies first, then KD. Alafu tutakuja kwa Afande Salimika. Secret, you guys can drop, and David, if you're good, then I'll be bringing up the next set of speakers. Karibu Jerry.
Asante, thank you so much, Chege. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to stick to the topic of the day, that is Nane aftermath. I'm in the US, but I was following, and I'm trying to support the much I can do. So I followed some other spaces earlier, and kind of people were frustrated, but I want to say that I believe that there was a lot of success. The fact that this day brought everything to a standstill in Nairobi. Though the police played a major role to do that, it is a good thing that they were terrified to a point of also participating in bringing things to a standstill. Now, probably people didn't turn out as we may have hoped they would have done. And that is why maybe we should ask ourselves questions: what next? Yeah, like some of us have said here, personally, I would like to say that I know that Ruto is a warlord, and he'll go to any extent, do anything to benefit him. So, but that does not mean that we should be terrified or be afraid. Some of us have been here. I've voted in the 90s, and I have a good record of the struggle for multi-party democracy, all the way to the new constitution, and this far we've come. So it will take our resilience to get somewhere. Okay, I know we had high hopes today, but still, I am not surprised that we did not get to a point of maybe Ruto resigning. And thinking about what I think about him, I do not think he's a kind of a person that may resign. But I think he can be pushed to the wall to a point that other government entities decide that, even the army, that this is too much. Okay? So I think we should not stop. So some of the things that people have said here, I want to approve of that. Now, about propaganda. Now, it's not just propaganda. Now, we have IT people here. Guys, it is high time you start highlighting the negative things that are happening in Kenya, and even do your best and bring down the economy, we are not benefiting anything. Our children are not going to school. We cannot access, those who are in Kenya cannot access medical health services. I mean, the roads are in bad condition. So good or bad economy is not to our advantage. So it is high time we bring it down. We take Kenya to factory reset. So tell investors they don't need to be in Kenya. Start flying flyers across the internet and tell them not even to fly into Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Now, sometimes back I landed there and I was like terrified. It was in the night. The plane stopped somewhere in the dark and some bus came and I was thinking you can even be kidnapped right inside the airport. So what I'm thinking, let us show the world what Kenya is. Now, I went home the other day and I used some bus stop hapa hizi magari za Nyahururu hapo. And I found they are stopped using M-Pesa, so they're asking you to withdraw money, ulipe cash. Now, let us tell Kenyans to stop using M-Pesa as much as they can because M-Pesa, Safaricom is also financing Ruto. Now, if we can tell Kenyans to stop paying their loans, what is the worst that can happen if you don't pay your loans? You just appear in CRB. I mean, I've been in Kenya for many years. Nothing big happens when you don't pay, especially if you work in the government. Nothing big happens. Let us slow them down. If we can persuade Kenyans to stop renewing their licenses, if we can persuade the businessmen in Gikomba not to pay Sakaja for any licensing, if we can do that, if we can try as much as possible and limit the amount of money going to Zakayo, we will get somewhere. Now, the other thing that I have gathered today, I was impressed to see some politicians on the streets today. I think I saw Jimmy Wajingi, I saw Mother Karua, and I saw this young man called Kasamuel. What am I driving to? Now, sometimes earlier, maybe we have been here saying we don't want politicians, we don't want these old politicians. Now, those of us who may be Christians and have read about Paul, Paul said that some people preached for many reasons. Others preached because of their pride, others preached Jesus because they wanted to show off. But then he said, anyway, they all preached Jesus. Now, right now, we don't have to start thinking that kuna mtu mwana anatafuta cloud ati hatumtaki kwa hii group. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for saying ati this guy is trying to popularize himself so that he can vie for presidency. We don't have time for that. Now, if the guy can dare the devil and go to the streets, if the guy can dare the devil and finance protests, we need those people. We need those people that can call Kamkunji meetings. We need those people that can go to Uhuru Park and now mobilize people and call them in Uhuru Park. We need everybody. Now, I want to appreciate the Gen Z. I love these young people because they began this movement. But now time has come. We're going to work together. So, bloggers, we have bloggers who can be part of us. Bring them on board. So next time we're having space meetings, if you want the space to have, there's a time I came to the space meeting and I found about 90,000 people listening. And I think the numbers began going down. Now, let us bring back these people. Let us call the Karuas. Today I saw another presidential candidate who was there. I like to listen to Njiru, the lawyer. I like to listen Njiru, I think Ndegwa Njiru or Njiru Ndegwa, something like that. Now, call the Wanjigis, call the Kasamuel. We hatuna time ya kuanza kuambiana ati huyu mtu anateta ndio asimame president. When that time comes, we shall decide whom we shall vote for. Okay? Anybody who can dare the devil and join us on the streets, let us bring them on board, call them to these meetings, okay? Now, let us even have them now. If they can plan Kamukunji meetings on the streets, let us back them. We got to use all fronts. We got to make sure that we discredit this government down to the village, pale kwa nyanya yangu. We discredit it kabisa kabisa mpaka in the next 6 months Ruto anatamani kuenda tu. We must make sure the economy is so unstable, that there will be no paycheck for the police and the army. Finally, I have been saying this. I know Ruto dogs are here, and I hope they're listening carefully, and they got to listen this. Now, William Samoei Ruto, had been indicted for crimes against humanity. He's a warlord. Hajaacha hii tabia zake, anafikiria yeye akona more balls than other men. Now, let him listen carefully. Let Kindiki listen carefully. Let Bungei listen very carefully. And former AG Kome, wasitulete kutuambia they don't know who killed who. When all this drama is over, some of us will go to the end of the world to make sure that these people appear in a court of law for the murder and the killing of our children in Kenya. Sasa wa Kenya naomba musishtuke. This will come to the end. So we're gonna fight. We need to fight at all fronts. And those who felt discouraged today, as I conclude, no, this is not a battle. This is a war, and we must win this war. Asanteni sana. I want to stop there.
Wow, thank you so much Jerry. KD, karibu kwenye mic. Mambo?
Poa sana. Jerry, I'm changing my password right now. Because it seems you're bootlegged. Thanks everyone who's here. It's really inspiring. I want to give you a very funny stats that you guys will be surprised. The best time to be on this space is between 3 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the morning. The worst time to be on this space is between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. You think about it. And the best advice I can give anyone, don't just listen to this space when it is live. Sometimes go and listen to these spaces. You will learn so many things. That's how I've come to learn on how to tackle so many things that I end up sharing with everyone, whether they make
Okay.
sense or not.
So what time is it right now? I need to be sure what time I need to be listening to this. What time is it right now?
This is the best time to listen to this show. If you have been
Okay.
following the guys who have spoken back to back to back, it's
Jesus,
kind of like say just
to
started
get
picking
white
up.
people. Okay, I got confused. I'm
It's
like, what's the correlation between time and wisdom? Like, why you have?
let me finish, please. If you cut me, I'll lose everything I have to say. Then you can ask me once I'm done. Okay? Thank you. So my points are very much in line with what Jerry has said. And one brotherly advice I can give everyone, please, before you get the mic and talk, remember there's someone who is more informed than you are. There's someone who's more learned than you are. There's someone who can teach you something that you may think you know that you do not know. So the way I usually approach everything is sometimes when you guys talk, I just do some fact checking. And there are so many people who even talk behind the tents, and they actually shed so much light. But the worst disease we have in the country right now, I think it's in the whole world, is relativism. I am more right than you are. I know truth more than you do. My point is more valid than yours. No, you are wrong. I am right. That is the main reason why we are actually having this type of fight. We ujui mimi najua. We yako ni wrong, mi niko right. And guess what? We cannot go anywhere. The only way we'll get to win this fight is by uniting, coming together, whether you are of my same religion, same tribe, same age group, same. I've been on this space since 9 o'clock. Since 9 o'clock. There's a lady who came and talked about someone that I think has just fizzled when she left. She talked about classism. And guess what? If you listen to the news today, the businessmen in Nairobi came and they said, hii maandamano inatuchokesha. Waende, we want to do our job. Guess what? It basically means everyone for themselves. Kila mtu ajishughulikia maisha yake. And you cannot live in a country like that when you have people who are actually classifying themselves in the name of, well, as long as I can open the doors of my business and I'm running okay. Safaricom says, well, as long as they buy their airtime, mini kopoa. Wase wa matatu waseme, well, so long as watalipa bus fare, wase wa boda boda and all that etc to kopoa. Chege comes and says, well, as long as I open my space and guys join in, I'm okay. We won't move forward. You have to put aside your pride and think of it from the perspective of This is a cancer that is affecting the entire system. Right now, I cannot come and say my name is KD and JM or Chege is not part of me. We are we are the Kenya. We are the people who are getting affected. You know, it's very shocking and surprising in a good way when Jerry can come talk about things I was just about to say. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Great minds think alike. So don't come with the mindset of hapana, mimi ninajua, wewe point yako ni wrong. I think it's good to have the humility of saying, I'd rather asking, what do you guys think? Ninafikiria hivi, je, mnaonaje? You know, but the one thing we have amongst us, is division. Kila msia kona mindset ya mimi ninajua kukuliko. For today, I wanted leo nitaongea na uchungu because I think today was one of those days we were to sit down and think of it from the perspective of, okay, ilikuwa Nane, we've done ABC and D. Even after the Nane guys come, manze tumeanguka jo, manze tulihata. We missed it. Kuna wasa wamefungiwa cell. Hii space ikifunguliwa KOT was talking about wase wako cell hawajakula. Someone was clubbered in the head wanna bleed. Wase wa media guys are actually like say bombarding media. Media is being gagged by this president. You know, these cops, they have to know one thing. Before Ruto became president, we had a policing system. And even after Ruto leaves, we'll have a same policing system. So they can do whatever they're doing right now, but guess what? The system will always be there. The problem we have in the country is there's a system that is getting into our system that is not giving us what is expected, which is everybody is just misusing the Kenyan constitution. Point number 2. I'm going to be so precise today because I don't want to get so much ranty and all that. These spaces have been a very good idea, but I think it's about time we just evolve. Why do I say this? The 25th Mandamano was very successful because it was a very good attack. Ilikuwa ni kama terrorism attack. Let me use that bad example. Nobody expected. And then eventually, we have spoken even about IT and doing ABC, and guess what? Someone is just listening somewhere. And guess who's going to do the dirty work? It's still us, the people who will get employed by this government to go and counter. So we're giving them information. For us to say we're planning on a Nane and it not to be successful, they barricade all the roads. They had everything we said. We claim to say we are more learned. What do we need to do? Come up with a way we can be able to communicate without getting to know what we are planning, so that you can be able to have your confidentiality. Otherwise, this is all but burning middle night oil, and it's not going to give us anything. Sahii tumekaa hapa, si tujui wanapanga nini. Already tushasema, tutaandamana kila siku. They already have a plan B. You know, today's whatever was very good, but I think they played good chess on us. So I think even Chege, as you plan on getting all the influencers and everything, my suggestion, I don't think it's a good idea doing it on this space. Or get a point whereby you can be able to realize when someone is supposed to give a very diplomatic point, even mute, inbox mwambie, wacha tuongee kando because we need to hold back this. Those are what you call your arsenals. Otherwise, you'll come up with a very good, magnificent plan and then it gets exposed, then neutralized. Everything just goes shambles in Asia Evo. It will not help us at all. You know, our aim is not to attack and fight the government. Our aim is for a better country. And if we can get that in mind, we'll always have points that we can even have them printed as a blueprint for the generations ahead of time. How did we start? This was our point A, this is how we got to this, and this is how we're going to get to point XYZ. Gen Zs, we are not doing this war for us to get the results today. We may not be able to see the merits. Itachukua muda. So let's have the patience, because hata ndio wase wakuja waseme today was a failure is because everyone tulikuwa na matumaini ya leo lazima tutafika wapi, tutafika State House. It didn't work out. We all get frustrated instead of thinking what is the plan B. All right. So my plea for all the groups and all your planning, I think it's good if someone's mic is on, please. It's good if the big wigs just even form a kikao on the side. You guys plan on everything. Let's have a good decorum whereby guys can actually come and sit down and think of, these are the pointers. How do we tackle A, B, C, and D? And even me, a small wig, when I come into the group, I need not to ask for the microphone for me to listen. Let me just accept and believe the fact that when someone said 3 weeks ago that we need to have a leader, they did not mean having a head. They meant having someone to give us a direction, which is exactly what we are talking about right now. So we are all headed the same direction, but some of us are taking the long route. The Israelites fought for 40 years. Jericho walizunguka mara saba. You know, Mau Mau, 7 years. It will not be gained, but we need to have the focus of knowing this is what we need to achieve. We all need to know our goal. So if we have this mindset of, no, I know I'm right, I'm going to do what I feel, think about it. This is one space. How many other spaces are open? And we're thinking of, oh, let's do one group, whatever, together. This other group, guys, are doing their own thing. Another group, someone is talking of no to the mandamano kesho. We will not be on the same whatever. You're attacking artists. They had a very good space on Wednesday. And I think on Monday or Tuesday. A very productive, and I was like, wow. Guys even spoke on why they are not able to be out there and what they are planning. But because we are always on X doing A, B, C, and D, we don't know what the lawyers are doing. We don't know what the opposition whatever. As in, there are guys who are just working under the scenes, the doctors, the teachers, wase wa boda boda, wase wa matatu. Guys are tired. Like, it's not just we who are on X spaces all the time. Guys in the diaspora, everyone is thinking of how do we get these big elephant in the room skinned and out of our way. So me, I'm just calling for inclusiveness, because the moment I get in this group and start saying mimi najua kile nasema wewe ujui, I'm not for your benefit. I'm not trying to help you at all. You know, and I think it's good if we just think of it from the perspective of the host is back by having a bad connection, give it a few maybe blah blah blah, whatever. It's good to think of it from the perspective of even that person mwenye ako huko chini kwa hii space mwenye haongei, and as an inbox anipatia a very good idea on this is what I think ABC and D, and you can bring them up. But if you think you're the best in
KOT utatuangusha tena mara ya tatu. This is gonna be really bad. It looks like the connection is getting bad. Shege, please, can you check with the KOT? It's really
Yeah.
getting bad. You did? Did you check with him? We can't be
Yeah,
dropped
I'm
3
checking with him.
times. Okay, perfect.
all right, sorry about that.
No,
So
it's okay. I just need time to, because when we get the
yeah,
alert
it's
about the
just, I got you. My humble appeal is, let's swallow our pride. Let's stop looking at each other like I know more than you do, because that is the number one reason why we are fighting this thing. Our politicians think they know more than we do, to a point that even when you say, no, this is wrong, they think you're crazy. They don't see the sense in what you're saying. When you talk about tribalism, it's exactly the same thing. One tribe says, I think my tribe is better than yours. It's the same thing you're facing. So the moment you stop having this egoism and think of it from, a doctor can help a matatu driver. The matatu driver doesn't carry goats and sheep. It carries children and teachers and mechanics and farmers. And farmers get to know that it's a matatu driver who eats their food, and doctors. It's the coexistence that actually makes Kenya what it is. You know, if you guys were not here, this space is useless. So even the co-host or the host of the space cannot actually come and say, I'm hosting a space. We need to have the togetherness and be there for each other. You know, don't have this mindset, yeah, mi najua kukuliko. Now, my humble appeal,
yeah, and again,
please, if you cut me short, you confuse me. Let me just finish, then you lift up your
okay,
hand, please.
please
It's
land,
good to
because
have,
it's been like more than
give me
11 minutes,
yes, let
honestly.
me just, it's
So
because you're interrupting.
no,
It's because you're interrupting.
I've interrupted once
Can
when I
I
was asking.
just finish? Can I
11
just
minutes
finish? Can I
is
just
quite
finish, please?
substantial.
Okay, you want me to land right now?
If you can, that would be nice. So are you done? KD, are you done? He probably landed. Okay, he probably landed. Okay, so Shege, are you still in the house? What happened to Shege and KOT? Are you guys?
No, Chege, I think he dropped, and I'm trying to
Yeah, I know
connect him back.
there was an issue with his network, and I did notify. So get me on the co-host, because I think there's been network issues back and forth.
Who wants the co-host? Who wants the co-host?
That's Jem. I'm here. But I wanted our friend to really finish the submission.
Okay, fine. I'll send you the co-host with Chege.
Because
So
yeah, you can. Yeah, I think Shaggy is probably gonna come back, but I wanted to a friend to do like note. I mean, after 11 minutes, I think sometimes it's good to intervene to get some landing. And I mean, he's made very significant points that I've written down, which for some reason Shaggy assigned me to write down the points today, and I don't know if I would be paid for that. But Sanche. Daniel is here, Courage, and so if Sanche can go, then Daniel, and then we can go in that order. That will probably give us some order in the way you're doing that. But I would have wanted him to land, but I think he left before I intervened. So Sanjay, if you can go, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Is Keuti sleeping? I don't know.
Oh, he's back. He's not sleeping. He's one of these mystery guys. He just shows up whenever he wants to show up.
No, he's tired. Probably he's probably tired.
Yeah, I know.
He's
been on this. He's been on this forever. So yeah. So please.
I see the regular people. Yeah, I see a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been very down. Grace, where are you? I mean, gosh, it was a bad day. I am very, very, very depressed. Watu wengi sana walishikwa, and I saw those things actually happen. I was trying to be in every blogger to see what's happening. I was actually monitoring everything, and I wish I could coordinate better. And these guys hand us, we look like juveniles. We were cornered. Most of the journalists there, actually, you notice they are vests that actually assemble each other. Those guys were police officers.
Okay, Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
Nilikuwa ninajirefresh na KOT I think amerefresh space. Poleni. I had to drop because the connection was very poor on my side.
Unasema kama ni data unasema tunaongeza mzee.
Sanjay is contributing and then Shaggy is like interrupting.
Wait, Chege.
So
sema KOT sema.
Wacha nilale kidogo bwana. Wacha nilale. Honestly sijakuwa nikilala. Wacha nilale. Just in case of anything, piga simu direct nitasikia.
So can I go on?
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah. So we actually talked about these things. I mentioned a lot of things. We said we need a lot of allies who have been who have our mindset. Basically, we are Kenyans. At the end of the day, we are Kenyans. We need our allies. We said I mentioned that Mutukama Mother Karua. Mother Karua has been.
Sorry, Sanjay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I'm just looking. It's 5:34. JM, how much do we give? 5 minutes, 5 minutes each, so that we are just fair now.
No, let's carry like 4 at least, at the most 4. Please, yeah, it's getting too much. If people are taking like 4 minutes is sufficient.
JM amepunguza by 1. Haya,
nimepunguza hiyo dakika moja kwa sababu we need to cut down. Watu ni wengi, masaa imeenda, watu hawajalala. I know. Yeah, so 4 minutes is
okay. Let me
should be enough to.
JM, I think yake ndio analala. Watu waitishe mic.
Okay, I just want to summarize actually what I did. I've been listening. Of course, Najua, we were successful. First and foremost, the government knows we were working, and they were working even overtime. So we paralyzed a lot of things. We put them on their toes. So as long as munaweza kutrigger mtu, you were working. They were worked. Now we know we were working. But kuna mtu amesema hapo tunarudisha we also need to remind the Karaus, Amaskari, before I was a police officer before actually Kibaki became president. Before Uhuru became president, and Ruto before Ruto became president. So kwenda kutumika na watu ni ujinga. You know that. But I have told you, these guys are. It just goes back to the tribalism, corruption. Easy kitu that disease. Mtu ameshikilia kitu kidogo, unatishwa, utapoteza kitu yako. I mean, that's kind of oppressiveness. Ruto amesoma the 48 laws of power inside out, anaitumia vizuri sana. Now sisi kusema we need mtu kama people who have been very vocal, people who have been critical of the government, people I mean, Martha Karua was the first and the youngest magistrate in Kenya. She's the only person me I know alidesign hiyo ministerial job yake wakati ya Kibaki. So kuwa na watu kama hawa si mbaya at all. Na kuwa na mtu kama Onyonka on our side, it's not a bad thing. And kuwa na mtu kama somebody who is actually really feels the pain, because we know our problem, we know what we want to change. So ni vizuri sana tumekubaliana, and I'm humbly requesting if guys, you have actually submitted incredible remarks, and I think this is exactly what we did. This direction we need to move now towards.
My brother, leo nimewekwa kwa kuandika notes because hatutoki hapa bila notes. So
exactly,
you have said 2 points. No. You have put 2 points that I need to get clarification so that I know what I'm writing. So you've said, number one, you've said that and let me check. So we need allies who are subscribed to our movement. And of course, you have pointed at names. So you feel strongly that both as GNC and millennials and all that, we need allies, even if they are like people who have been in the struggle.
Sir. Oh, my friend.
Okay.
You know.
So, I want to be clear. I want to be clear because I want to communicate the right thing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Remember this is the revolution. Museveni did not fight and did not become what he became. Why he was fighting from inside? He was actually even from outside. He had even Tanzanian allies. He went to Tanzania. So what's the Kagame? All those guys. I mean, and you have to. So we know we are not playing games. Since we know what we want. Unfortunately, there are people who play politics, and we are not playing politics. But this is the game anyway. That's the game, and that's what they play. Politics become a football, and the footballers unaweza kuona Messi akiwa ana play against Cristiano Ronaldo, but because they love football to begin with, they love football. They are footballers. But when the price is right, you'll see them in the same Manchester United, you know. But they may not like each other, but they may work for the team. So I told you again, we need to sasa kama sai, because now the opposition has been compromised. Atuna whistleblower, but there's those guys who are really the last men standing. Onyonka, he is not from my tribe. Ni Mkisi. Okay, now kuna msu amesema mambo about religion and the tribe. Tribe and religion has got nothing really. It's actually basically is where you came from. We don't subscribe to that. I only know how to read the Bible because I was Catholic. I don't even go to church now because I have learned the Bible differently. I'm spiritual. I'm not a religious person. I can teach you about that thing later, but I understand that. I am a
Mumero. I agree with you. And then in the aftermath, so that you land, so that we can have other people give a chance. So you're saying we need, and I've written that down because I really need to share with Shege and KOT and all that.
Yes.
So the other point you're making is that no. The other point you're making is that we need to build a movement that aligns with our philosophy. Is that
exactly?
Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
Just take 30 seconds to really make that so that I'm able to know what you're talking about.
Yes, I said there are people who have been very, very consistent. They are politicians, unfortunately, but they are actually we know. Gen Z, we said we are tribalists. We want to clean the system. We know the system is bad. We know it has a virus, but we need a new. We cannot really penetrate this system because Ruto has already beaten us to the game already. He took the opposition already. The people who we thought were on our side, even the Baba himself. So now we used to hear the Goldenberg scandal, the Eurobond. That was Baba. But now we won't hear that no more. But of course, they are going to fight. But now we really need to come up with our own. We are not really exactly saying we are voting for no AYZ, but we need that allies or people who really we know that Okia Motata. We need their expertise. He's been a very Okia Motata. I love that guy. He's a true Kenyan. We all need people like Akina Matiang. Matiang thinks like a Gen Z. Matter of fact, the Gen Zs are a product of Matiang. That's why even they like him. Matiang'i is from Kisii, lad. But I think that's the only guy who actually, I feel, he really embodies true Kenyan. I mean, the nationalism. He is the only guy who actually ever made me proud. I have people from Mount Kenya. I'm from there. I was the only guy who was fighting all of them. I'm from there. Born and raised there. Just even you can hear my accent. But that doesn't mean nothing, really. Ruto kuletea mtu ya kwenu unaambia, I know we have to get that disease of tuliletewa mtu ya kwetu. Sasa hiyo itatusaidia na nini, ndugu yangu? Sasa na madada zangu. So what I'm saying,
So
go ahead.
what you're saying is that we have to fight for not necessarily for tribe, but for the right thing.
Yes,
I
people.
can tell you, Sanche, you have put in excellent points, and I've put them down, and I will definitely share with the team here for that. And God bless you. This is really big conversation, and thank you for spending your time with us. If you allow me, I can bring data scientists. Do you have one last point to make?
Yeah, one sentence. Of
Okay,
course, and
please, 30 seconds, and I bring someone else because with interest of time, because I know it's so late for some guys. Yeah, depending on which country they're in.
We have seen this, I think, with Chege, with even the last start, a lot of people actually, Grace, a lot of people actually who are in the diaspora. We see we know we are the ones who are going to actually sponsor our candidate or whoever the movement. We don't have stolen money. We have our own, our own money, body and sweat, blood and sweat. We'll to sponsor our candidate, not the way out. We don't want adults. We don't want bribing. So what the diaspora is 110% behind this thing. So diaspora plus the Gen Z plus a lot of patriotic Kenyans, Gen X, millennial, and the Gen Zs. Anybody. Even if you are actually the baby boomer, as long as you have our mindset, you're in. That's what I'm saying anyway. And I thank you guys kindly, ladies and gentlemen. We did not lose today, but we are the last one. We said we need. I have number ya KOT, niko na number ya Chege, niko na number ya. I have a lot of people's numbers. I have. We need to actually get those. Lazima tujiunge hivyo pia tukue. Because now we are telling the government, you know what we're talking about. That's why nakujanga hapa, I even talk as if I'm talking to Ruto. And I don't really have a kind word for that idiot. I don't have it. So we really need to know that we are fighting an enemy that's now, they are invisible, but they know everything we are talking about here now. So that's why we really need to be, we need the even general, send a thief to catch a thief. Even general, let's bring him in. Please, my dear brothers and sisters. Once we get it, whatever, we will know how to change the system. We know the biggest enemy right now is one, Mr. Ruto. Ruto is a very, 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 very difficult human being. It's the biggest problem in Kenya right now. So we already know that. Actually, every other Kenyan, I know we can go around them. But Ruto, this man must go. And
must go. Sanche,
I cannot even tell you. This guy
thank you so much.
He needs to be gone like yesterday. That nigga needs to be gone. Anyway, thank you so much.
No, big contribution, big passion. It really, like, this is big for you to articulate this, give reasons, tell us why must go, and appreciate your submission and contribution and being part of this movement. And I truly appreciate you. And I think I'll bring in data scientists, of course, to reflect on the Nane aftermath, and of course the concept of Ruto must go. Where do we go from here? The scientists, if you can have your own reflection, please pay attention to the reflection on how you saw the Nane went. We have 2 minutes. We are trying to cut it down completely to like a very simple minutes so that we can have many people submit, because I know my host and my other co-host might fall asleep and then we will be dropped. So, data scientists, can you share your thoughts, please?
Okay, thank you for the mic. I think for yesterday's event, I think we did our best. That's what matters. And the message went home. And I think moving forward, yesterday I was at some place called City Star at the Nation Center. I didn't get to move around really well because of the suppression you see from for the guys and you know them, not the normal police and stuff. So like I think moving forward we need to get maybe okay, other than us using something like X, we need to get like something like suppressive attacks to the government. It doesn't have to be open like the Nane. So it's supposed to be like some concealed attacks using different communication sites like Discord. Yeah, so because we have to suppress the government. We don't have to see the attacks like closing
No,
major
you're
roads.
interested in something big. So just guide me a little bit on that. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean on that? Like, you just introduced a very technical term there that I'm interested in. So you said we need to have something so that the government doesn't detect us. Is that what you're saying?
We have to suppress our attacks. We have to like give them something like the guerrilla warfare. You remember it, major city in the previous colonial times. So like we have to suppress. We have to do like attacks now. Other than the Nane, we need to have like consistent attacks that are not even known. Like this was a big revolution, but now we have to do like concealed communication on what we have to do using
Okay,
our
data scientists,
like
give us 3 points on how you want us to achieve that. And don't it's not like I'm not putting you on the spot for the sake of it. I'm interested on your proposition. So what can we do to put them on the spot? Because I want to bring someone else in, but I want to hear from you.
Okay, I think we need to think strategically. We need to fund the movement by funding. I know you know what I mean. And then we have to use like private way of communicating the movement. The same way we use X, we have to maybe move to Discord or something of the sort. We have a space in Discord. Doesn't have to be on TikTok. Something that is encrypted. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it has to be more intellectual than and spiritual in nature.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for sharing. And I want you to start thinking through, because I keep writing this because you guys are giving amazing stories and reports, and I have your name as data scientist, and that's at Mosey98. Is that the correct tag? Is that the correct tag?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then reach out. The point we are doing here is to make sure that we are moving from conversation to action. And that does not end the conversation, but we want to make sure that the big deals like you do that. So think through in terms of funding, and then you used one phrase called private communication. So I think if you can address that in your thought process when we get together, that would be good. Daniel, Gide, what do you have for us? Sorry, we kept you waiting.
No
My apologies.
problem, no problem. You can hear me?
Yep, perfect.
Yes. All right. So let me go straight to first. I think the understanding and the conclusion of our performance in the streets will be defined by what in our mind we call victory. So I think we should have a mindset of gratitude first. We did well. We did our best. We tried. That is important. When that happens, then people feel better. Because when you start saying, oh, we were screwed up, we did this, we did that, then the feeling of being a deficit starts working in our mind. So our mindset is that we are victorious and we have victory, and we have the final destination is to remove this Mr. Man, to get him out. So that is number one.
No. That's a strong point, and I'm taking notes of that. Anybody who knows me, I'm a big mess when it comes to this. So do you think we did well? Because I'm right. You say that we have to be in that
mindset
context and mindset of
Yes.
gratitude
Yes.
that it says
It
that
did
we did well.
well. Yes.
So in your mindset, in your thought process, you feel we did well.
Yes, we did well. We did
Okay,
well.
that's all I need to know. Okay,
Yes.
so please, I'm sorry about that. I just want to make sure that
No problem. I
yeah.
get it.
And then so next, so give me your next evaluation.
Yes. So that is number one. So number two, we should act on our vision and not our emotions. So let's avoid. So that's why you are saying, can somebody tell us the action, not forget about the stories? So you're actually saying, in essence, can we go to the vision? Leave your feelings aside, you know? So let's focus on the final journey. It's like a team starting to play soccer from the goal. Our intention is to score on the other side. So however way we play, sometimes we have to go back, sometimes we have to move forward, sometimes we need to bring in a player, sometimes, you know, the vision is to score. Sometimes it takes, you have to score the last minute of the game, sometimes you score the first minute, some people expect you to score in the first half, sometimes it doesn't happen. That is the issue. And then number three, strategy.
Okay, so sorry. I want to make sure that we are through the second goal of, like, the first one is, I know what you're talking about, the setting up about gratitude and
Yeah.
being clear on that. Second one, you're talking about we have to have the act of a vision
Yes.
and not emotion.
Yeah.
Can I challenge you for a second on that?
Go ahead.
Where is the fear about emotion? Because I hear this a lot, by the way. Because I've been around for a minute.
Yes.
My thought has always been, why are people afraid of emotions? And they always say that, oh, either use your technical knowledge, use your reasoning, and then they try to disparage people who are using their emotions. Why are people afraid of using emotions to make
Okay.
decisions?
I'll explain very quickly.
Quick
Why
one,
people avoid,
quick one, because I know there's so many people waiting to answer,
yes,
to
yes,
respond. I'm sorry
yes,
about that.
no problem. People avoid emotions because what emotions do, they self-preserve. Emotions do what is called self-preservation. That is why you're likely to accept a lie because, or fear. If someone tells you someone is going to kill you, that is easier for you because you are going to prepare to preserve yourself, to self-preserve. People like it that way, and it is the nature of all animals, the nature of all humans, to self, you want to preserve yourself, and therefore emotions come in handy. That is why we, even if you want to succeed in business, you keep emotions aside. If you want to succeed in family, that's why you say don't listen to the neighbors, you keep those stories aside. If you want to do well in academics, you are told by your parents,
So emotions are more preservation as opposed to, like, actualization
yes, emotions
of
are
the
more.
reality. So no reality. Okay, perfect.
Or
All right. So let me see where we go. I know there's so many people waiting. I apologize, Shege. I just needed to really get this out of the way because it's been lagging on for the second. So I promise I won't take you through this because I needed to hear from this gentleman on, like, exactly what's their philosophy in terms of emotions and reality. All right. So who do we have next online? Shege, if you can guide me through, that'll be helpful. Oh, my friend is asleep. I would just take it the way it appears on my code, and you guys don't accuse me of anything because I'm really looking at the way that appears on my code. So so let's go with data scientist, and then we go to Mohammed Musa, and then we'll go to with Daniel and all that. So let's start with data scientist, please. And
Already had the
yeah,
mic.
yeah,
Already had the mic.
make quick submission. You already spoken, right?
Yeah, I had the mic.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. So let's go to Mohammed Musa, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chege. Yeah, I joined to also express the emotion of today and everything.
Thanks. Thank you.
And also and also we should encourage ourselves as much as we all feel the pain. If you come down and try and analyze things, you'll realize we are very close. If you look at the case of Bangladesh, 24 hours before the Prime Minister resigned, the US government actually called the government of India and told them that, Sheikh Hasina has run out of time, please get ready. And then they also called the Major General of the military and advised him to talk to the president. He did. So he tried to persuade her, she refused, and then he started involving the family members, and that's how they managed to convince her. So we are just a few phone calls away. Honestly speaking, we are just a few phone calls away from this. It's painful, it's hard. We lost so many Kenyans, so many people are hurting.
No. Are we talking about we are a few minutes away from the Western influence? Or what are you saying? I want to be clear on this because
No,
this is a
not
recorded space and everybody's listening. A few minutes away
Western,
from what?
not Western. Actually, this is the Western guys. They use us for their own interest. What they do is they always conveniently switch sides to be seen to be close to Kenyans. But what I mean is a few phone calls from our military head. The military will not be doing what the police are doing to kill Kenyans for Ruto. So if they say,
Okay.
Mr. President, this is not
No,
working
walk
anymore.
back. Walk back. I'll walk back. You said the US called the which government?
Bangladesh.
No, the Bangladesh government.
Indian government.
No, Indian
Yeah.
government. Then the Bangladesh is they're ending. Okay. So
Okay,
I want you to clarify on that.
It looks
You
like
clarify
it
that,
looks
and
like you
that's
did not
all I
understand.
need from you.
Let me explain to you again, okay? Let me
Okay,
explain
please.
again. So the Bangladeshi government is actually, especially the regime of Sheikh Hasina, had very close ties, close relationship with India historically because Bangladesh broke away
I
from
know that.
Pakistan. That you know,
100%.
right?
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
So the Americans, because what they always do when they realize this regime is losing, they always conveniently switch sides. So when it became apparent to them, very clear to them that this lady cannot hold power anymore, they started talking to the neighbors, actually preparing for what's next. So that was just a comment. What I was saying was the military part, the military of Bangladesh part. It was the military that actually spoke to the president, told her, "We will not kill people for you." And the people is approaching. They are coming to State House. We will not kill them for you.
Hey,
We cannot stop them.
JM.
Do you now understand my point?
But I want to land in like 30 seconds because I want us to really get into the context of like what the context of the Kenyan
Yeah,
context, the way what happened.
the Kenyan context is the Kenyan context. As much as some people feel that because Raila Odinga joined the government, and this might be actually become too much of a hill now to climb. It's not like that. If we sustain this for a few more days, and we continue to make it difficult for the businesses to open, few more days, you never know. It could be Ruto feeling that heat, and then all the Western leaders pressurize and tell him, no, we cannot sustain this. You need to step down. That's all I was trying to make. Thank you very much.
And JM, please, if I may, JM, with
Good
all
point.
due
Okay.
respect.
So give me a second.
JM,
Let me know.
please,
Are you trying to make?
please.
No. Give me a second, my
No,
brother.
see, you can't
Just
even
give me a
let
second.
anybody
I'll
speak.
give a chance. No. I've not said I'm not giving you a chance. What I'm asking, are you giving a chance? Are you giving a contribution in relation to the Kenyan aftermath of the Nane, what they did today, or what's the context?
Well, the context is both. We are trying to give, as Kenyans, majority of the people here, but you have taken the space to be your space. And you're trying to.
Oh, that's not my
No,
space. This is not
please.
my space. I promise.
Okay, then respect people. Now, this gentleman, Mohammed, this I've been listening to him for at least the last 2 months.
And so many of us.
Not on this space. You on this space. You have only listened to him for maybe a minute and a half.
Yes,
So
but
not
I'm
on
Let
this
him
telling you,
finish.
space.
no,
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 let him
no.
finish, bro. Let him finish, bro. I also want to see what he says. Let
No,
him
no,
finish.
Mohammed. Listen. I know what's going on here. So go ahead, Shay. Go ahead, Shay.
Okay, well, with all due respect, I've been on this particular space, for the last 4 hours, I think 5 hours. And since they gave you the opportunity, let's be very candid. You have taken over and you have taken the space to be yours. But with all due respect, KOT, whether he's asleep or not, let other people please speak, and then you cannot counter intelligent men like this. Now, women, and every person that has been saying something, lazima, you counter it. And you even reminded us how you have been in America for over 20 years or to do 22 years. Nobody cares about that. We are trying to fix our country, my brother, please, with all due respect. We are trying to fix our country, and we're trying to hear from people that can fix our country. Earlier on, when Wajiro and I think Grace were there,
No,
that's
you
when
have
you
a chance
start.
to fix it. You have a chance to contribute. So please, you are going to
Exactly.
the same.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
now,
So go ahead and make a contribution, Shay.
okay, yeah, okay, then let other men and women of substance make their contributions without you countering them, without you acting like you
No,
missed
you're now doing the
an
same.
opportunity at Citizen
You're making
TV,
the same
and
mistake I
now
made.
you're given
No,
this
you're
opportunity.
making the same mistake I made. Can you contribute? Do you have a
Okay, yes, I
contribution
will
to make?
contribute. My
Oh, so go
contribution
ahead.
is this.
Go ahead. Go ahead and make your contribution.
My contribution is this. Right now, Ruto did what he did today. And you, as I'm in America also. But we cannot, we have to think beyond. We have to not play Ruto's game, a ruthless game. There's so many Americans like you that are claiming the whole space that can actually write to Kamala Harris and her team, because let me tell you something. They need Kenyan Americans, they need immigrants, and ask them, put them on the spot to ask, what's your position on the Kenyan, on this murderer killing our kids? See, now we can ask them and put them on the spot, and then turn around and play the devil's advocate and ask Trump, because they need us. They need Black America. That's why they are taunting Black America. That's why you
Okay,
see.
Jimmy, what's your position on Nane and the aftermath? Because that's the question today.
Well,
What's
that's
your
why we are
position on
going back to the
Give me a
drawing board.
second.
We are
No.
going back to the drawing board by
Do you
saying
know?
we
Do
are
you know
going to
why?
use all means possible by
Do you
trying
know why?
to get anything. We're not even. My position is the embassies are just, but those are clerks, to be honest. If you look back, when Akina Itubu, Imanyara, Akina Matiba, they had to go back. As much as we say we don't like America, they had to go back to America and ask them, yo, my man, they had to find a favor somewhere. Let me tell you, in this whole world, Kenya is not alone. We have friends. And whether we're going to make friends by force, we have friends. Let's put friends against each other. Let's put Putin, and Putin, as soon as Putin sees that we're talking to America as individuals, then
And
Putin will come.
I'll give you the time to go to Putin. Let me ask you the question. Did
Sure,
you
go ahead.
watch today's? No. Follow me, please. Follow me. I will give you the time. Don't be afraid. So the question is this: did you
Afraid?
watch today's Nane after the way the things went?
Yes. my
Okay, so
nieces, my
tell us,
nephews, my little brother was on the street.
how did that go?
What do you mean? So you're asking a question for a question. We should be asking answers. How are we going to do better for these kids that came out on the streets? They were hurt today. Maybe even some of them were killed. And then you are asking like a Citizen TV journalist. Come on, let's be real, my man. Let's talk about the solutions that we're going to give our sons, our daughters, our brothers, our sisters.
So what's the solution after
Don't ask me
today's
questions like, we are sitting there on JKL. No. You tell me, Shay, this is what I suggest. What are you suggesting different? Don't ask me,
No.
or what do you think? No. You are so far away from Kenya. You are in your bed probably on your laptop talking about how do you think it went. Me, I'm up right now stressing about my family, my Kenyan sons and daughters, my Kenyan family. Just so, come on, man. You're intelligent enough because I
No,
know
the
you're
Shay,
intelligent.
we're not
Let's
going to
not
a
get
minute after that.
technical
After
about
that, if you,
all
no,
the other
if
things.
you're not going,
No.
if you're not going to follow, if you're not going to follow the guideline, obviously we will have to meet you. But I'm trying to give you a chance.
Okay, how am
to
I not
answer very
following the
simple.
guidelines,
Hang
my
on a
man?
second, Shay. Sometimes you have to listen. It really is. It doesn't cost much to listen for a second. My question is, we had Nane meeting today. People went to the streets. In the aftermath, we are asking, what's your assessment and what you propose that we need to do differently, or maybe replicate from what we did today? That's it. Simple question.
And I just explained to you in your pajamas. I just told you what it is. I just told you what we need to do. We need to press for people to come through. So what do you not understand about that? You're in your pajamas.
I get it. So you want us to people come through? Okay.
No.
What else?
See, my man, you are too intelligent not to understand that, because you talk in a bunch of intelligent stuff. We are trying to simplify this thing. All we are saying, we don't even have to deal with embassies or anything. We have so many respectful individuals out there in the world. Germany, Britain, even Dr. Olo in South Sudan, bless his heart. People that are willing to come through and talk about how can we fix this. And I was in another space and we just talked about almost doing it like a jumuiya. We divide ourselves into pieces to attack this Ruto government. I work in systems. I do data science. We can do things on our side because we know we have people in this group right now, ni watu wa Ruto, na watamunda kumpalikia. So we cannot divulge information about what we want to do. But I know I have a vision that I can throw at all those young boys and women that are software engineers. We can do something. So this battle is just beginning.
Yep. So great. No, those are great ideas, and I embrace those, and I appreciate that. Let's have Samuel Samba to make a submission. So thanks, Shay, for that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah. Then niko hapa na nasikia. So first of all, mi ningependa kusema
Pastor Esmond, unaona mkono yangu?
Okay. Naweza endelea? Okay. First of all, mi
Is that Mohammed?
Yes, sir, it's me. But let him finish. So
Yeah,
I'll
so after Samuel, then you can come in, please.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
ile first of all mimi ningependa kusema ni first of all Genz jana tulishinda and we showed a very big impact, hata kama hatukuweza kuingia town but tulishinda kwa sababu the fact that serikali ili take time kufunga hizo barabara zote, it means that they knew that wakitu allow to ingia town this thing is gonna go okay, and Zakayo watashuka. Alafu kitu kingine ningependa tu kukumbusha Wakenya ni msisahau kwamba dhahabu kabla ikue gold, ikue refined, lazima ipitie kwa moto. Now I think this is the time that tuko kwa moto. Remember sisi Wakenya ni dhahabu, lazima before tukue refined lazima tupitie kwa moto, lazima tukuwe na machangamoto mingi sana. Okay, now the more it depends na vile tutakuwa pamoja, and the solution that we are going to make ndio tutafanya Zakayo ashuke. That's what I know. Na kitu ingine ni my grandfather used to tell me, mtu akikushinda kwa ujanja hawezi kushinda kwa ujinga, and the same time akikushinda kwa ujinga hawezi kushinda kwa ujanja. So we need to find the weak point of Mr. whatever Ruto, na kwa sababu ametushow kwamba he's not willing to calm down, he's not willing to listen to us, he's not willing to do anything. Yeye anataka kufanya venye anataka kufanya so that afeed familia yake na watu wake. Ame connect na Raila, ame connect na watu wote so that they can just take care of themselves, not think about Kenyans. Hawajali mtu wa kuku chini, mama mboga, somebody that can earn $1 a day. They don't think about them. Honestly, hawafikiri mtu yoyote. And this thing that watu wanasema ati sijui Ruto anaenda na nini, Ruto is buying crowd. If you people doesn't know, anakuja mahali ma MCA wa huko wanalipa wasee, wanaenda wanasimama hapo because they are being paid kukuja hapo. Okay, and there's so many things that zina happen huku chini kwa ground. We need to find I know that they can hear me. Najua wanaweza wakanisikia vizuri sana, they are hearing what I'm saying because that's the truth. They know themselves. Okay, we need to find the solution kwa ground.
Can you hear me, Samuel? Samuel, can you hear me?
I think we lost him.
Samuel Samba, can you hear me?
Nakusikia.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so
Sorry, let me
okay,
just finish.
no, ngoja kidogo.
Yeah.
Just take a minute.
Okay.
I don't take 15 seconds when I'm trying the guiding on this. So what we know the problem of what is going on with the root. In fact, everybody in this group knows. The question today is reflect on today's how the Nane went. Of course, that could be yesterday. And then what solution do you propose? What can we do differently to make sure that we actually achieve the goals that we are looking for? Unanielewa? Such that in the sense, okay, so in more of like giving us like, okay, if we do this, I think we are going to I don't want to call hit the jackpot, because probably not, but at least really get some solution.
Yeah, I
Itatusaidia to move. Okay,
I
now
think
you get my point.
yes,
So I want that direction. I want the conversation to take that direction, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think we should advertise now to educate my youth more, and we should continue doing the demonstration around the country. Because around the country, they will not focus on one.
Okay,
on
let's
one
go to the
place.
advertisement. Let's go to the advertisement, because
Yeah.
if you're doing the Esmond, I'm gonna ask for concrete answers. So are you? Tell me how do we advertise? Are we doing
We
billboard?
should
Are we doing
advertise the youth
posters?
kwa
Are we
sababu
doing?
you remember the first time that we started this thing, watu walikuwa wamechukua like to teach people on their native language, kwa sababu kuna watu for example watu wakoko Isiolo, they don't know Kiswahili vizuri na English, so they need to teach them on their languages. Like tunafundisha watu, we talk to them on our maternal languages, kwa sababu I think Kenya has been all like that. Let us communicate with each other na language na language yenye kila mtu anaweza akaelewa, ndio hiyo message ifikie kila mtu, so that we stop first of all them from going to churches and whatever. Like I think we should just stop them from going to church na kuongea, like we should just reject anything that happened that needs to do with Ruto, anything, including like to spread to the word. They are not supposed to be gathering, because the moment we frustrate them, believe you me, they will bow down.
Right, my brother. I'm gonna give someone else, but I just wanna do a recap of what you just shared. Is
But
that
you know what?
what
Can
you
I
intend?
interrupt?
I'm not.
JM, Siko,
Yeah, I will have your share
Baya.
next.
No, no, no.
No,
Siko Baya. No,
you're going
no.
next.
I have to.
No, Shay, you're going next.
I'm
I
gonna
promise.
post this because let me tell you, I'm getting DMs because JM, the way you're running this thing, uniranika kampu ya budako. It's not your dad's business, man. You actually remind people how Ruto started. My guy, let me tell you, humble yourself. You have to always answer a question. Basically, it's like you're having a KTN moment. Please, my brother, with all due respect, let's first, if you have learned anything, let's do where you see akina Chege wanaulizaga alafu they joke alafu wanasonga. But wewe sasa unataka ku go into stories nikaa uko KTN. You're not in KTN, my guy. In fact, umetuambia uko America for 22 years. So tufanye
I
watu
don't know. I
waongee.
never said I'm in America in 22 years.
Man.
Please, you made that up.
Please.
You made that up, but that's okay. But I get your point. I'm listening to you. I never said I'm in America for 20 years. I never said that. But that's go ahead.
I hope this is recorded because we will run this together. And then
Hello.
continue.
Guys, why are you wasting time? Others wants to
I
talk.
know we're wasting so much time for no reason because Shady wants to prove a point.
No. That is not
No.
true. No, that guy Shay is saying the right thing. I think the art of speaking and hosting people is an art that is so important in public speaking. You don't control what people say and how people should think and how people should speak. Just give just give an introduction, give a way forward, and then stop and let people talk, and then just remind them of the time, but don't go into how they should think and how they how will you get new ideas, my friend? You cannot get new ideas.
Denley, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
No, Jason, it was me. I was skipped two times actually.
Okay, let him speak and then I'll come and speak.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, Jason, you interrupted me like 3 times in my 2 minutes. So
my apologies. Go.
You
Yeah,
actually
take
missed
your
my
3
thought
minutes. My
process.
apologies for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Accepted. So first of all, Shay, I'm also AWS solution architect. So we should connect after this. And thank you for coming to my help. So you're right. I've been on this space for the last 2 months. I actually joined Twitter on July 25th during the parliament. I quit all social media several years ago, but I came back because I actually took part in protests in Kenya before. I was actually tear gassed. I was water cannoned. Even here in Canada, where I am, I took part in protests, but it was for a different reason. So this thing is something that actually runs in my DNA. And when I came into the show, to the space, I assumed that okay, this is actually a pro-movement space, and that's why I went straight to the point that I wanted to say. It didn't occur to me that that I will be hit with so many missiles of that I had to justify my point. So I want to ask you, Jason, hand on heart, do you support this movement of us trying to change this presidency and this government? Please answer that question.
100% in
Amen.
support. I'm 100% in support.
Okay, thank you very much. Then if you do that, you are conducting this as a television interview. It's not an interview where someone asks a question, another person answers. We are all Kenyans. We are all trying to discuss something. When someone speaks, give them their 2 minutes. You don't have to validate their opinion. Please. That's what everyone is trying to tell you. You are trying to validate the opinion of everybody. You don't have to agree with me for my point to be valid. I have my own mind, I have my own heart, I have my own head. You don't have to validate what I want to say. And everybody here feels the same thing. Let people speak their mind. Don't validate. Don't try to come in. Thank you.
I apologize. But so then after 2 minutes, your submission happens. Can I intervene and ask a question, or then you just submit and that's the end of it?
No, you can ask a follow up, but you know the way you are coming across, you are trying to validate the opinion of every person, which is not right. I mean, the Kenyans who are hurting right now. I know. I just came over phone of a lady who was locked up in a Java restaurant for 8 hours today. She's a mom. Her daughter was at home. So the
Trust
way
me,
some of you guys come and sit here
Mohammed,
and the way you talk is getting really disappointed.
I'm very biased. I'm very biased, and I only have like 20, literally 10 minutes before I can hand over to another host because it's literally getting to the middle of my night. So I apologize if that's what I've done, and this is not appropriate, and I take full responsibility. You wanna make a submission? You make your submission.
No, I'm
And
done. That's
again,
all I wanted. No, that's all I wanted to make, and you apologize. Now let's move forward. Give the next person the mic. Thank you.
okay, the next one, yeah, and I take, I'll let everybody make their 2 minutes submissions, and if there's anything that needs to be questioned, I'll let someone else, our co-hosts, to ask the questions. I apologize because I probably sometimes come out strong because I have an opinion against the Ruto government, and I don't help a lot when it comes to interviewing of this question. So I just have to declare my interest on this. So sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. I
All right, sir.
apologize.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem.
So who's gonna go next? And just make your 2 minutes submission. And I apologize. I promise I'm not going to intervene. Because after that, I think Shege is going to take over to host after that.
No,
I'm
I
here.
cannot take over. I'm
JM,
sorry.
why don't you let Mohammed Musa finish your nini,
Yeah,
and then we'll
Mohammed.
go to the next guy.
He just
Yeah,
said he doesn't have any further submission.
for
Simple
me
English.
personally, I don't have anything. Mohammed just said everything, and I cannot be a host. I'm a listener, and I want to learn. So, JM, you can continue, but learn from your mistakes because for at least the last 5 hours, you've been doing it. But hakuna mtu anaga
I have not
makosa.
host. Okay. There's no defense here. So the answer, thank you so much. So let me know who is next, because I'm not going to talk about, I've not hosted for 5 years for the sake of it, because I did not even have 5 hours to host. But who's coming next? Who's going to
I thought
make a
I think,
submission?
I think it was me next.
Daniel, can you go? Please go. Thank you.
All right. So quickly, I'll finish with what I started, but thank you for admitting that you probably did not need to learn more how to deal with people and the art of speaking. It's a challenge. You've tried, but you need to do better. So I think Shay was speaking a very important point. I love to belabor it. He said we need to involve more friends. He talked about dealing with the Republicans. He talked about dealing with the Democrats, and because they both need us and our votes, then in so doing, they have to state what will they do to help us in achieving our very own goals. So when you kept on telling him what should we do next, that is what he was talking about. Deal with the Republicans on one side, deal with the Democrats on the other side, post those questions to them, let them respond. We want we want a good country in Kenya. What will they do in helping us doing that? And therefore, they also push the pressure to Mr. Ruto, and then we probably get a point to score a point that way. The other thing I wanted to say is that we must continuously look at our progress. So today we made progress. The progress we made, it may not be what we wanted at the end of the day, but we still made progress. So what do we do with this progress? And then next thing we need to do as a host, or as maybe a group, a team of members in this particular forum, can we do what we call comparative analysis of Bangladesh, like my brother was explaining? Look at the Bangladesh scenario, look at Sri Lanka scenario. When internet was turned off, how did they communicate? We need a coded language, my friends, so that even as we communicate and our strategies, we need a coded language. We can come up with our own Twitter language for people in different, in different spaces. Then we can move from there. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'm getting educated as well. Thank you, Shay, and for all the information you're bringing forth. Thank you.
And thank you, my brother. And just to add with this, what personally, and I'm not misi Mungu na sijui, but naangalia hivi nasemaje, unaona kama sahi in Atlanta nilienda shule mali Martin Luther alienda shule. Huyo Martin Luther si usema huyo jamaa huyo boy fulani, and I'm in a group of I'm a member of the Black Engineers Society. So kama mimi naweza wachocha niwaambie maze mtaani kimeumana, jamani mzee ni aje, mbona unakaa umeboeka na mshwara ni juu mtaani kimeumana, unaona? So this is the kind of civil education we Americans juu tunaweza tuma doo yote, it's not gonna inasaidia lakini isaidii. But sasa ukianza kushikanisha hivyo, you put pieces together. It's not about ati wewe unasema JM ati me have been in the status G for 20 years. It's about putting pieces together. Unaona? Sasa mimi nikianza kuchuta machali yangu, niwaambie maze ama Black Americans, niwaambie maze wewe mna CNN juzi, sio tu wako CNN, lakini naambia mbona kauzuni hivyo, naambia juu nasikia imekatika sana home was madhangu huko wanateswa deadly, unaona? So you replicate that, whether you're in Germany, whether you're in Canada, whatever tribe malimuko, we replicate. Ndio waze au wenyewe sasa pia kushikanari, so we become sasa tutakuwa gani Ukraine, Israel na Kenya. We put nakwambia there's no way Ruto will be able to handle ati akuwe hapo top 3. No. With his goons, he will not. So we start doing this. We have to make sure the Kenyans that are Americans or whatever, once they kuweka pressure, these people akina Biden, kuweka kwa hiyo, kama hiyo, whatever they had last week, National Black Association of Broadcasters, Kenyan broadcasters. And now that's what I was saying. We have to split into splinters to broadcasters of Kenya wale wako damu na sisi, they go to here National Black Broadcasters, whatever, of America. Wauze ambia ulizeni Harris what's her position in the Kenyan riot and murder, na tumwekea mpaka ma video.
Yeah,
We can press.
big story, big conversation. That's a very serious conversation that we must have, because then that's how we get leverage on how we can blend between what we are doing in Kenya and what we're doing in the US, and I appreciate that. And this is good, because this is good for networking, Shay. And this is going to help us to really help this movement to really move forward.
And that's why now, so we become aware how the people in Kenya can also see, we are not just sending them money, we are also working our systems over here.
Yeah, that's true.
We are
agree.
putting pressure na tuende kwa Donald Trump, tumwambie Donald Trump, wewe upendo wa Kenya ma upendo wa Kenya, unaona? We put that kind of pressure. Na sahizi ni campaign, kila mtu usema everything they want to say. Donald Trump mpaka atandikia Ruto barua, unaona, awambie wachana na hao Jay-Z. Now, Ruto doesn't know who's going to be the president in November. Na pia Kamari Harris hayuko sure. So the State Department, nakumbuka Kamala Harris has the upper hand because yeye ndiyo yuko na State Department. Na State Department, huyo mama yuko huko Kenya, before hata elections, she will be recalled back to America. Because America is about themselves. America wamejipenda. Ni manugu fulani wamejipenda. So it's all about, we use the same systems. Unaona Ruto alikuja ati America atakaye kuna Biden. Say Biden anapanguzwa matako. And excuse my language. Biden is not in a position. Kamala is making the decisions right now. Na huyu mama tumemweka, tunaweza mweka kwa spot hana
Yeah.
juu anataka votes
We can do that if there's a framework, and again, Shay,
yeah,
for the
that's what
sake
I'm
of
saying. Tugawane kama jumuia. We meet up as jumuia.
for the record,
Tugawane.
for the record, that so that doesn't look like we are all going into the conversation about who knows what and everything. I am a graduate of Bowling Green State University, pure mathematics at a master's degree. I have a master's
Well, me, I don't
from
have a
Audubon
master's.
University in Westerville.
Me,
I have
I'm
a
just
doctorate degree. So
computer
listen to
science.
this. Listen to this, because now I'm a computer science student from University
Me, I'm
of.
not me see who
So
Jamalio.
we are not going into this conversation, because if you're talking about science, about who has what, who owns what, then we are not even advancing this conversation, because now we are getting into the situation who owns what, who earns
Yeah,
what,
but why
who has earned what.
unarudia story? Mimi nimesema,
Because
mimi
that's what you are
nimepatia
going.
submission
We're trying to
yangu.
advance the
I gave my
conversation.
submission. But you're
You
telling
made
me
your
your computer
conversation, but now
science.
we are going to.
Mimi nimesema mimi mtu mtaani, but I
Calm
love
down.
Yeah,
Kenya with
this
all my
okay.
heart.
So I'm done. I'm done with this.
Calm down.
Shege, you take over, because Shege, really
My
they
guy,
cannot even
wait.
understand that.
Exactly.
Okay,
You have to chomo your accolades and useme
that's what
ati
you've just done. That's what
Shay,
you've just done for the
Shay
last
and Jason,
the last 10
please,
minutes. You've
please
done
don't let
that,
me
Shay,
between you two. Shay and
Guys, can I
Jason,
speak?
please
Hey,
don't
calm
let
down.
me
Guys,
between you
without
two.
listening.
Calm down, please. Calm down,
Shay,
please.
you're not listening to. You're not
guys,
listening to anybody. I
guys,
don't
can
know
I
what's
speak?
happening.
Hey,
But
guys.
you keep telling us about this is who does what, who has done what. Please, we are talking about
Yeah,
Nane
that
and
is not.
aftermath, and how do we move forward? Can
Guys,
we
can I
stick
speak,
to
please?
that? Simple. It's very simple. How do we move forward? But telling us about your credentials, and you want us to pull our credentials,
who
we
said
can
that
pull them.
credentials? When do Masama you talked
No,
about
no, 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 no.
your
You just
masters?
you've just started.
Are
Okay,
you
Guys, can I
kidding?
speak,
guy,
please?
Shay, listen to this for a second. It's a skill, by the way, which people learn to listen. Let's take to one person at a time to make a submission about a Nane and the aftermath. So let's not go into like who has studied what. We have also studied in the US, and we have our credentials, and we teach in the schools. Okay, so let's please don't start lecturing us about that. I've listened, and I'm getting upset because you're not giving
You
us a
have not
chance
listened.
to advance.
You are the one who's been telling us for hours since
Shay, listen to this.
Shege and
Listen to this. We are
Now
moving forward.
the two of you are
No?
out of
Okay,
order.
shut up. We are moving forward. Okay? We are moving forward. Shut up.
And the host, you don't need to get angry. Why you
no,
you
no,
don't
no.
No.
Nigga, you and I'm guilty
No.
conscious. He's an
Shay,
asshole. He
Shay,
need to
it's
guilt
fine.
conscious.
Listen, we will give
Can
you a
you make
chance
me the
to
pause?
share whatever you think.
Jason,
Let's give other chance a
can I please
chance.
take
These
over?
other guys a chance.
Jason,
So at this point, let's have someone a chance to share, and then you can come back and tell us what your credentials are, and if that is necessary to our Nane aftermath,
Listen
we
to
will
the
address
same guy
those.
who said he has a master's. And wewe
no,
ni ndugu ya mtu, sina ubaya.
no,
Okay, fair enough.
You cannot
Fair
speak
enough.
Guys,
that.
guys,
Fair
guys,
enough.
guys,
Can I
guys,
speak, please?
Let's have
guys.
Daniel
Shay,
Gide.
Yeah.
Daniel Gide, you can go,
Yeah.
and then you can have Samuel, and then Mohammed come back if that's okay.
All
Let's
right.
have Daniel. We
Others have
apologize.
not
That
spoken, man.
it was
You need to
unnecessary.
speak.
That was unnecessary. This part. I just it didn't make any sense. My apologies.
All
Please,
right.
others have not spoken. Please, can we speak too?
Yes.
Daniel, go
Can I?
ahead.
Okay.
Can I have Daniel and then Kiwaru, and then we move forward. Daniel Gide.
Yes. I will say something. I think Shay, although you had a point, it's good to respect also, as much as you don't also agree with the same way they don't agree with you, you just also respect other people. So even when you use your language, just try to be respectful. So what I wanted to say is that the strategies Shay was talking about are good strategies, and he was laboring on that, but I think he also went overboard in the use of language, almost close to being abusive. But what I wanted to say, we could also use some of the methods that have been used in the past. We could involve in this struggle so that Mr. Ruto feels the heat. So, for example, we have high school students. We could just strategize in the days to come. We start our we start the demonstrations from particular school. We could start from churches so that the churches get involved. If they know, for example, we are going to start, say, this is an example, city primary in Nairobi. If they know that, then most likely the parents will hold their children from going to school, and therefore they'll want to know what is going on. You see, now technically you've involved the parents. The same way businessmen feel like, oh, we cannot go to, the fear of looting and all that. So they technically become involved, and then now the conversation becomes wider. So I'm thinking this is uh, something we can see how best, because it's something we put on people debate and people strategize and say, if we involve other schools, churches, in the demonstrations, and how do you go about it? Do we do our demonstrations on a Sunday, or when will it be most impactful? Because if a church does not hold their service, and the intention is not that they don't hold the service, remember, they are part of this whole charade of putting Ruto in power. And because they became compromised, they can also become part of, on the receiving end. Schools, the people don't get the right education. These high school students, college, we can start from University of Nairobi, so that it starts right from college. That's where we are meeting, and that's where we are starting the demonstration. That way it will spread, and that way I think Mr. Ruto will feel the heat more, because right now, so that becomes our center of like the core. I'm thinking this is a new strategy we can use. I stand to be corrected.
Can I give you bad news, Daniel?
Yes.
When we did that yesterday,
Yeah.
the government had already incorporated the UON student leadership, and then they came up with a meeting, some meeting that they were talking about, like with the VC and everything. So we had actually one of the leaders who came and submitted in our meeting and said that it has happened 3 times. Every time we're trying to have a meeting, the government comes in, they take the leadership, and then they hold a parallel meeting, which they are discussing things that have nothing to do with students. I wish you follow me.
No, I'm getting.
So then how do we counter that? Because this has happened 3 times, including today's Nane. They had a meeting being held talking about a VC, something. And then we are told,
Kiama.
yeah, okay, go ahead. Well, then you get my point.
No, what yeah, I get what I was saying. That is just one way. We probably may not need, we may just need to use the university grounds, not necessarily the leadership of the university. You know,
That could be a starting point. That could be one. Next, you could start from Kikuyu, Kabete, or whatever, so that we decentralize, the demonstrations in a way, so that we
Unasema Kikuyu as if you went to unasema Kikuyu as if you went to Kikuyu wewe.
ilikuwa KU. So
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
so what happened? And I'm telling you this because there was another space. What happened? Walileta pesa wakachoa students, and then they said they were being given between 200 and 400, and then they called it cabbage money. Okay. We had this conversation yesterday with student leaders. Wakasema sasa hao wanafunzi wameambiwa eti watakuwa na superficial meeting wakwe. So how do we counter that? I really want to get like a very practical way of like, how do we get away from that?
Bro, we can go to Parkland Girls. We don't have to go to a university, and they'll not pay the students, and because they cannot shoot the students, we start the demonstrations there.
Fair point.
Yep.
Next. Yeah, fair point. And very excellent point. I just wanted to challenge you.
No, I get it.
But by the way, when I do this, please guys don't feel like I'm against the idea. I'm just trying to get the concreteness of like how can we implement it. You know what I mean?
But
so I'm trying to get like how can we
when you
implement it. So
overdo it, some people misunderstand. So you have to be careful with how you do it, because
I know I've already been misunderstood, by the way. I've already been misunderstood. So
No,
so
you're not
can you
being
get
understood.
Sonche?
You were
Can
actually, people are understanding exactly who you are. But I mute my mic.
yeah, so let's have Sonche and then Mohammed come in, and then we can do that, because I really wanna we had our co-host drop, and then he's gonna come back in a minute, because it's freaking midnight for me. I have to sleep, honestly.
All right,
So
JM.
Sanche.
Yeah. Okay, JM. I think you guys, we want hunger, but you guys are misdirecting the hunger. Think this hunger actually needed to be directed to one Mr. Ruto. So really, you guys, we are not supposed to be here fighting one another. Honest to God. So our hunger.
I know
Yeah.
that. I know. I want to hear that. We should
So
never
our
be
hunger here,
fighting.
our
Jesus
hunger
Christ.
is supposed to be directed to one Mr. Ruto and the
No.
government. So we not really, I don't really, I mean, we can't, soldiers don't fight. We have a common enemy. So we're fighting the enemy right now. Those things, we forget about that. We are comrades. So we are running out of time. I said the government already, I mean, Ruto has beaten us in seducing as most people who actually would have been sympathetic to us. We from the beginning, we have we have people, not exactly sympathizers, but we have people who actually reason like us. We have people who are actually tired. I mean, Gen Z just I like the Gen Z. We have to give Gen Z their flowers. I've never felt so proud of being a Kenyan until recent days of Gen Zs. uh, the Gen Zs, I like them because they have tolerance. They have real tolerance for nonsense and stupidity. These guys get sick of. I mean, they can read between the lines. Wanaona hii mambo ya tribe. Actually, ukiwauliza ni tribe gani, they don't even know. By the way, I have nieces, I have children. They don't even know what tribe they are. So na hiyo mambo sasa, wewe watu wao wase wenye wanajua kitu kidogo, these guys kwanza ukienda kuwaitisha hiyo kitu wanashindwa, what are you doing? I mean, what kind of animal is that? Why do you even have to give them? Why do you have to give a police officer money? Why do you have to go and I mean atupigie rais ama MP makofi kwa sababu ya kufanya kazi ama kuleta stima ama kujenga barabara? The only thing that guy needs is actually viboko from being too late. He needed to do that like fucking 10 years ago. Huyo MP akikuja kwenu asema tunajenga njia, Ruto alikuwa kwetu na nao watu wanampigia makofi kwa sababu ya kusema tumekuja hapa kuleta njia, atutubeletea. I mean, the only thing this guy needs ni viboko kwa kuchelewa. Wewe unapigianga nini matako yako makofi ikienda choo.
That's what you were fucking hired and told to do. Mimi ndio nilikuwa nasema we don't need to call nobody an honorable minister, an honorable, I mean your excellency. We don't need those kind of stuff. Once you realize what democracy and the republic means, you understand we choose to work with one another. We don't obey nobody. In a democracy, you don't obey anybody. You actually choose to work, cooperate, collaborate. Unaweza kataa. So mimi hiyo hasira yangu iko pande hiyo. I'm not directing anybody my anger to anybody here. It's to the serikali. So tulikuwa tunasema we need to work with those guys who have been very consistent in the fight against the graft, the corruption, the tribalism. I mean, nimesema watu wale mention, and nasema we needed to really have these allies as I mean kitambo sana. These guys na wako na mashabiki. Now this unajua Kenya we have to give this civic education, and the civic education will go through we really need by then nikwambie your tribe has it's just an identity. Even Obama actually struggled with identity. Everybody it's just your origin, where you came from. You cannot be ashamed of that. Sasa and the religion has nothing to do. It just actually helped you because you didn't choose your religion. Maybe your parents were Muslim or they were Catholic like mine. You had now no really you didn't have, but now you know better. I mean, I'm more religious than religious, more spiritual than religious. But that's where you came from. I don't practice my male culture, but I'm a Meru. I'm not, I cannot be ashamed of being a Meru. But we have to go and organize now from grassroots too. We need to, that's where you actually go and you speak that language better than anybody else. And you can actually now, especially now, Gen Z, no, you don't have a problem with educating the Gen Zs. But the older folks, yes, we do. We need to go there and explain to them in a very simple, in our mother tongue, why we are against this. Umeona sasa hawa watu wanasema the business community, they work with the government of the day because the government of the day in our Patianga Pek. He actually gives them money to tell them you protect them. I want to pay free, I mean, taxes, reliefs here and there, kickbacks here and there. I mean, they are protected. I mean, you know, and they are actually the ones who fund the government anyway, the politicians. So they work together. But now if these guys know, now we are actually working for them because these guys, once you have something, you fear to lose it. But now you don't even know that the little you have, you could even have more, and it's actually even better for everybody else, so that you don't even feel threatened. Kama wewe peke yenu kwenu ndiwe ndio umesoma na wewe ndio uko na gari, by the way, you are not free, my friend. You could, there's people working in Kenya now, the politicians in Kenya have used this tribal and the money, we worship money, we worship money. And Mimi, there's nobody, you can never buy me. You can't. I don't, you can't. I don't even have a value. Pluto cannot give me. I was there single-handedly telling people, unauza kula yako. Me, I've been fighting bad government forever. Now, I know most of you here, I've been in America for 25 years. I mean, that's a long time. I am not here because I love America so much. I'm American. I'm not missing Nusumu America. But I told you, we are economical refugees. But and we feel very, very strongly about our kuna marafiki zangu wengi sana, my classmates, my age mates, hata wengine, they don't even want to hear nothing about Kenya. They fucking shut down. I'm the one who informs them what's going on. What's going on? They don't even want to know. They shut down or some that country it's shito. The way Trump are eater. But they don't want to hear nothing. But now I want you to know, having allies like Atan General himself, he talks and he sounds like he's very arrogant. He's not. He just knows how a good governance works. Mpende, msipende. This one time, I would hear people say this guy is arrogant. He's jealous of Laila. He said Laila is a conman long time ago. Mimi si Mjaluo, and I could feel him. But kuna watu wanasikianga uoga kusema Laila ni mwongo. Unaogopa nini?
Can you finish in a few minutes?
Yes,
Finish in 30 seconds, please.
Yes, okay, let me finish. So what I'm saying is, okay, I mean, we've been in these things. I've been in so many spaces. We've been asila to pieces ni mimi ni mtu kama this guy. I knew he was bad for us. This guy was an ICC criminal suspect. You put him there because akona pesa. He actually, most of them intimidated a lot of people. He killed a lot of them, just like to be what. And now, guess what? He's going to bring, now, if we are not careful, they are going to bring us the stuff like Moy, the way Moy brought him and the Uru and the other garbages here there. They are going to leave another bad government for us. This guy is going to die soon. I mean, 20 years he will be in whatever garbage like Kibaki. But guess what? He's going to leave very, very, very hardcore. He's going to leave very, very bad people. And it's going to be very bad for us and our children. So if we didn't talk, now we have to work with the people who are not exactly sympathetic. People who have our mind. We are not the best either way. I mean, we are not perfect, but we are looking for a perfect person in a perfect world. So people who have been really consistent in the government because they are already there. And tunataka hao watu ambao they even have even expertise. And then, by the way, in politics, just forget about it. You don't come here and give us your credentials. We can give you, I can give you my credentials here. Utashangaa. But we don't have to bring that. We already want Kenyans who really want to fight bad governance. We want accountability. We want transparency. Tunataka kujua hii pesa inatengwa kila siku inatoka wapi na kuenda kanisani. Sasa we don't really want to play their card. They didn't just nasty bad card. We want to really have specialists more on civic education. Kufunza watu so much ndio wajue why are we on the street. Why is it so bad ukipewa pesa uuse kura yako inakuharibia namna gani? Wakati unakuja kuharibu mkutano ya watu ambao wako kwa katiba yetu inaruhusu hivyo, by the way, ama watu ambao wanakiuka kanuni za sheria ya human rights. Ruto hakukuwa amepelekwa ICC kwa sababu yeye ni mrembo. He was there because he killed people. He was record. It's on record. The guy was there. I actually met this dude, eye to eye. I met this guy in Iowa. The time they were actually on that whatever CAS FM when they were organizing that. I was there because I happened to be. I'm a Kenyan. I go to every party. I go to every fucking mkutano. Kwani nini? So I knew there was something up, but I didn't know. He was telling me this is Ruto, William Ruto. I asked him who is William Ruto. That's 2007, 2008, around there. And I didn't know. But and that's, you know what happened after that time. So there's a lot of people who have been fighting bad governance forever. It's only that now that the Gen Zs are sick. These are people who are they don't have tolerance to. They can't sugarcoat anything. Watakwambia tu hadharani. By the way, the girl from the Rift Valley, Taros, that girl, incredible. The other lady says the guy who said told the police officer to move her. So I mean, you can see this that kind of spirit. That's what we want. We don't want to work out. Na hii mambo ya sana, by the way, when people get too much educated, they start to become funny. I don't really like that too much stuff. By the way, I even doubt Ruto's PhD. I told you Ruto doesn't have a PhD because I know what it takes to get a PhD. Really, that guy doesn't have a PhD. I mean, how can you be an ICC criminal suspect? You're fighting for your life. You are running country as a deputy president and you're campaigning 24/7, and you tell me you can get a damn PhD. I mean, how? When? Ulisikia wapi? Lakini mnamuita daktari tu. Don't call that nigga a doctor. Call him Mr. Ruto. Call him. Tell him, I told you, I gave you permission. So, but now imagine now even our education is fucking a joke. It's a joke. People now who really have worked hard to get their PhDs, now where are they going? I mean, hii PhD yake mbona hatukusaidia wakati nini ilikuwa inakuja? Sasa hiyo PhD yake ya biology anapanga vipi sasa sababu njaa inakuja Kenya? You know, it's a phenomenon, by the way. After every nino, there is poverty. There's famine coming. So is this guy preparing for that? Ama atakuwa anakuja hapa kuomba pesa tena? Garbage of human being. Anyway, sisi hatutaki kusugarcoat kitu. Na nimewaambia tunataka kuongea na watu kama akina Mbapo. I have always seen him. He's an learned, he connects with his agencies. I mean, and he's a capitalist guy. So we know, I told you, send a thief to catch another thief. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. And these guys are, by the way, if you wait too long, they are going to be stolen. They will be taken away from us. And they could be a very good ally. Sasa wewe unataka kuwini game na utaki kuleta Messi. Ati Messi unasema ni mtu akona mkono ya kushoto. Muleta tu kwa game yetu, my friend. Let's bring them in. Okay? I told you, politics in football. People love to do that stupid thing. and wataicheza tu, but when the price is right utamwona akiwa kwa timu nyingine. But kama sisi sasa wazalendo, si hata kwamba tunachukia nchi yetu, na hakuna Mkenya labda ako hapa hana fucking passport. Hujaweka hiyo passport sababu you want to become a freaking tourist. It's because things shit don't work in Kenya. You want to get away. You want to become a refugee. And the Ruto actually beat you even on that. He told you, even assist you to become a good refugee. So are you happy about that? Are you fucking happy about that? That's what you want to do? Really? Anyway, so if you really want to fight for our country, let's guys not fight against among ourselves. In pain, in hunger, let's direct it towards these idiots ambayo sisi ndio tumewaandika. Sisi ndio tunapaswa kuongeleza vyenye tunataka, sio wao. Sisi, we are the employers, they are not our employees. Na by the way, tumesema hii katiba tutarundia. By the way, hii katiba is a fucking paste and copy. You pasted, you copied and pasted katiba ya US. Mnakuja mnaweka pale. Come in, go look at it. It doesn't really reflect us. It reflects someone else. So hata kusema tutumia hii tungoje 2007, motherfucker, we can't. No, we would, because this thing is already, the system is already leaked anyway. You wait for that, Ruto, you wait for that kind of, Ruto, you know Ruto. I'm a former 48 laws of power, inside out, ups and down, 360 times. And he will use that tricks any time on us. So we have to play now. We have to hype our games. Now lazima tuende sasa na watu ambao tunaona wenyewe wako wanafikiria kama sisi to fight mapema. Let's put them on our side. Let's put good people with good brains on our side. Kalonzo is not a bad man. And by the way, mimi ni askari. I am a guy who was ambaye amekula kiapo ya serikali. I told you, I was in the General Service Unit. Kabla Ruto hajakuwa president. Kabla Kibaki hajakuwa president. Kabla Uhuru hajakuwa president. And I have nothing to fear about that. Hakuna kwani mimi nilikuwa nusu askari. I'm telling you the truth. But I told you, we didn't come to the US or go to Canada or Australia because we want to go. It's because shit don't work. And we know it doesn't work. And they want to work, and it never worked then. It doesn't work today, and it's not gonna work. And if we don't really feel the pain and say enough is enough, that's why Gen Z should be our mitochondrion. They are our powerhouse. They don't have fucking time for nonsense. Hello, mnanisikia? Hawana time ya nonsense. Hawana watakwambia wewe wacha na hiyo ufara yako. That's why they were saying we are tribalists, we are leaders, because they don't want that garbage. By the way, they know more than you know. Yeah, okay, these kids were born with a computer. Sisi tulikuwa tunasoma gazeti ya fucking 2 years ago kama imefunga nyama. Hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunasoma ya Taifa Leo na I don't know Sunday Nation. These guys know.
Sanjay, please
Anyway,
land.
I'm finishing up. So,
Please, yeah.
that's what tumaliza na hii maneno. Mimi I felt so bad today because we need tuingie na kama ni WhatsApp group sisi wote tuanze sasa mapema sasa kujiorganize sasa tukue na tutokee kama Wakenya. Nimewaambia akina Martha Karua is a learned fella, akina Kalonzo is a learned fella, akina Motata learned fella, we can hire them to work for us. Akina the general himself. These are very good resource. Ni Wakenya, kwani mnataka waende wapi? Mnataka waende wapi, by the way? They will help us fucking change the system. And these guys, I am saying, Onyanka, my friend. That guy, Onyanka, my friend. He's fighting almost by himself right there. Now, because now Baba is married to Ruto, you won't hear shit no more. Now we didn't need to get there. And I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong whatsoever to what. Well, I mean, this in politics is a fucking very dirty game. So I'm telling you, we didn't do as quick. 2007 is fucking very close. Okay, it's very close. It's like more. Anyway, I'm
please
stepping
land.
down. And
Can I
by the way,
speak,
my
please?
friends, we don't even need to
Yeah, you'll be next. Yeah, you'll be next.
uko na hii. Let's put this energy, let's direct this energy towards our perpetrators. Let's our enemy. We have one enemy. So tunataka Ruto must go. This
Thank
nigga
you.
must go. He should go. Na sasa mkikaa hapa wakisikia hivi, by the way, they already have this calling on us. This angalia hawa wanapigana. You need to be
Thank
here
you.
even because wako hapa wanasikiza. You need to be here telling them, motherfucker, you're going. You're going. That's what you need to
Sanjay,
be
thank
telling
you.
them.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Asante
Okay.
sana. That's well said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys noticed, Jason has went to bed and he cannot actually he cannot make someone a co-host because the co-host is not here. So What we will do, those of us who have the speakers will just organize among ourselves. So we'll give the mic to Kiharu, and then we'll see who will be the next person. Kiharu?
Thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak. I want to make a few observations here and there about agencies. When we started with the movement, I think the movement was very, very strong. Right away now, if you figure out, you can see how these people, the politicians, are trying to divide the agencies into political and tribal grounds. First, you saw we had a movement in the whole country. Today, Nane, you saw what happened. Once you give an enemy your schedule, know that it's going to work against that schedule. Or if you give an enemy your story, he's going to use that story to be against you. So you see what the government is doing. The government of the day is doing. We don't prefer these actions whereby the police are brutalizing and abducting people in the streets and everywhere. We as Genz and millennials and the other people, we need to come together and then we set the world forward. What are we going to do in the near future? We shall not reveal to them our plans. The way we are tribeless, readerless, it's the same way we are going not to reveal our plans. Once you reveal your plans, you know the enemy will gather an information or will look for a system in which he can counteract you. See what has happened. He has brought the way the guy has brought opposition. You know, we had already cornered that guy, but he went for Raila. Now, because Raila came in, see people from Nyanza did never turn up to come to the streets. It's only a few people around Nairobi who just came to the street. But the movement today was successful. Why? Because they did not correct the taxes as usual. You see? So we have paralyzed the day's correction. Now we have to look for a way in which we can counteract these people. Ile kitu tunaweza fanya mzuri kabisa, Genz tujuane sisi wote na milenia na tuleta hao wengine. Angalia vile Bangladesh ilienda. Bangladesh waliweka vijana kule mbele, alafu hao watu wakubwa wakakuwa nyuma, wakapata hiyo movement, wakaenda mpaka wakatoa yule mjamaa. The same case applies to Kenya. Because if we don't come together, all of us, for sure, we cannot make anything. Every day, this guy is gaining strength, day in, day out. Angalia wale watu ambao walikuwa wanapiga kelele. Genz wakimove, watu kama akina nini hao wenye wamepewa viti kwa government, ndio walikuwa wanapiga kelele zaidi kule nje. Vile wameletwa sahi wamenyamaza. Mpaka Raila amekuwa na opportunity kuingia pale counteract what Genz were asking for. Now angalia ni nani anagain? Raila amegain, ameingia kwa serikali. So kutoa hao wa jamaa, lazima tukae chini na tuangalie ni njia gani, mbinu gani tunaweza tumia. Unajua India this one day they were against the government. Ile kitu walifanya, walienda wakaleta uchafu, mafi ya choo nini na nini, wakamwaga kwa mabarabara. Kesho yake kila kitu town mzima, towns, cities silikuwa sinanuka. Si wali counteract hiyo serikali kabisa. So in Kenya moving forward, hizi vitu zenye wanatoa vitu kama pesa wanapatia Genz, kama yesterday, you know what happened in Kabete? They walichukua hawa motorcycle riders, walienda wakawalipa pesa, wakawambia make sure kesho hakutakuwa na hiyo maandamano. Halafu leo mlikuwa mnaona vile hao motorcycles walikuwa wanafanya. Kama uwezi kusupport Ruto, hawatakubeba. You see what happened. So guys, we have to deal with these people on the villages. Those people, when they are coming over there to attend churches and whatever, we need to counteract them. we say we force them out of those grounds, ndio wasikuwe na nguvu. Otherwise wanatumia serikali, wanatumia polisi, wanatumia tear gas, wanatuabduct, wakiendelea kutuumiza. Na at the end of the day, or at the end of our movement, we'll end up being divided. Angalia Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya saa hii Gachagua ameweka watu wake kule, umesikia wengine amewadivide akiwachukua pande hiyo ingine. So divide and rule method ndio wanaendelea kutumia kwa chances. Wakileta hizo pesa, chukua hizo pesa kura na jitokeze. Refill, endelea refill, tuwaweke kwa aibu hao watu wote, so that we can move. We need good government, free corruption, na system ikue overhauled. Yani lazima tubadilishe hiyo katiba. Katiba ikibadilishwa, hatutaki tukae na hiyo system, the old system ambayo inafaiti mpaka wale watu wa nje. Tunataka ile system yenye inafaiti kwanza watu wa Kenya. Saa hii wameraise kila kitu, taxes ni juu, mafuta gasi ni juu, kila kitu iko juu. So alafu wanatumia watu fulani, they are using motorcycles to be against us, and at the same time wana increase the fuel the gases, na wana affect hao motorcycles na waoni. Sasa watu wa Kenya tukiwa na akili mzuri for sure, mbona tutumike kama stepping stone ya kuachieve hao watu wengine? Saa hii Kenya mtu wa chini, yani una struggle kutafuta hata pesa ya kununua sabuni, na pale juu na taxes hizi zenye unalipa, wale ndio wanageni pande ile ya juu. No, we have to say no to these corrupt guys. They are politicians. They are just using us. At the end of the day, unatakikana saa ile unaenda kupiga kura, lakini ikifika wakati wa kulipa tax wanakulazimisha, wanakutoa kila kitu. Angalia hizi sheria wameleta mpya. Yani unapanda mti kwako na uwezi kata bila permit. Yani uwezi jenga kwako bila nini? Haiwezekani for sure. Haiwezekani. Haiwezekani. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Guys, let us move forward. Na tutafute mbinu ya counteract hawa watu. Wakikuja kwa villages, we say no to them. Tuwafukuse kabisa. Waende kule. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiwar. Who wants to speak next? And by the way, before the next person speaks, I'm requesting you all. My account is fairly new. Come on, you guys can help me just with a follow. Thank you so much. Sanjay, maybe let me check if there's someone else who wants to speak. Okay, since there's no one else, Sanjay, go ahead.
Yeah, so very quickly, I wanted to say
make it quick. Make it quick, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What I was saying, what Kiwaru amesema. Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sanjay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, so I was saying, hello, I was saying now, like the doctors, for example, doctors have been on strike for a long time. The teachers as well. A lot of now our doctors, our engineers, they get paid. I mean, they don't get paid nothing. The dentists, the professional society, the lawyers, they are the ones who are supposed actually to be making the equivalence of the politicians now, the MPs and senators and governors. So to kikata hiyo pesa ya politicians, this money needs to go to the right place, to our doctors who really need very much. So to kiwaweka, those guys, we need to reach out to them. They are actually part and parcel of this struggle. It's only that everybody, by the way, students, they are fighting their own struggle. As Kenyans, I mean, the business people are fighting their own struggle. I mean, the Genz are fighting their own struggles. They are not getting the opportunities they need of even being employed anywhere. So everybody, ukienda kwa Kenya, ako na shida yake. Now we needed to say we merge those problems and make a bigger revolution, bigger group. So can we reach out? And by the way, everybody, we always want to make sure every time we are here, we follow each other and we make sure you make contact, please, so that we are going to have another platform, like WhatsApp group or something. Please follow one another. Please follow one another, and then we can also go there. That's how we will know the garbage and the people who are not for this movement. So please go follow one another, DM one another, at least make contact, make a friend. Here and there, there are too many people here, so that we can also now try to see how we can work outside now this whatever, whereby we are being monitored by everybody. We really have to we have to be smart, and at the same time now we have to get organized really. And I'm really sending you guys brainstorm, keep actually giving your thoughts, your opinions, your submissions. Dania ameandika kitu leo, I think he has gone. Jim is gone. KOT is asleep. Ayo is not here. These guys are tired. And just as you are on hapa, I can't see them. I know they are tired. And I know after me, I was very,
They have gone to bed,
of course.
I think. Yeah.
They were very tired today. You know that. Everybody is tired. But I think today was successful. Don't think in any way we were able to disrupt the government. You know how much people were, I mean, the government was overworking today. Matter of fact. So we want to tell them we are going to be, actually, we are demonstrating every single day. They need to know. We need to put them on overdrive. They need to know to keep nafasi. We are every day. We don't need their fucking permit. We don't need anybody's permission because they don't work. Because we are tired. That's what the spirit of Gen Z, the generation of Gen Z. I mean, the motto of Gen Z. They don't have patience for sugarcoating shit. That's what these guys are. They don't have ile mambo ulikuwa umefuta na mama yako, sijui unyamaze, sijui mgeni amekuja kwenu, aanze kukula nyama yenu. No, unamwambia no, that's our food. That's what you need to
Sanjay,
say.
Yes, Sanjay,
Okay,
thank you, brother. You
asante
already said,
sana.
yeah.
But
Shay, before you
Mohammed,
speak, can I go before
Mohammed,
you?
just 1 second. Meta
Okay.
siongei. Nasema tu tumeshukuru Sanjay na Mohammed, you've been doing a very good job kumoderate. Unajua wewe ni mtulivu na tunashukuru na unacheki hapa merudi, so continue moderating, tuna moderate tu na cheketa kuja hapa akusaidie. You guys continue doing what now you're doing now going forward, because now I'm sure Cheke will come up to be co-host, and Mohammed, sober mind and a fair man. I appreciate you, my brother.
Asante san. Mohammed is very professional. I don't have that patience. I'm sorry. Mohammed, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Cheke, the new cheza kidogo,
yeah.
but maybe this is a man that I respect. Hata mimi na respect Cheke pia. Mmefanya kazi mingi sana. You've been on spaces, mmekaa. Cheke, mimi nimekuja kujua, hata sikujua ni nani, nimekuja kujua hiyo juzi, about maybe 2 months ago, na nimekuheshimu wewe na kina KOT, nyinyi wote. Alafu napata mbuda naheshimu zaidi juu tunaheshimiana. I think nikaulizwa Mohamed, huyo tutasali naye mwadhani akituita atatuita pamoja, tukituo ile sala ya saa 12 tutatu pamoja, sio Mohamed?
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Shay. Shege is back, but I think he cannot get the co-host thing back again. Can you, Chege? Are you able to do that? He's on mute, I think. Okay. We can't hear you guys speaking. Shege. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see if he joins us. One item that actually Sanjay mentioned, and few other people also mentioned, for tomorrow and the coming days, I think our messaging has to be that we have to be in the streets for the coming days. I think we have to get that messaging clear. We should be on the streets indefinitely going forward. And Jason also mentioned, I think it was also Shay, we really have a problem now with our planning, because the intelligence the Ruto boys are all here. They're in the spaces all night long, all day long. Listen to what we are saying. So, and they're adjusting their plans and their policies. Actually, before I came to this space, I was talking to one of the ladies whom I just know through X, Twitter. Uh, she was locked up in a Java house today for over 7 hours because when they threw the tear gas, it's actually poisonous tear gas. They went to hide in the restaurant, and then what the police did, anytime the Gen Z guys run into a building, they barricade that building. So she told me this is something that actually surprised Gen Z today completely because they never planned for this. So whatever they're doing, when they will chase 100 people to a building, lock that building, make sure nobody comes out. So from 11 a.m. until 5 p.m. they were locked up in that building. So only when she actually went to Twitter and made this public was they released from that place. So we need to plan, come up with the ways so that we get our messaging, our planning offline, either in WhatsApp or in Telegram or some other unconventional ways. We have to move to spaces these guys cannot join because it's really, really messing up our plan. We
Yeah.
also can, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We need to. If there's anybody here now working on behalf of the government, we need to tell them. We need to put them on notice that we now, because there's no opposition. Because Ruto is the same animal that lied to us that he can never work with opposition, but he's the same guy who actually working with them now.
But Sanjay,
Listen,
no,
my
no
boss.
one.
Listen, boss. It's okay. Listen, we did not storm the parliament because we were kissing the asses, my friend. Yeah, we didn't go that way. We never went there because these guys, we never went there telling them tafadhali. And by the way, anakuambia hivyo. And this is our right. Sisi tunaomba, sisi sio watoto tudanganya na watubebe vile wanataka just because they can. And by the way, we are the one who voted them. We can vote them out, and it's actually in constitution. It's even when we want to work the kutumia hiyo sheria ya Kenya. By the way, it's the contract. It's just a fancy fucking name, constitution. It's a contract between us and the government and the people we hire. They work for us. And the moment they betray that contract, they don't work for us no more. You need to get that. Now, this kind of behavior of going and playing into Ruto's game, by the way, they'll put us where we belong. Even now, when you work in the when you even go and talk to the police officers actually, most of them know very little. They don't know nothing. They only, Ukimurisa, what are you doing here? They say, on us from above. He doesn't even fucking know why he's there. We are taking people, telling people, you don't need to be there. That's a crime now. It's a crime to be you. It's a crime to be Nairobi is always full of people. So we can't go this way. And we can't talk to them because I know they're here. We can't talk to them like that. The reason why they got us today is because we were talking like that.
Sanje, kwa heshima naweza kuuliza, kwa heshima kubwa sana naweza kuuliza, najua wewe uko Amerika, either uko Minnesota ama uko Iowa or something, naulizaje ndio hata watu waelewe. Muko na group kubwa sana huko, sio?
Tuko na, and we are saying, since we have more money than the stupid money, Ruto has.
So why can't we not, vile nilisema earlier, tukumbane kama vile wanawake wa jumuiya kukumbana. Mnatoka kanisani, mnaenda hapa, tukumbane 50-50 hii hapa ama 20, ndio tuweze kupanga. Because we plan how hata tukipresent ya kina Chege watu wote akina KOT tunawaambiaje, sikiza even ndio mpango juu. Sasa what happened ni diaspora wametuma pesa,
absolutely,
lakini hatukufanikiwa, but ultimate goal ni we need to get this man out. So we have to re-strategize. We are soldiers, and
Yes,
we
sir.
have to figure out how do we get this man out. So
Yeah.
we
Go
start
ahead,
by
sir.
disabling systems, na ndio
Exactly.
mi nashinda mi nashangaa nimeongea kwa sasa, this is a third space nimeongea, nauliza wanaume na wanawake, mi najua ku disable spaces, but
Yes, sir.
in an ethical way.
A good deal.
Lakini
I mean,
I also know the unethical way, lakini mi naweza chocha watu wangu. We can do, it's about
now, boss. Now we need this. The kind this the kind of mind we need, and we need that. By the way, ukisikiza wimbo ya taifa ya Kenya inasema Kenya inastahili heshima na kila mtu ako na jukumu ya kulinda nchi yetu. By the way, we have to guard Kenya, our own. We have to protect Kenya. We have to do everything we have to do, by the way, with no fear and ama shauku ama niambaya. By the way, our Kenya is taken by cartels. See, why the ones who are saying deep state or they kind of whatever, what wameishika vizuri sana. And we cannot now you can run this Kenya. You and other guys, everybody here can run Kenya better than these two Democrats. We can. So let's actually tuungane. Let's actually DM one another to follow all the diaspora people. Let's have our unit here now, so that when we tabling with these people, we said now we want to get now the Gen Z working with now the millennial and the Gen X and any Kenyan, and we want now to get anybody who not just even sympathetic. We want anybody actually who has our mindset. The politicians too, before wanyakuliwe,
exact.
na
Na ndio
because by the way,
tunasema
yes sir.
na tunasema kama sasa watu wakina data scientist, are you a real data scientist? Na unaona kama sasa mama wamejitolea, mpaka kuna wamama kwa revolution akina Grace wanasema I'm sure there are things they can do. Lazima tudunge huyu jamaa tukiwa diaspora, lazima tudunge huyu jamaa ile asikie.
We are going even by the we were even saying we want to work with either. Now I know Kamara has brought a different ball game. We work with Kamara, we worked with Obama, we work with all of them. We will work with them and we will all get our
Trump,
even Trump. Tutawak in Trump to be this Kenyan for Trump, and if you do this is what we want. This is what we want. The first thing we want we're gonna get this of this guy. And by the way, Trump kwanza ni mtu mzuri sana. I know Trump very, very well because Trump knows my name, because I happen to be
Trump ni
very, very, very ule mzuri sana. Trump namjua kutoka golf. Mzuri sana. I know you. We will get
and that's what
Trump
I'm saying. So watu wa diaspora msisikia ati tunatuma tu we are also I know Grace, they are so passionate.
Exactly. Yeah,
but we are working also hard.
We are working. By the way, kwanza, by the way, wale walitoa, by the way, akina Museveni walikuwa diaspora, akina Kagame wote. I mean, you have to work with the diaspora anyway to have a meaningful revolution. From inside, it's difficult. We have to really fight these people from every angle. That's what we have to do, because that's exactly what they are doing anyway. Now they are the ones getting foreigners, but we are not foreigners. While working a foreigner, we will work with them. We are Americans. Sisi o nusu Americans. We are full Americans. Kwa ni nusu American. We will. Napata 100% Kenyans. That tutarundi Kenya na tutakomboa Kenya. Because this, we cannot take this nonsense. Now, I want a monopoly.
Okay. But Janini, Sanjay, Pole, but najua Mohammed ndio moderator hapa, so na naangalia time and mimi na wewe tumeenda kidogo, so Mohammed, please. I'm sorry.
Take over.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, welcome. Does anyone else want to speak among those guys with the speakers? Unfortunately, we cannot give a new speaker the mic, a new listener
Yeah,
the
and that's
mic,
why we
because we
have
don't
to
have.
be civil so that you can direct us, sir.
Yeah. I'm just reminding everyone, like, I don't have any access to give anyone the mic, so the host and the co-host are are both gone. Chege is back, but he doesn't have the co-host. He doesn't have the tools anymore. So data scientist Akili, Samuel, anyone of you guys want to speak? You're most welcome.
Akili hajasema kitu, amekaa hapa sana.
Okay. Sijui kama mnanisikia.
Sanjay, mute yourself, please. Let Akili, let Samuel speak. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome, Samuel.
Okay, unanisikia vizuri?
Yes, we hear you well. We hear you well.
Okay, good. So ile kitu mimi ningependa kuongezea ni nini? Niseme kwamba hii issue ya connect na
Your
kutalk is
background
very
sound,
good.
your background noise,
But
Samuel, your background noise. Samuel, unapiga ama nini?
Unapiga chakula manini? Nimeingia job saa hizi, ni job nimeingia.
Oh.
Ya, unajua sisi watu wa jua kali lazima kidogo. Okay. So, niko nasema hivi, acha nataka niseme haraka. Ile kitu mimi ningependa kusema ni hii mambo ya kuweka nini kusema kuingia kwa WhatsApp na nini, inaweza ikaleta shida kwa sababu ya hao watu wa Ruto. Remember, you don't know who is who. Na mtu the moment ampata namba yako itakuwa very 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 problem, kwa sababu wanaweza kukushika. Kama mimi wanaweza kuja kwa jua kali saa yote wanichukue. Unaona? So vitu kama hizo lazima pia tukifikiria tunafikiria venye tuna like to protect also ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good point. Yeah. Someone please mute.
Just a minute.
Okay, asante. Akili, data scientist. Are you guys here?
Hawapo. Na since hawapo, but Mohammed na Sanjay,
Yes.
na niko sure kuna watu wengine wanasikiza.
Yeah. You guys, please give us a follow. Yeah, for those of us with the few account, the big accounts, help us tafadhalini. Asante sana Sheikh, endelea.
Yeah, tunafuatana. But I think mi kitu si understand ni juu kama overseas kuna watu wengi sana wana talent, na mimi sio Gen Z, but kila mara nikiuliza naambiwa well, good luck to them na tunaombea sana. No, hawa hawataki kuombewa, wanataka usaidizi, na pia wao wenyewe pia lazima wakubali kusaidiwa. Unaona? So now Ruto changed the game jana. Alipiga mama, watoto. So the game has totally changed. Sasa ni raia yote. Na mimi naweza omba kama Gen Z wanaweza twist hiyo Gen Z sikuwe ni Gen Z. Juu nasikia hao wengine wanasema ati tunaombea heri na heshima na kuwa sawa. No. We need to involve every Kenyan ndio wakuwe involved, wawe nasikia. Let me tell you how, sijui ama watu wengine wanajua hapa, but unaona kama hata huyu Raila walianza na story ya they used to meet. They started as a small group. They used to meet at New Stanley Hotel, sijui inaitwa nini sahi pale, actually, and then also 680 Hotel pale opposite Macmillan, walikuwa wakipatana hapo. Then they decided, because Moya alikuwa akiwachapa sana, wakasplit na akina Imanyara, they split it into splinters. And then when they were building, ndio wakakuja kuambia Moi in one day, hey, tumechoka, we have to have multipartism. So maybe that's something that Genz can think about that. Sijui. Najua kuna personalities nini hapa na pale, but if you humble yourself, sio lazima hata ati mtu akuweke. Unaona vile sasa, now they turn around at weka sijui ka Samuel, oh, ati au jamaa tumemwamini amehepa. No, kama Mwenyezi Mungu amesema ni wewe, man or woman, it doesn't even matter. Now, on the other side, kama watu wa overseas watajaribu kusaidia, please jaribuni kusaidia na mambo juu watu wa Kenya wanasema ati tutaenda sijui kwa maembassy. No, hizo embassy, huyo ni clerk, they don't help nothing. Ni watu wale wako huko majuu kule, kuna nguvu, especially America na Canada na sasa UK wana mambo zao, but America, let's put Kamala Harris na Donald Trump kwa sport, ndio waseme tu walai bilai Ruto, na kuna pressure huko, Ruto atasikia hiyo pressure, hatapiga watoto vile alipiga watoto and si kusema kwa watoto, si ati nasema ni watoto wadogo, but hatapiga watu vile alipiga watu huko leo. He will be restrained. Huyo mama yuko huko, huyo ni secretary tu fulani. Nakumbuka Biden anaishia sasa. Harris lazima aweke her best foot. Lazima Harris ajionyeshane, no, mimi ni different, mimi sitakuwa juu. Policy za Kenya za America ni noma sana, zinafanyaga wanamweka kwa sport. Nasema ndio mimi ni coach huyo Biden, but unasikia kuna ile but. So let's remember that. Watu wako
Okay, thank you.
diaspora.
Thank you, Shay. Okay, there are two updates I would like to share with you guys from Bangladesh. Number one is the guys who actually mobilized, who are leading all these. Actually, the guy, not the guys, the guy who was leading was a young Bangladeshi student who was actually in Europe. So he's not even in Bangladesh. So for all those people who are actually guilty shaming Kenyans in diaspora, saying why are they doing that? Hawako kwa barabara, they're not coming. Then that is the answer. We send billions every year, and we have seen how other countries live, how civilized nations live. And when you actually leave Kenya and see the rest of the world, that's when you become more and more angry. So that's the answer. Bangladesh did it, and there's no reason that us Kenyans in diaspora cannot contribute to our country and actually agitate for a better Kenya. That is that. The next update is the former, most of you will have seen this, but the former Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus, who actually created Grameen Bank, which was actually a microeconomic based bank. He took millions of Bangladeshis out of poverty. Was actually he was actually in Paris the day the prime minister fled the country. So the student went to his hospital bed and actually requested him to fly back to Bangladesh to be appointed the interim leader. So he was sworn in today. So again, in Kenya, they were saying, even Raila was saying, Ruto Akenda, the military will take over, there will be anarchy. Now that's the answer. There's a peaceful transfer of power. There's no anarchy, no destruction. The riots have completely stopped, and the military is just neutral. That's now also the answer. So these guys, they always like to create fear among people and say, okay, Ruto Akenda, there will be no Kenya. So that's the answer. We should actually give them an example of Bangladesh. No, it did not happen. Stop scaremongering us. Stop guilty shaping us. Kenyans in diaspora will contribute to this discussion. Once this guy leaves, we have a proper structure in place. We have the Chief Justice who can take over. We have that transitional government authority that Miguna was talking about. There's so many other options. Anarchy is not the solution. No one is actually going out there to risk his life so that Kenya is destroyed. We don't want to do that. But every day you have seen, I think it was Shay who shared. There's a young Kenyan boy in today. He was actually given an interview, just like peaceful guy, just talking to a TV. He was roughed up and he was beaten live on live TV. It's there on the internet. He's not harming anybody. He's not throwing a stone. He's not doing anything. He's just giving a television interview. And that tells you how inhumane these guys is. They hate us so much. So even they don't even have an empathy. They know that Kenyans are angry. They know that Kenyans are dead. They know that some of them are in the morgues right now in mortuaries and their bodies have not been identified. They know some are missing. They know some are in jail. They don't even have the empathy to actually conduct their programs in a way that not to annoy Kenyans more. What do? This guy called something Kipchuma Murkomen. He created a whole party in front of his ministry. These are the facts from Western Kenya. This guy who was ODM leader. Someone remind me his name. I forgot. Oparanya, Wycliffe Oparanya. He had a huge party. Now, what are you celebrating? Kenyans are on the streets. They're shedding their blood. They're being killed. It's like they're just telling us, we own this state. We own this place. We know this script. We know how to run it. You guys get the middle finger. You can do absolutely nothing to us. And then someone comes and tells you, Jay-Z is munataka nini? Seriously? I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but I honestly don't see any other hope in Kenya. If we lose this momentum that these kids brought for us, it's over. And there's one story I would like to remind you all. In 1958, there was actually a test match, a cricket test match. I follow cricket. It's a very weird, very funny sport between Pakistan and West Indies. That is in 1958. So West Indies at the time was the most strongest cricket nation on earth. So Pakistan were outbeaten in the first day of the test match. So there's this guy who's called Hanif Mohammed. He was a batsman, and he kept on defending. This thing goes for 5 days. It's a it's a 5 days. It's not like football. You run around for 90 minutes. The match over. You play around for real. It's called the real men sport. When I talk to my football friends, I tell them, we play cricket until the men go one side and the Mbuzi guys go the other side. So it is 5 days, not at 90 minutes on a kimbi alafu unasema the match is over. Apana. So this is what happened in this match. When Pakistan were outplayed, so they were supposed to lose the match in 2 days in the second day. Just for the second day. It was supposed to be 5 days match. So this guy stands up for Pakistan and blocks all the balls for the entire day. The captain of the Pakistani cricket team wrote a note for him and kept it beside his bed. And he did not say any word. Neither the captain said a word, nor the batsman. The note said, "You are our only hope. You are our only hope." Then he went back to the next day. He played the entire day defending. Then he came back, he said, "You can do it." He put another note again. He said, you can do it. The fourth day came. He said, if you can bat until till tomorrow, we will save the match. Hanif Mohammed did that. And to this day, it is the longest running test innings ever. Since 1958, that record has not been broken. So for all the Gen Zs who are listening and who are out there, please know you are the only hope left in Kenya. We lose this and it's done. Thank you very much.
Wow,
Those
Mohammed.
of you, the speakers, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Well, hello.
Go ahead, Sanjay, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, oh my goodness, yeah, thank you for that. Eh? So you mean the actually the leader for Bangladesh? You said he was in Europe.
Exactly. He was in Europe for actually medical treatment. The kids went to him, told him, we have no other option, you have to go back. He went back and he was sworn in today. You can see that. He was sworn in. Because he's highly respected man,
Wow.
very successful businessman. Yeah, yeah. And they were all along, they were scared and I saying, oh, the military will take over. Farah Malam was there in the parliament today lying, saying, see these kids, they removed the prime minister of Bangladesh, but the military is in control. Niwongo, they don't even watch the news, these guys. The Nobel laureate guy was sworn in. He's highly respected. And for the last 15 years, because he's a very successful businessman, he was critical of the government, telling what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. So now people, because he built that rapport with the people and that he cares for them, and that's why he won this prize. They unanimously agreed this is the right person to lead this government. He's in charge today.
But they Sinok but question again. So I guess you take over because again we don't have got caught up in the same cycle we were with that JM, where we just now it's almost like a KTN interview. So at the Mohammed, Mamimi, Nasanje, no. I'm sure there are people that want to talk some other things.
Yeah, small update, Shay.
Yeah.
Sheger restarted his machine and lost the co-host rights.
Yeah,
So even him,
and I see Akina Dida there, and I see
yeah,
Grace.
even him, he's trying
Grace
to get
has always
QOT.
some Kyotia Meamuka,
Amemka.
Bado.
Yeah, he's trying to get QOT. Unless he gets QOT to get him the co-host,
Yeah,
even
but again, we can be civil too. Una, we don't need a prefect. Come on, we are JM. No, we can manage ourselves. We're grown people, sino tuwazima, and tunaweza manage ourselves. So kama Grace umeitokomeza, ongea, toka nyuma ya fence. Josephine, very passionate. Na pole sana, I had ulikuwa mgonjwa hiyo juzi when she was supposed to be actually going for maandamano, akagonjeka kidogo vile alisema juzi, and she could not make it, but she has passion. Now, at the end of the day, sisi wote, we have passion for this country because we love this country. It doesn't matter where you go or how long you spend in whatever country. Leo unaweza enda kumbaka kwa moon, America, Canada, it doesn't matter. Home will always be home. Na ndio maana watu wako Kenya ni wape tu update kidogo. unaona watu wako outside of the country wanampa do because they believed tunaweza change, and we're going to change it. It's just a matter of time. Na there's no way Mwenyezi Mungu atatufikisha hapa na atuachilie. There's no way. No, I don't believe that. Mama yangu marehemu alituambiaga Mwenyezi Mungu afikishagi katikati, she will see you through. So tuombe, na wala kuswali tuswali sala zetu, and we'll see, tutaona matokeo. Back to you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Shay. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 of us with the mic. Now, if we remove QT, that's 6. So we left with only 6 of us who can speak.
Okay, mimi najitoa.
Yeah. Okay. No. It won't help anybody. Shay.
Yeah.
No one can get the mic. You know, that's not how it works. Even if you remove yourself, it doesn't mean that someone else will get the mic. They'll
Okay.
remain listening.
So, but
Yeah.
yes, oh man. So now we just talk amongst ourselves.
able to shut down the CBD business, Nairobi ilikuwa stand still. No business was going on. And that's exactly why I say we won. Now, one of the recommendations that I have is that we need to Sundays needs to be our main day of protesting. Wachana na Tuesdays, Jumaine. Sundays when these guys go to church, they get to know our church elders and church priests and whatever they are, they call themselves. Uh, we need to start. Sunday needs to be our first day of protest of every day, and in fact, tomorrow people need to go out. Now, why do I say this? Because we one of the things why we were not effective today is because we needed like a rehearsal. Like yesterday, we needed to come out and tease these guys out. But it's a good thing. It's a learning curve. We know what they are and what we are, what we want. Now, since Ruto has managed to come to our game and kinda scored 50+1% of our game. Now I think it's time for us to go out and defeat him in his own yard. So let's know when he's going out to. Chega, please mute your mic. Chega, where Chega? Tafadhali, mute your mic. KOT, you can mute Chega's mic. There's an
Sorry,
echo.
sorry, 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 sorry.
Thank you, Chega. Now, listen, guys. Let us defeat Ruto on his own game. We gave him time. He gave us time. We were so reluctant. Now, I want to know where Ruto is going to be next. I think it's Eldoret, but I think we can get 50 people in Eldoret, right? He postponed Eldoret's rallies because he wanted to swear in cabinet secretaries on the same day we were having mandabanos, so people from Kisumu and all over the country could celebrate, one of our own in quotes. One of our own in quotes. Guys, you are dealing with drug barons like Joho 001. He's a drug baron. Uliza to mut from Mombasa awambie who Joe is before he even became a member of parliament. This guy has been selling drugs, cocaine, what have you, to the residents of Mombasa. But somehow, anyway, uh, now going forward, wacha tuingie kwa mikutano yake, we infiltrate his meetings. Why? I'm saying this because we are educated. We know where we know what he can do. Listen, Ruto cannot defeat us. He handles people who are not educated. Ask me why I despise DCI and all those other people who work for him. Why? I I have high regard people uh for lawyers. These are two different things. Lawyers, you have to excel in your high school exams. You have to have like at least a B plus or A minus or A plus or A plain to become a lawyer. But to become a DCI, you just need a D plus. See, I despise the DCI because they rely on the information that we give here on X. So they are here today listening to what our next plan is. They do not have a clue of what is coming next. But lawyers, constitution is what binds them to us. Now, Ruto does not like the Gen Z movement. Why? Because we are educated, we know what is next, we know what they are planning, we know everything. We are educated. We know we have minerals in Kenya. Why the fact we have minerals in Kenya? We have oil, we have gold, we have titanium, we have all the minerals that make it possible for anybody to run any mobile company business. We did not, most people did not know this until we started this movement less than a month ago. So Raila had to rush in and bargain the power. That's why he's been given the treasury and the minerals. But Ruto is going to be the top guy. He's, listen, Joho is not gonna know everything. Ruto knows everything what's going on. He's going to block he's going to tell those guys. If Joho asks for any whatever explanations, tell them you cannot disclose. But I am Kissy. Unsando is a Kissy name. And what?
Okay, wind up.
Yes, I will.
Start winding
Yeah,
up.
yes, I will. But you have to listen to this. Nyachai, before his death, he used to say that the only way you can get me out of parliament is through the casket. But we disapproved him. He used to make Kissy people his business, and we were wrong. We defied his narrative, and we kicked him out before he even died. So what I'm saying is, we have the power. We can do whatever we want. We need to start going out on Sundays. Why? Because Sundays is the day where Ruto goes to church and he kneels and he gets blessings and he confuses our parents, gets blessings, and he goes back to the streets again and he starts to spread his propaganda. I agree with there is a girl, Cigarette, who said, we need, how is Ruto going to beat us in propaganda? We need to start spreading out propaganda about him to our parents and our peers in the rural areas. This guy he's trying. There is no reason why he's building affordable housing locations where people do not.
Okay, boss, umemaliza?
Okay, just 1 minute. I
Wind up.
will. I am winding up right
Okay.
now. We need
Okay.
to start beating him in his own game. Let us know where he's going to be next. Let us get 50 people and they can raise the banners and say Ruto out and reason so why were we doing that? So people can understand like this thing is alive. We won today because the CBD was closed down. There was no business going on. And I think tomorrow we still need to go out, but Sundays we need to switch from Tuesdays and Wednesdays to Sundays. And
Okay, thank
thanks
you so
thanks
much.
KOT and Carl. Yeah, thanks for culture, Kenya media. Thanks. I learned.
Wanjiro, give Githiomi. Yes, Wanjiro, go ahead. Wanjiro, are you there? Okay, can't I can't hear her. Chege. Chege, you there? Chege, yuko JM uko hapo? JM? Hey, JM ayuko. Didi.
JM nikaa ni listener.
Oh, okay. And Didi? Didi, you're there? Okay. Didi ayuko hapo. All right. I guess I can say
Uliza watu
something.
wainue mkono.
And anaambia
Oh, wanakataa
I'm
kusikia.
like the worst host.
Wanjiro is here. Wanjiro,
I've been
Wanjiro is
asking
always
for
awake.
Wanjiro. Yuko wapi? Wanjiro huko?
Niko hapa.
Wanjiro won't come here and sleep. He's
Tuambie, but
too many years of
before I say that,
professionalism. Hi, Wanjiro.
Hi.
okay,
Welcome. Speak to us.
Mnanisikia?
go ahead, Wanjiro. Wacha ni mute. Let me mute myself.
Mnanisikia?
Yeah, we hear you.
Kusikia vizuri
As
sana.
you know, this is my favorite night space when I'm working at night.
Don't work too hard.
I have to pay bills. Niko diaspora.
Hey, where?
Hey guys, what a day! What a day! What a day! Uh, you know that a war is a series of battles, right? When you go to university, see, it's a degree of 4 years. So me, when I went to law school, first year Dean's Merit List, second year Dean's Merit List, third year Nikadunda. It's like I never went to school. Eh? Out of 5 subjects, I failed 3. It's like Aki, it's like I was not there. Alafu, you just recover. You do it again, and then you do it from experience. When you finish that degree, when you get it, Yani, it is awesome. That is called the war. Right? That is how I look at every single battle. So, reject finance bill, that was Dean's merit list. Number 1, summa cum laude. Right? Then you did a series of others. And then you guys went to that, was it Uhuru Park? Another summa cum laude. So, you guys have been on such a high. So, it's been such a high. So, when this happened and it looked like a bit of a deflation, it was not a loss. It was not a failure. It was just that it can't always be a high. And that is called life, right? And I think for me, it is always an opportunity to learn. There was something that needed to be learned here because as you're going, also your enemy started learning a few things as well. You could no longer catch them by surprise. And that's what happened. So what were my observations today? Unfortunately, I was in court at some point, and then there was not much coverage. So nilikuwa na Wakenya, nilikuwa naangalia kidogo kidogo. One of the things I observed is that you could not assemble. You had no chance to even sit, and I'm looking at strategies of war and battles. Those guys did not give you a chance to even sit together for 5 minutes. They had been given instructions. Vuruga hawa watu. Kabisa. Now, when
We can barely hear you. I think you're muffled.
Can you hear what? Am I audible at all?
Yeah, yes, you are audible. He's interrupting you rudely.
I can hear clearly.
Okay, all right. So can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So what I saw in this art of war that was being played today was the art of kurugana. So you were not even able to assemble, so you could not form a group, right? And I could remember during when I was growing up, I remember more used to use those tactics. It was called, they could not even let our parents sit in groups of 5. And that's how we learned how to assemble even at home. And at some point, I remember there were times that even the police used to come home and they would say no parties even at home, because you were just, because the minute 5 people are assembled, walikuwa wana plan. So you can see Ruto is Moi's child, which means he has learned how to suspend the constitutional right to assembly. That I can see, and this is the new art of war number 1. The other thing I noticed today is that you're being delegitimized. Another strategy of war. I could see that the people in the streets, the street vendors were being harassed. Walikuwa wanachapwa viboko. I never saw that before. This was a new one. I'm very observant when it comes to seeing things that are happening around me. They were being beaten so that you can be delegitimized, so that the business community can turn against you as the anarchists, so that they can become your enemies. That was very clear about what they were doing. The third thing that I realized today is that there was excessive use of force. And what I was curious about is yesterday, Secretary Z was in State House, and they had a big show about how they are supporting democracy, human rights, rights of assembly. And this time they came to State House. They actually came. They didn't call. Last time they made a phone call, but this time wakachukua ndege wakakuja State House. So I was curious, what was that move about? Yet today was the most ridiculous form of the use of force. I was very curious about what that move was all about. So with those couple of observations, I think it's important, and I'm not advising you, I'm just saying from a strategy perspective, I think it's about time that you regrouped and re-strategized, understanding that your strategy now being formless and having not having a sort of centers of command perhaps has outlived its usefulness for now. Because I'm also assuming that because of all the deaths and the intimidation, parents are not allowing their children to get out of the house. And people are afraid. He has basically managed to sell fear. And people do buy fear. Fact. It's a fact. So how do you do this? one strategy that you can do is to create centers of command, and you can't be doing this online. You can't be doing this on spaces. So it's about time that you started meeting as people, as human beings, right? And you need to start now creating trust amongst yourselves. And how was that done during Contour Sizwe is the liberation struggle movement for South Africa. And when I came here when it was just coming out of apartheid. So you don't need one leader, but you do need centers of command that are working in groups, maybe of 100 people or 50 people with centers of command, and then you need to have one message. How it looks like, I don't know, but you do need to start meeting as people, and then you start creating structures around yourselves. Then you start trying to attack in groups. So maybe one day a group of 100 people who you all know each other, and you can say, I know 50 people whom I trust. KOT knows 50 people. On Sando or Chege, you know 50 people who you trust in groups. And then you say, today we're going to go and fling shit at the British Council, for example. Or you're going to do something crazy. Or you're going to, on Sunday, I heard somebody saying that Sunday is a very good day because there's no security in churches. You basically form groups, and every Sunday you go and create chaos, deplatform those people, because there's no security. You just go, 50 of you, 100 of you, wakianza kupiga kelele, munasimama, you go to the altar, you take the microphone, you make noise, and that happens in all counties, so that it happens, but you guys organize yourselves either in person or you go into Telegram, but you know that you're working with groups of people. So that for me is what I was observing, and I wasn't on the ground, so I don't know what you guys saw. I'm just, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So the other thing that I was thinking about is, you guys are smart kids. You're smart. What about cyber terrorism? You're smart. You can get together as people with brains and bring down websites and hack stuff. I don't know. Do something to just frustrate the system and make it difficult for things to operate. I think you guys have the capacity to do that. The other thing, I've realized that obviously Ruto has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the constitution. We've seen that. The way he's operating, there are so many cases cases have been said about the use of force, about how to work with protesters, not to use tear gas, not to do this, not to do that. But he's still doing it. So even come 2027, in as much as we know that there is 15 million, the youth vote is rich. There's about 15 million of you. Even if 80% of you show up, you can just install a government on your own. But this is a person that probably will not even get out of power. We've seen that. So the pressure has to be sustained. And I know that I don't know whether you guys are ready to hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway. There is no point of having pressure without organizing yourselves in some form of movement that is organized, that has some sort of form where you can also start, bringing yourselves up into a political movement of some form or the other. The other thing is, somebody talked about civic education. It is so important, and I had somebody say earlier on that civic education, politics is local. It's true, it is local. My mom is a baby boomer. She's 78, she's 76, 77. And the only way I could get them to understand what was happening is to go and talk in their language. If you think about selling Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola is a drink. You sell it in America in a certain way. When you come to Kenya, you sell it with a different message. It is still the same Coca-Cola. When you sell Coca-Cola in Nairobi, it's not the same message that you use it to sell in Kiambu. So when I went to my mom and I told her about land rights, I know she's a Mkikuyu, Mogoda. I told her, Mom, if this happens, Mogoda is going to become lease and you start paying rent. And then you will become homeless. You start, eventually we lose our ancestral home. She was like, Atete. And then I started talking about seeds and traditional seeds. I said, you will no longer be able to plant the seeds. You will not, it is going to be illegal. And she said, Atebeho, that's the language they understand. So she went to her church. And those are the people who were lied into. I never supported Ruto. I was very clear from the very beginning. I was clear that Aleppo just does not change its spot. I was anti-Ruto completely. And they're the ones who had supported Ruto. So she went back to her church and said, this man is a monster. He wants to take our land and they want us to stop planting seeds. That's the message they heard. So when we are doing civic education, take one message and just use the message that they hear. Don't try to tell them about decolonization. Don't try to tell them about, I don't know, World Bank and IMF and I don't know what all. Different messages packaged for different people. And then it just cascades. And before you know it, even the community that is not understanding what the Gen Z, I call you guys the millennials because it's the Gen Zs and the millennials, even those who don't understand what they're doing, all of a sudden they'll start saying, let's go, let's go. All of a sudden you will not need to convince them, and then you'll start having now a critical mass of movement. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It takes time. There's no revolution that is overnight. And I know it's a generation of instant gratification. You guys don't know how we used to write letters to our boyfriends. And you open it, you write it with a pen, you put perfume in it, alafu unaeka, you put, and then you take a stamp, you lick it, you liquid, you stamp lick it, alafu naeka kwa post office, inaenda 1 month, inaenda month ingine, unangoja, inakuja, unafungua. You guys don't know that. You make boyfriends and girlfriends on WhatsApp. Alafu you break up on WhatsApp. You don't know how to go na call box. Alafu unangojea mtu akupigie simu kwa call box. Hapo 20th century. That generation, you don't know that. So it's a world of now. So I understand, and I have 2 Gen Zs in my house. I've got 21-year-old girls at University of Cape Town. I get it. In fact, these days they tell me am I cheating on them with the young people? Because I sound like, they're like, where you get that word from? I'm like, I heard it on Spaces. So just be kind to yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. I'm seeing such negativity online, guys. It's a marathon. You've done so much. You've achieved you've spooked a president. You've grounded a president. I've just seen that even the livestock bill has been withdrawn by Ishungwa. Just now on thingy, it's been withdrawn. So you're not seeing the things that you guys, the agitation that you are doing because of just irritation. You're annoying and keep being annoying. But keep doing it in centers of groups, centers of command, and then don't put all your bullshit on TikTok and here. You gotta get ahead of yourself. Get ahead of the game. Thank you guys for listening to me. I'm still your champion. I'm the silent majority. I'm always listening and I'm cheering for you. Well done, guys. Keep going. Thank you.
That was good. I like that the idea of 50-50 people. You're laughing.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, it doesn't make laughing.
No. I like the idea of the small groups. It's almost very guerrilla war-like.
Yes.
And then 50 people, you go to the Nyayo house, and then another 50 people, and then you all eventually will group together, and you all trust each other. So that works. I like that idea. You really have I very good ideas. So I like
And
that.
then there are no cops. And then there are no cops. There's no danger.
Exactly. So your idea, 50 people, that is almost like nyumba kumi, like you get your 50 people, leo tunaenda tu na placards na Nyayo house. Other people might join you. You might, then you text, and then other groups, and then you do like that slowly you can form an organic movement. Because I don't think if we leave Ruto here, Ruto will rig the next election.
Yes, he will.
Me, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He will. And he will stay. And then the next 5 years, he will have nothing to lose. So he'll not be going to beg and telling you guys, I'm doing this. He'll be like, it's my last 5 years. Now I'm literally finishing you people.
Yeah, and even when you go, please create a nuisance. Create a nuisance that's not a crime, but just be totally annoying. So not just placards.
Yes.
Find out what is it. Mtamwaga mchanga, or will you bring something? You just do something.
Yes. That's a very good idea.
Yeah,
So
be disruptive.
let me go to
Wajuru, now that we have you and you're a legal mind, in terms of these Subaru boys and the masked guys, what's your advice about dealing with them in a legally acceptable way? But proper activism from the populace, because we've had discussions, and it's so annoying to see these videos that people are posting saying so and so has been picked, and you're looking around and saying, yani munaacha tu mtu anaenda. What are your thoughts, and how do people ensure that they protect themselves? Things like, of course, recording helps. The lawyers have have evidence, but making sure that, for example, there was people who were saying stone those guys, and I was like, dude, the guy has a gun. You start stoning the person without first raising an alarm and creating a crowd, he's going to shoot you. And you'll die. And even if you're even 5 or 6, if he has 6 bullets, 6 of you are dead. Even if you kill him, he still has killed 6. So what are some of your thoughts and advice on how to do things, to stop these guys in a legal way?
Shege, you're dealing with somebody who has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the Constitution. That's my answer to you. Because remember, what they're doing is illegal. So you can go and you can go and get a restraining order, but they won't respect it. There's already a court judgment against the use of tear gas and about respecting the right of assembly. And peaceful protest. They don't respect
and
it.
We saw it today. Tear gas
and we saw it today. Hata America walikuja jana wakaenda State House. Wakamwambia boss, si ndio tufanye hivi. Even the media, he's muzzled the media. So Shege, there is no answer for you. There is absolutely no answer for you, because the courts can only, the court process. The courts cannot arrest. You see, when the police is the one that has got the powers to arrest. So when you ignore a court order, the execution powers are in the police. But the police are the ones who are arresting you. Are you seeing the catch-22?
Yeah, exactly. The perpetrator is the one who is supposed to arrest himself.
Exactly. It's an organ of state.
So therefore, hence,
you're living in a dictatorship. Mutaendelea continue being annoying and being tactical
wake up and smell the
about
coffee. Wake up and smell the coffee, guys.
Yeah, Ruto is your president.
And a lot of people voted for him, and I was really, really against. When this guy was elected, I was like, it's over. Because me, I remember.
Culture kugaslight hapa.
Hakuna kugaslight. Mi nakumbuka grandmother yangu akipiga kelele. So, because she lived through the Moi era. So she was like, what have we done? But me, I already knew that it was going to be hell. But Odinga would not have been much better, because if you really think about it, the people Odinga would have elected in those positions are now in power. Let's see what they'll do, but there's really nothing watafanya itakuwa ya maana. So when you are caught, these people hijack. In Wakora too, they have they in civilian clothes, they have guns. There's no law that these guys they are following. So there's no way to handle, unless you're really a big group of people.
May I make one comment? There? I'm sorry I don't want to hog the space. I'll mute myself very quickly. Let me make a comment about this. You realize that the system that we have came from 1963. Okay. So it just got carried on. Even Uhuru was not any better. only thing that happened is that Ruto alikuja akakanyaga mafuta and took us. So we've been like a frog in a pot that has been hitting pole, 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 pole. So we've not really been feeling the heat as such. Ruto akakuja akaweka kibiriti, we felt hot too quickly. And perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Because we needed to be woken up from the slumber we have been in for the last 50 plus, I don't know how many years. Perhaps we needed this person to come and wake us up from this sleep we have been in before it was too late. Because perhaps even if we got Raila, we would have probably been another boiling frog for just a little bit longer, and it would have basically taken us too long. By the time we would have taken another 20 years to keep boiling, it would have been too late. Maybe this is what we needed to get us up. So I'm the kind of person who lives in this world. Everything happens for a reason. And we will never go back where we are again. So let's not gaslight people. Let us say, whatever we chose them because this is where God wanted us to be here. We needed to wake up. And we needed to wake up with your generation that were ready to do what you're ready to do. Because our generation could not do it. We couldn't. So it's you soldiers. It happened now. So guys, this is it. This is it. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Hey, culture. Pick the next speaker.
Sema. Ati?
Pick the next speaker.
The next speaker is Shay. But before Shay goes, nilikuwa nataka kusema nini nimesahau. I just wanted to say really quickly, Sub-Saharan Africa, forget about the Arab countries up there on top of the African map. Kuna kitu, there is something wrong with us Africans, black people, because we're the only ones who sell each other out a lot. That's why there's never been a revolution in Sub-Saharan Africa. Revolution hufanyika huko kwingine kwote. But us, it's like I see people happy that today failed. But this system is not favoring you. Mbadi Odinga kujagi kwa nyumba yako. So you are like, why are you happy? Because the next day you'll be protesting about something you're passionate about and you don't want to be beaten by the police. So there's something wrong. Ndio uonagi Sub-Saharan Africa, apart from Senegal, na ndio watu walikuwa were so surprised with Kenya because we seem to went to parliament. Is like watu wafikiri that would ever happen, and that's why you are seeing so many people ready to sell us out, take money, $500 of. To be honest with you, maybe if I was hungry, ningetake you $500 seme hii tu ni because I'm starving, but deep down, I'm supporting the movement, bana. But you see, these people really, they are government bloggers, but they really believe in what they are doing. Unaweza fikiria government blogger anaweza aside akwambie, hey, you know what, me I wanted to eat this money, but manze, you guys do what you're doing, I'm behind you. But these people actually are mocking us. Na ndio sometimes I say, no wonder us Africans were enslaved. It was so easy because it was so easy to give up on each other. Now, me, history, I got so interested in slave trade that I went to Zanzibar. Nani wa Waarabu. It's the Arab people who enslaved Africans. But when you go to Zanzibar, there's something I noticed. Niliingia hizo madanjan. You know, before you are taken to sea, you get into those hizo madanjan, alafu ship iko hapo, unaingia, unapelekwa. 2 minutes, I was sweating. How did these people get in here now? I can survive. How? Because me, I'm sweating, nataka kutoa shati. And then when you go around Zanzibar, there is a lot of, I call it nikama whitewashing. They try to present the Mzungu as a savior, friend of the slaves. This is the Mzungu who rose up and said, this is wrong. I'm like, aye. Sasa unataka kuniambia the same person who enslaved these people is also the savior. But badala museme, these people were wrong. So kuna kitu, sub-Saharan Africa, we are so quick to sell each other out. We are so quick to sisi ni wasaliti sana, sisi wa Afrika, because we had an opportunity, and that opportunity was taken by big influencers to intimidate people and do whatever that we gave up. That was a big opportunity that came. Na because I've started like trying to really understand this psyche, because ukiangalia watu wana support government, they're not that comfortable. Some of them will go and want to get an ID, they can't get an ID. Some of these people, their uncle will be killed by a police officer somewhere. He can't get justice. So why are you happy? You live in a it's not like you're rich. You live in a dictatorship. You're going through the same things we are going through, and you're happy. Anyway, let me stop ranting. I will let who's next? I think he's fallen off. Hakuna mtu mwingine.
Halo, unaweza ongea
I'm here.
kiasi?
Yeah, can I?
Go ahead. Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go for like a minute and you guys can proceed? A quick one. I know it's been a lot of challenges in network here, but great submissions. I'll begin. Mine will be like just 3-4 points that can be made in 2 minutes. One, I think I want to borrow from what one person talked about earlier. I think that was Ivy before we were dropped in the first space. She did mention something that I wrote down that I think it has to come to a time where we have to say that, I think Kenya is closed for innovations. That statement really caught me in a very strong way that we have to get to a point where we are like, you know what, guys, everybody, you need to know that we are closed. We are going through some renovations. We'll let you know when we are open, because right now everything that is going on in the country is really going in a direction that we definitely have to rethink of which way to go. That really brings me to today's well, to some people it's yesterday, is you know, Mandamano and how the things went. I'll just make just two quick highlights that really caught my attention. When the CNN highlighted the way, you know, the police were really just live on camera shooting at, and I know, I'm sure most of you saw that, so I don't have to repeat it. When Larry Madogo was like really on the phone with Wolf Blitzer, who is in Tel Aviv right now, covering what's going on in the Middle East, and he was hosting a show, and Larry was like, "They're shooting at me, they're aiming at me, they're doing this right direct at me." I could hear that noise, and I could see the guys on the other side of the television a little scared. And at some point, Wolf was like, "Larry, are you okay?" And then it's like he got afraid that this guy is gonna be shot right on camera, and then turned around and said, "Okay, we are glad Larry's okay." And then they did a quick reporting, and I'm sure you see that. I think he did post that. That kind of a highlight is probably one of the areas of success that I want to bring about in terms of this movement. It's bringing this into the international community in a way that it's being highlighted, but also to the extent that even the you saw that one of the secretaries, they call them under secretary. I have no idea what that means. Did mention that and issue a statement when she went to the State House, and that was prior to the Nane, telling them that about human rights violations, do not use excessive force and stuff like that. That kind of a highlight, it is pressure by itself. Reason is, and I think I've spoken about this probably throughout the day. Reason is, Ruto has touted himself as one person that is internationally respected, number one. And number two, he has taken pride that he's the one who has put Kenya on the global map. He has actually used those exact phrases when he did the interview with the journalist, after the June 25th. And you could see what kind of pride he's taking. That he's an international figure, somebody who has brought Kenya into the international field. So he feels like he needs to have is a person who is more interested in the global image. And that is one of the pressure points that I want to introduce in
in terms of strategy. And I was trying to read exactly how can we capitalize on that, utilize it to the advantage of the movement. And I did read a little bit about how can we present a petition to some of the embassies that we have in Kenya, or even you can do it overseas, but I think literally going to the embassies in Kenya, where there's a US embassy in Kenya, and request formally to make a formal petition or presentation. And I think there's a procedure that they've outlined on how you need to do that. What that means is that it puts pressure on him, because I know many other things that I wanted to highlight. People have talked about them. I don't want to repeat that, but I want to dwell on that issue of putting pressure from the international perspective. That is going to bring to the realization that his nakedness has been exposed. Because the moment the king knows that he's naked, whether it's through the prophets or through the people, because there are only two ways that the king has to be told that he's naked. Either the prophet tells them or the people tell them, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. So if the people say that, wait a minute, now here is your exposure, you are not as covered as you think, and then the pressure starts coming from outside of us. They will see the true soldiers, our brothers and sisters who have died by being shot at. They will see real bodies. They will see real situations. We will have real stories about real people who are buried, real brothers and sisters, not imaginary. And that needs to be really be put very clear, because keep telling him to investigate and address the issue of the perpetrators of this whole movement, those people who have really been shooting at our brothers and sisters. He's not listening. We already know that. He has to hear a voice from outside. So the international community has to be brought into this movement and into this conversation. The second point to that, I think we have to get to a point where, at a point, we have to ask whether it's Meg Whitman or whatever. I mean, she's probably one of the biggest supporters of Ruto, and we have to get to a point of asking the Eurobond, the money you are giving us from IMF, where is that money going? Can't you, by any chance, hold somebody accountable? Because we are getting all these, loans and everything that we are being committed to, but friends, at some point, the IMF and the World Bank has to hold these people into the usage of what we are getting, we are committing the country to. Otherwise, it will get to a point whereby we will say that we are not paying. We don't know where you took the money. And then we have to highlight the aspects of corruption where the money is being given and taken as loans on behalf of the Kenyan people, and that money is being squandered and being taken by individuals to be used. Those are some of our grievances, and we just want it to be highlighted. What he does with that information, we will see. But we are trying to look at where the pressure is. The third point, and probably the last one that I want to highlight, because I probably had a few others which have already been addressed, like the boycotting, their products, and that I don't labor that point. And then, of course, I also had the issue of trying to think of like how KOT and every other friends you can come to have like a mega rally. I'm talking about online, like what we are doing as in an X space. Mobilize some of your close friends who are having this and say, let's take one day to have 1 million people in this X space. Let's have 1 million people in the X space. Ruto is very afraid if something is trending about him and something is online, and they are not going to shoot at you when you are online. So we have to use multifaceted approaches to put pressure on this guy. Yes, we have good ideas of going to the street, and they have tried to master the art and trying to move in that direction. But we have to get to a point whereby we also highlight these things in a very organized way, in a very structured way, but also in a way of putting pressure and putting it on the map that we are not doing well as a nation. And here are 1 million people online talking about what is wrong with the country. It will get to his nerves really bad, because he's one of those people who actually thinks that he's the only one who is digital and all of us are analog. Let me tell you the third pressure point that I think we need to employ. Ruto knows who sanitizes him. It's the religious community, the churches. We need to really take this aspect of putting pressure on the religious groups and the pastors and everybody very serious, to the extent that we have to give an ultimatums to some of our pastors that we have to choose politicians or choose us. So it has to come to be like, it's either we worship through the same altar, in the same altar where we kneel, or you bring the politicians to do it. So we have to make a choice, because if they are not going to be part of this revolution, which I'm a firm believer that revolutions begin from the most of the revolutions have actually begun from the pulpit. If they're not going to be part of this revolution and this movement, then it has to get to a point of either taking that brown envelope, or I don't think you're going to go to hell by not going to that church or not going to give tithe and offering in that church. I'm sorry, I have to tell you that. Because it has to come to a time that we have to live for something. We have to do something. It cannot be business as usual. So we have to know, where does Ruto run to when the pressure is too much? He goes to call a few pastors, he calls them, they do a prayer, and then what does he do? Every Sunday or whatever it is, kneels down, raises his hand, sheds a few tears, and you know what happens? Oh, we forgive him, he's the man of God. Because the wife is a very prayerful person.
And then we get to a point of saying, oh, the Rigathi's wife is a pastor. Now we get so entangled, confused about all these things, but we miss the mark about the corruption and the real atrocities that are being meted on our people. I'll land by saying this. We have to start thinking of other strategies that are going to be included in the protest and everything. And they can be in all rounded. They do not have to be, the other one doesn't have to be stopped for this one to continue. But the ones of the international community, I'm telling you, I have seen that in the last few weeks or so, even coming to the Nane, the international community was very concerned about what they have been doing to our people. And now that pressure needs to be completely applied even more so that we can show how they were beating people who were actually watu wako kwa duka yao wanauza, and then these guys come with rungu and they're beating them up to tell them to close. What the, like, why? And then we are talking about having a country. So Keoti Chege culture, Kenya, let me say this. We have to have practical steps that we are going to take moving forward that are going to help us to really achieve what we are going we really set up to achieve. So God bless you. Thank you so much. It's a very lovely conversation, and I know soon and very soon we are going to achieve what we set our eyes to achieve. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And who's next? Anybody else? Mtu yote anataka kuongea?
Culture,
I think
nezongea dakika mbili.
culture,
Sawa sawa, hataongea dakika tatu.
Haya, sawa.
culture. Can you hear me?
Real Joe, acha nibonge
Hataongea
kiasi
dakika
alafu
nne.
uta
Before ongea, acha maybe
Hataongea dakika nne, nitakupatia basi.
maybe I think culture you need to do this. I don't know whether you're seeing, but there are hands that have been up
Endelea.
hapa. Nimeona David alikuwa up, niliona Grace, hata sahii nikawa amedrop. Nimeona
Did she
Kimere.
disappear? What happened to her?
Yeah?
Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Talk. Tafadhali.
So is it okay if I go ahead?
Yes, please go
Joki
ahead. I'm waiting
naongea
for you.
kwanza.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm letting you talk. So I'll mute the mic and then I'll give you the mic. Is that okay?
So would it be me, or I had someone saying that they were going to talk?
No, it was me telling you. Go
Okay.
ahead, endelea.
All right.
Minda mute. Sawa
Yeah.
sawa?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
So I was going to echo the same message or close to the same message yenye the person before me ame echo. Ruto does not care about how Kenyans think or feel
him because he has you all under control, as you can see by today. Yes, we are very vocal tukikuwa online. Mbaka mumuhit where it hurts. And I think I've suggested it before. Hii story ya kwenda kwa embassies. We're not going to go there to ask them for help. But we want the world to put pressure on him. Because guess what? Uki become their problem, all of a sudden they need to solve the problem. Mkienda hizo embassies, let them come. Venye wana behave wakitia gas, let them come and tear gas. Especially the best one, me, I would suggest, need the Russian embassy. Let them come and tear gas you there. Because they're already in bed with the American embassy and other Western countries. But bring the problem to their door. Let the world see you as you are. Let him be seen as the monster he is. Let him be seen by other nations that he does not respect democracy. That is where you will truly find change. Hit him where it hurts. It needs to be non-stop, because anytime you take a break, he regroups, he comes even harder. And then kwenye anakea about, anataka kuonesha the world he has everything under control. Show the world our anything under control. Ata today, let me tell you, that thing about CNN with Larry, trust, I have had friends, people who don't even care, call me to see, did you see what's happening in your country? Let me tell you, that is where the pressure is going to come, when the rest of the world is truly sitting there and watching. When you're getting handled, when muki, let's say, even like, let journalists, there was also another image, I don't know which journalist it was, where she was on her knees, that has spoken so much volume, you guys don't even understand. And this is what is not being shown by Kenyan media. And then uko kwa hizo embassies, trust and believe, let them behave like animals the way wanna behave. Secondly, if kama mtenda CBD, there's no point of going if you're not going to fight back, because you've seen the way they're handling you when you show up at CBD. At this point, it's no longer democracy, it's no longer business as usual. Let us hit them where it hurts. Those police, they want to come and fight for him. You know what? We have no respect. When somebody is putting you on your knees and killing your brothers, your sisters, and we're supposed to still respect you because we respect the rule of law. What law is there? Law yenye wanaweza hata piga, like even lawyers. I don't know if you guys saw the I think it's Wanjiru Stevens. Wamemchapa, wamemwarrest. So I can only truly imagine what's happening on the ground with you guys. And I know the way, let's say, some people wanaweza kufeel that to feel the pain. Most of us tunai feel that same pain. Whether is our family member members tunawalipia, wanaenda, wanna show up this protest, and you sit awake all day wondering if they're okay. Even us, even though we are not on the ground, we are feeling the pain and hopelessness and almost like, I don't know if it's a survivor guilt, because then, you know what, I can say, I can sit here on my computer behind a screen and be cheering you on and telling you guys go do this. But this strategy that is like showing up downtown every time and going to CBD, it's not working right now. Unless you're going to fight back, either we regroup, but no, every time you regroup, either you're coming back 10 times or 30 times stronger because he's coming back stronger. No, note, the CS wamekuwa sworn in. I don't know if you guys are aware, Kindiki really wanted to change even the rules of how people are supposed to gather to protest. I lived during Moi era. This is why I'm not in the country. Trust me, you could not meet more than 5 people because the walls had ears and they were coming to find you. And that is where we are going back. And that's where he learned play by play of how to deal with Kenyans. Kenyans can be sold fear. Because even people who wanted to come out, by the time they saw the roadblocks and they would have had to walk into town, what did they do? They turned around. And Kenya has been ruled by so much fear. There's so much fear with everybody else. Go to those embassies. Let them see you being beat up. Ask for asylum. You become their problem. The moment you, because even them, even Sisi Tukoku, they don't want us here unless we're doing something to help their country. So go there as their problem. Because if you get an asylum anywhere, they have to make sure they educate you. They have to make sure they put you in the workforce so you can start paying taxes like everybody else. So they don't want you as a problem. Make them know what is happening. Watch our on. And I will pass on to the next person.
Joy, I will yield the mic to you. Karibu Joy.
Hey. Culture anaweza bonga before akuje, the one who's supposed to come.
Karibu.
So
Ongea.
chenye ningetaka kusema manzi, chenye Wanjiru alisema, it really makes sense about like we have to like strategize tuanze kujipanga in small community. Unaona kama ile guerrilla warfare hii tuko war na hiyo ndio kila kitu wasi wanafaa as in, I don't know how long it will take for people to like wake up and realize and be woke. Hapa ni vita. Ruto hata achia vitu ziende tu hivyo hivyo. Hakuna vile tutatoa president hivyo hivyo. Ati sijui ati tunakuja tuko peace na firimbi. Tumefanya ile impact tulikuwa na need kufanya kama as in sisi wote pamoja, but so it's right now we have to realize we are on another level. Now they are doing everything to fight back. Baka, you've all seen how they're fighting like journalists and everything. What makes us think that we will come again alafu tu watatuachia tu hivyo ati we take over? It's now war, and that's something that needs to click on everybody's mind. And it's like somehow right now I feel like we are still talking the same way we were talking before this day. This was the big day. Was the day that we were supposed to change everything. Haijawaka haiku go through, na mbona tunaongea ni kama bado ni hii siku ijafika. Unajua, so like let's come back to reality. Let's wake up. We have to come back and natukuje na plan mpya. Plan has to change. Na nimependa venye Wanjiru amesema like let's start working in small groups. Kila mtu anajua hapa hivi, kwa hata hapa watu wengine wamejoin hizi space kama mimi nimejoin hii space kwa sababu ya hii story. Sikukuanga kwa Twitter, nimejoin hii story. So kuna venye naweza jua huyu msee na huyu msee ka umekuanga uko na community una follow, kuna venye unajua wasi wenye wako for it na watu wako real. Tuanze ku make small communities, tuanze ku communicate, tujipange juu hapa at the end of the day hawa wase the police and these people are still here, they're listening to us, they're listening to every plan. If you guys have not noticed, leo kulikuwa na so many female police walikuwa kwa ground, na ni kwa sababu last time pia tukiongea kwa hizi vitu watu wanasema madem pia wajitokeze, madem wanaweza kwa frontline. These guys are taking the same shit you are talking about and using them on their side. Kila kitu tunaongea wanasikiza, ndio wanatumia against us. So it will be so stupid that we are still making plans here na wanatusikiza na wako hapa katikati yetu. We have to strategize. Lazima we start making groups kidogo kidogo, juu tukumbuke hii ni war, hii ni kama time ya maumau, na tukue back to reality. Tuache kujifanya fanya hapa, not going to the main point. Main point tuko war, main point tutauliwa, main point tutahantiwa. Every individual separate. Let's get back to reality. Leo mume wanafanya wanapiga wase mpaka watu wa media ma huko, yani they don't have chills because wako na mask zinawaficha uso, alafu wanatreat watu wenye wanafaitia nchi yetu ni kama like bullshit, like ni kama masafaras. And then we are sitting here and talking big. We have to think deep. Tuache kudo the talk only, tuache hiyo manzi. Let's like strategize. We are the modern freedom fighters. Tuko lucky tuko na hii social media. Acha tuache kukua shallow. We have to get deep. We have to know, mtu anajua kama unakwanga tu hapa kwa hizi group, unajua mtu mgani unaweza follow, tujue ni gani na nani na nini na nini na nini. Na kuna pia ma channels zenye tunaweza spaces si space, kuna nini channels zingine tunaweza kwa tunaongea na hakuna mtu atatrakiwa, na tutakuwa tunajuana na venye tunajuana like,
Asante sana Afro. Niko poa labda we. Okay, siko poa because Ruto is still up there. Labda wewe ukoje?
Pia mimi siko poa, lazima ashuke, lakini endelea.
Yeah, so what I'd want to talk about, it's true we have unfinished business, and even though we hoped that was the last demo we were going to have, it happened the way it happened, and now we still have to soldier on because we didn't achieve our major goal. So one thing I'd like to say is we need to keep being vigilant because as we saw on Thursday, the demos on Thursday, we know very well that once the government goes to bed with the opposition, a lot is going to happen. They don't even care about the common mwananchi at this point because there's no one to hold them to account. That's what they think, but we are here. The Thursday demos venye tuliona venye tulikuwa tunapigwa shows us what is going to happen ahead. Sahi we need to expect things like punitive laws being passed without objection in parliament. I think that's even one of the reasons as to why there's the bill that was being talked about, the right to assembly bill that is currently in parliament it was supposed to be read, I think, on Thursday. Yes, so such laws may actually be passed because those people obviously hope that they'll never find themselves on the streets because at this point they are busy embezzling our taxes. So they hope that we will always worship them. So when we'll be going to the streets to assemble, we'll have to still bow down to them because if anything, they have the money. They have our taxes that they've embezzled. So we need to be really vigilant. We need to visit the website, the National Assembly website, at least every Friday to read about the bills that have been tabled maybe in Parliament, so that when the time we educate ourselves on the same, so that when the time for public participation comes, we can participate fully. And another thing that I wanted to say was the single target talked about how we can do civic education. Like she said, one of the things is using talking about the topics that really touch them. That really works. But also, there's no way these people most of them can avoid this money. Almost all of them, because wanataka tu hiyo unga tu maybe for that day. So there's no way they can avoid this money. Something that really worked for me or for someone I campaigned for and is doing amazing in the 2022 general election was just take the money. If anything, it's our taxes. Ukipewa chukua, usikatae, lakini just know what you want. Just be for pro good governance. Mtu anakupea pesa, ni mtu mwenye akifika huko mbele atafanya nini? Atajirudishia hiyo pesa yake. Sasa wewe kitu ufanye, chukua tu hiyo pesa, enda ukule, lakini vote for someone who is going to work for the people, not for himself or herself, and not for the president, but is going to work for the common mwananchi, because the money, you can't avoid it. People in the villages are hungry. People in the villages, hata pesa hakuna huku mashinani. So we need to encourage them that as much as wanachukua hiyo pesa, wasisahau ati sisi watoto wao ndo tutateseka na bado tunaendelea kuteseka. Some of them, if you tell them, someone like my mom, if I tell her, because she has 3 graduates, but none of them has a job. So if you tell her that just take that money, lakini tafuta mtu mwenye akifika huko mbele atafanya nini? Atafanyia wananchi kazi. They'll understand. They'll do it, and it worked. So I believe it can also work everywhere. Kuna wale watu walilipwa the other day, nilikuwa naona walienda CDF kuchukua pesa yao. Yes, wacha walipwe, lakini kikuja huko kwa kura, just know that the person mwenye anakupea taxes zako is not someone who is going to work for you. Ni mtu mwenye akifika huko mbele atafanya nini? Atachukua pesa yake. So we need to help them differentiate that. And another thing that's going to help us with civic education is I've seen someone like Willie Oeba. Willie, he records all his videos as he does civic education. You can download those videos. You can send them to your parents, the ones who are in WhatsApp. You can send them to your friends, and you can tell your friends back at home to show them to our parents, our grandparents, because whatever Willie Oeba is saying is very loud and clear. So I think another thing that we need is for people doing such civic education and recording themselves in vernacular now, because people like Joshua Okayo, they're doing good, but they're doing it in English and Kiswahili. And our parents back in the villages, some of them don't understand English or Kiswahili, they understand vernacular. So you need to we need to maybe someone mwenye anaweza jitolea afanye those ones, the civic education in mother tongue especially, so that people in the villages understand. And another thing about the constitution, we have rights, but let me tell you guys, most even people in the villages don't even know that the right to assembly is our right. The other day, I was talking to someone at home, and the person was asking me, but Tracy, I've never even read the Constitution. Was the Constitution ever translated into our vernacular? Because those people don't even understand their rights. They don't. Most people in the villages grew up with those during the Moi era. So they're still stuck in that era. Even though the civic education should have been done in 2010, before 2010 Constitution was passed, it wasn't done enough, I would say so, because most people really don't know the contents of the Constitution. So if it can be translated into our vernacular, into a language that our parents, our grandparents understand, so that they can even know that our kids have the right to assembly, so that they don't say, no, don't go, I'm scared for you, you'll die. They should know that the police shouldn't use, we have a right, and the police are not allowed to shoot at us with live bullets, even to use tear gas canisters, because it's our right, and they should support us. So those are part of the things that we should do as part of our civic education. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Powerful points. Let me invite my co-host Tribeless. Habari yako, tusalimie sauti yako.
Thank you so much, Afro. Good. Thank you so much, everyone else who are in this space today, this morning. It's a very good morning that we also once more gather here to share ideas on how to improve our country and to make Kenya better. One nation, one people, bonded together by good development. So for me, I think as we honestly have unfinished business, and this is a good work in progress. And I'm very happy that young people have come out strongly to speak their minds, to tell those in authority that the country is not going in the right direction and something is wrong. And one area that we need to explore very, very importantly and can work to our big advantage is we need to start thinking about, I have been thinking about how we can sustain this movement and to how we can expose Kenya to outside world. And one area that we need to explore we need to look at, especially those who are in diaspora, is we need to try and look at how we can start occupying, not really occupying so much, trying to voice our voices in our embassies in major shareholders, major countries that we partnered with. For example, if we can find, because we have a big embassy in the United States, we have a big embassy in the UK, big embassy in France, Germany, and we have Kenyans all over these countries. You don't need, especially for the countries that are, for those who are in diaspora, you don't need a big number. to create awareness and to attract serious international media attention. Once you're around 50 or so, you will and you then you go, and even how the police behave in such countries. If you look at, for example, in the UK, the other day they have been demonstrating, they have been holding anti-immigration demonstration. The police only come with batons. They only go there with batons. And how much if you follow these international media houses, there was nowhere no police officer had a gun. No police officer had civilian. So what does that tell you? If we follow the correct channels on how to assemble in those countries, you just we just assemble 40 or 50 at least. That's the least number I know you can easily get. You assemble and we continue the movement outside there. We will attract a very, very big following, and we do it simultaneously. Tukisema ni one day, ni kama ni Tuesday. It happens in France, Germany, UK, United States. So it becomes simultaneous as we push for civic education at home. Because one thing I love, the speaker was just spoken, because she's spoken very well about civic education. We have to get, because this man is on the road. If you see him, if you saw him yesterday, what is he doing? He's launching, power, someone dropping power, 17,000 Kenya shillings. You only need that to drop power into your house. He comes there to launch it and take cups of tea with a birika. In my native language, we call that kettle birika. He's taking tea there with birika, and then he thinks, akitoka hapo nimetenga bilioni milioni 50 jana pekee. Only yesterday Ruto had got like 5 rallies. In all those alitenga bilioni 10 in 5. So that's 50 billion. Today atatenga another 50 billion. At the end of the month ametenga budget yote ya Kenya. So I think we really need to do a lot of civic education, and we invite everybody in this space to thank you, Afro, for making me a co-host. We invite everybody to bring up ideas which we think can, because we need to focus on what do we do next. We have unfinished business. What do we do next? We've lamented enough. We have got lots of problems. So how do we solve them going forward? Because by now, from June 22nd onwards, what we have done, everybody knows the problems we have. The systems crumbling down, which is a major challenge. So runaway corruption, there are lots of issues. So we need to focus on what do we do going forward. And that, I think in that way, we need to, we will be able to get solutions for our country, for now and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tribeless. I'll give the microphone to Paulo. Paulo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you, Afro?
Doing good. Like your profile picture, equilibrium. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you all for keeping pushing forward, despite all the force that the government has shown towards us. Ni kama sahi Ruto anataka kuban protests, hataki watu wafanye assemblies. Because as someone who was on the protest on Thursday, the kind of force we saw from the police, manze ilikuwa kitu sijaiona. Yani mimi nilitoka Mombasa, nikatoka Weno Mombasa, nikafika Thursday Nairobi, and by hiyo masaa nilikuwa nafika around 6, makarao walikuwa wamejaa every corner, like kila mahali ukienda tu hivi lori gari ya makarao. So I like that kila msee sahi anataka tufanye civic education. Actually sahi kitu nimerealize ni unatembea mahali ukiuliza msee venye kunaendelea na kuambia mbona watu wanaenda maandamano, si Ruto aliangusha finance bill, why you guys still protesting, mbona mnaharibu biashara, So and then when you tell them, do you know that Ruto wants to take your land, they are like, what? Ai, kuna kitu kama hiyo. One thing I want you to know, guys, is that most of the people wenye wako huko mashinani, they rely on our mainstream media for information. Wao wanashinda tu kwa TV, huko ndo wanatoa information yao, na ujue Citizen, hizo TV zote actually hakuna kitu zinaonyesha wasee ati hold the country ati inaendelea, yani ama vitu zinaendelea. So they don't really know about these bills that the parliament is passing that are meant to oppress the people. So sahi manze tukafanya civic education fiti, and especially juu huku Twitter manze, all of us are informed, we know what is happening. So nimerealize tunaingia Twitter tunasema yo tutokee, tunakasirika and everything, but we need all the numbers we can get, na hizi numbers tunaweza zitoa tu if serikali if awasewa boda boda, mama mboga, au wasewa home wenye maybe wao wasewa ocha wenye hawako more informed, to try manze kuwaelimisha, tuwashow what the government is doing, tuwashow gava inataka kuchukua mashamba zetu, tuwashow gava inataka kurestrict agriculture, hutakuwa hata unapanda sukuma kwako, tuwashow gava inataka kutake our seeds, hawataki tutumie mbegu zetu zenye tumezoea the traditional ones, tuwashow gava inataka kutake our healthcare, tuwashow gava inataka kumaliza education, like hataki tuelimike, ndo waendelee kutufinya manze tusijue what is happening. Alafu hizi videos there is someone I think that was Tracy mentioned we focus on giving civic education in our vernacular languages. That is a very important point. Most of these people hawaelewi hizi, kuna watu hata hawajasoma wengi wako huko home, mashosho zetu, our mothers and fathers wengine hawakusoma fiti, so hizi vitu zinawapita tu. So if we can do in a lot of civic education in vernacular, I believe hizi message zitafikia kila msee. Huo msee wa mjengo wako huko ndani mwenye hata hana simu, msee mwenye hata hawatch news, mtu hata hajui X ni nini, au ndo watu tunahitaji saa hii, because vile nimerealize ni most of us wenye tuko very angry with this government, sisi ndo tuko informed. So unapata kama tao jana bazi hiyo Thursday kulikuwa kumejaa, tulikuwa wengi sana by the way, ukitembea tu hivi ungejua huyu msee amekuja protest, lakini hamunge assemble, like hata mngepatikana mko watu kama 4 hivi mmegoteana mnaongeongea kiasi, tear gas. So saa hii tunahitaji numbers from the people that unjue strongholds wa Ruto ni kina bodaboda na mama mboga. We need to convince them how this government is not for them. We need them to understand this, that the bills that are being passed in parliament ni za kuwaumiza na kuwamaliza. We need them on our side. Every time tukitokea waache kuona ni kama tumeenda kuwaharibia bills, waelewe bona tunatokea. We need them on our side yani. Haya, watu wengine ni huku kwa machama, kwa maklabu, in churches, everywhere you go, just talk about it, manze. As in, don't shut up. Talk about what is happening. Talk to your family members. Au watu wako home. Hata kama mme have to a family call, mmeongea. Hapo katikati ingiza. By the way, unajua Ruto anataka kudu hivi. By the way, unajua hii gava manze inadai kufanya hivi na hivi. Unajua watoto wetu hawatasoma. Unajua hatuna future tukiendelea hivi. Because guys, sahi manze tukiachilia hii kitu man. Jumse vile ametufinya sahi. What is his next goal right now? Ni aende waongeze more bills za kuendelea kutuoppress, watufinye zaidi. Sasa kama hizo assemblies, public assemblies sahi, wataenda kuzifinya. Do every time mumegather mahali kuongea about the government, mnafinywa, mnaambiwa no, you should not do this. This is illegal, this is against the law. You know, this is the same thing that Moi did. After people tried the coup in 82, aliban public assemblies. Alisema hakuna watu wanafaa kukutana kuongelea the government. Nobody used to talk about the government. That's why even right now our parents wanashangaa, you guys kwani mko na gut gani? How can you go and challenge a sitting government? Yani like muna challenge gava yenye sahi ndo iko in power yani, because that's unheard of, was unheard of back then. But these guys now need to be educated. Juu sahi manzi hawajui. And huyo mtu bado ametaja about the constitution. If we can translate this constitution, to translate into all our languages, alafu hii civic education tuwaonyesha hadi kuhusu constitution, vile constitution inawa protect, vile wafai kuogopa government, because we are not in a monarchy here. We have a constitution, and this constitution should be the one that is leading this country. I think those are my points. Sina mambo mingi nataka kuongelea, but you guys keep pushing mazee. Sahi tusitegemea ati big wig fulani atakuja ati the things for us mazee. Nimerealize sisi kwa sisi tu ndo tunaweza ongea kando yetu to form what we need to do to form strategies zenye tunahitaji to move forward, because if we depend on other people to come out and inject for us and do all these things, then hao watu hawako mazee. Sisi ndo big wig sahi. Hakuna mambo na big wig, small wig. It's our voices, and every voice counts. Hata voice ya huyo soja ako hapo chini ina count. tuongee na wao, ni Wakenya wenzetu, tuwaeleze nini kinaendelea, ndo kila mtu akuwe informed. Ndo maana ndo ile time maandamano itapangwa like tuseme kesho we are hitting the streets, everyone will be angry enough, everyone will be ready. Hakutakuwa na story nini kunaendelea, bona watu, because I'm very sure the government will fuck up. Kutafanyika more scandals, more things are going to come. So tusinyamaze, tuendelee and we are gonna win. Thank you so much. That's all for now. Thank you, Afro.
Thank you, Paulo. Powerful submission. Right now, it's not about big accounts, small accounts, big wig, small wig. Even the reason you went to the street, I hope you didn't go to the street because an influencer told you to go to the street. Oh, so manze niliinsaitiwa na tribeless Afro aliniinsight ama Paulo aliniinsight kwenda kwa streets. Oh, Josephine aliongea vizuri sana. Nikamwa no, that's not then you are on the streets for the wrong reason. You need to articulate. One of the videos that emerged in these protests is when a young Gen Z was arrested and he talked his way out of freedom. Like alirushwa kwa hiyo Mariam na makarao akaambia mbona mnanishika, mbona mnanifunga na ninawatetea. Mnajua mkienda sahii hospitali bei ya madawa imeenda juu, sasa hata kuweka mtoto wako kwa shule sahii university utalipa bei ya juu. Yani he talked sense into them mpaka wakamwachilia. And that is the difference between the demonstrator now on the street. Huwezi shikwa na karau useme hey, Afro amenituma nikuje street. Like what are you even doing? Don't go. That's what I've said. Don't go. If you come out, go hapa because you're here because unafuata tribeless manze, you don't understand what the issues affecting Kenya, and you don't even have to be on the streets. Because right now where Kenya is, kila mtu sahi anajituma. Mi nikifungua space najituma. Mtu akienda kuprint t-shirt na kuprint maposta anajituma. Mtu akituma pesa za bus fare anajituma. Mtu akienda kwa street like everyone is doing their part to save Kenya, and a lot of infighting ndio ina divide and conquer. Ukianza kusema huyu bona sijaona tribeless akitoa pesa, bona sijaona sijaona Josephine akiongea kwenye spaces, bona sijaona Kingsley akiandamana, bona sioni Paulo. Like everyone has a point to play, everyone has a place to play, and we have to all, tukisema tuende kwa streets, kila mtu atoke kwa streets. Tukisema tuna congregate, tunapanga hivi, everyone has to follow through. Unity to move kama kitu kimoja, that is when we are unstoppable. Otherwise kila mtu aende arudi kwa biashara zake, kila mtu aende afanye kitu zake paka hii kwanza. I think either we don't understand what's happening in Kenya, otherwise we are not feeling the pinch enough, hatujakasirika. Maybe we give Ruto and Raila another 4-5 months tusikie uchungu, ndo watu waishiwe na pesa, bei ya shukari ende juu, bei ya mafuta ende juu, ndo kila mtu akuje, because it was organic in the first place. Mi sijalipwa, sijui kama Tribals amelipwa, sijui kama Kingsley amelipwa, sijui kama Josephine amelipwa, but we are all here because we love our country. We are patriots. We hold the flag and we cannot see our country go to waste. Be just a few leaders ndo are profiting and stealing for their families. Haiwezekani. So we reject bad governance. Please retweet the space. Let's get more comrades in here. I know many people have given up. Many people want to wait until 27 for what? Unataka kusurvive until 2027? How? Hiyo ni mbali sana. Kingsley, Mike ni yako, karibu kwenye space.
Okay, thank you Afro. At first yesterday demonstration was successful. Jana watu walitokea but the police used strategy ingine ngumu sana. They blocked the way kuingia town. So watu kukutana watu kuassemble ilikuwa ngumu jana town. Juu ukivuka huku unavurugwa, unafukuzwa na fimbo. So it was so hard, but yesterday deal na iliingiana because some businesses were closed. Government pia ilikuwa afraid, police walimwaga, inamaanisha police from different parts of the county waliweza kutravel kwenda Nairobi just to safeguard the businesses. So tunaona hiyo, but guys we need strategies. Hii kitu inataka strategies. Naona hii kitu inataka strategies ile normal. Juu sasa polisi ni kama wameshika ways za kuzuia ile demonstration. Umeona vile wakitumia njia walitumia jana, it will be so difficult for us to assemble. Alafu guys, yesterday I had a issue. One of my friend arrested, alishikwa. But I'm a big man bana. When unajua nyinyi mnaweza sukuma hashtag free somebody. Jana nilijaribu kuinbox some big wins, but they are not responding on inboxes. Unajua nyinyi ndio mnaweza push hii agenda. Mtu akishikwa ni kutumia inbox, nisema wameshika mse fulani hivi na hivi ndio. Kwa hiyo ukianza kupush hiyo hashtag ya free somebody ina trend sana than mimi ni small win. But sasa ama big win ukiwa inbox our respond, mtu ako space but they are not responding. Guys, let us be each brother keeper. Mimi nilikuwa na mse fulani alishikwa na inbox wake kina Merix, na inbox nani kakina Juda nani na kakina Psycho, but muangalie inbox. I don't know what's the problem, but tunajua nyinyi mnaweza push hii hashtag, but unfortunately mimi jamaa ameachiliwa leo morning, ako safe. Ameachiliwa, sijui naambiwa amehongana huko, but ameachiliwa. Wazazi wake wameenda wakamwachilia. Was one of my friend, tulikuwa town but alishikwa. Sasa nashangaa msee anashikwa, msee uko na bendera na maji ya chupa. Polisi anakuja ati you are attracting watu wakuje kudemonstrate. What's that? Alafu guys, msione huyu msee huyu Zakayo, unamwona akienda rally sana, watu wanajaa hapo wengi, wanampigia makofi. Guys, hii ni mchezo wa town tunajua. Huyu Ruto anabai. Those people are hired na magari maroli wanamwaga hapo. Every rally yenye Ruto anaenda, they hired watu waende kushangilia tu kupiga makofi. But when you see many faces huku nyuma, they are not aware. When you are aware, they are ones that are clapping for him. Guys, let us continue pushing the hashtag Ruto must go. Hakuna kupumzika. The moment tutapumzika, the Ruto will start tena kuanza hii mambo yake. Let us continue pushing the hashtag. Uwe small win, uwe big win, Ruto must go. Hiyo kitu itrend hivyo na iende nje ijue, international zote zijue how Ruto is, how this Kenya is, hivyo tu, so that hata kama ataweza kufaulu kufika 2027, ataweza kuvaya for the presidency, ataweza kukalia hiyo kiti tena, na by chance huyu mjamaa by chance 2027 aingie huko tena. Guys, don't allow, we Kenyans we forget haraka sana, youth na hata nani hawa watu tunasahau sana. Kufikia 2027 utapata so many people wamesahau what happened 2024. 2027 most people watakuwa